Most important thing, number one, is you got to get rid of doubt. If you got doubt in what you're doing, it's not going to work. Most important thing, number one, is you got to get rid of doubt. If you got doubt in what you're doing, it's not going to work.
I never been one of them people that could be comfortable being careless. I never been one of them people that could be comfortable being careless.
So what advice would you give your younger self now looking back?
Oh man, I don't know. That's a hard one. I would probably say just be more fearless. That's why I call my whole shit the marathon. That's why I call my whole shit. That's why I call my whole shit the marathon.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I think it was a lot of pressure to like take the elevator. I think that anybody could apply the marathon. I think that anybody could apply the marathon concept to what they do. If it's sports, if it's fashion, I learned when I was younger. You can't put your expectation of me on me. I'm me, feel me? And that's, you're not gonna ever make me feel bad for it. You're not gonna, make me react to how you reacting to me. I don't care. Man. I be juggling. You know what I'm saying? I juggle a lot. I play a lot of positions. You know what I mean? So, my mentality when I do start to a lot, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, that's what it's supposed to feel like. I be juggling. You know what I'm saying? I juggle a lot. I play a lot of positions. You know what I mean? So, my mentality when I do start to be like, man, this is a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, that's what it's supposed to feel like. If you are going toward what the vision look like, and that's like greatness. That's, on multiple levels. Mm-hmm. That's the vision that I'm working toward. I'm like, I just think about that. Like, this shit ain't supposed to feel, comfortable. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. It's supposed to stretch you. It's supposed to be a burden to a degree. And you gotta, wrap your mind around that and accept it and embrace it. And you catch some wisdom off of that. You know what I mean?
Man, most important thing, number one, is you got to get rid of doubt. If you got doubt in what you're doing, it's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? And the way to do that is you have a plan. Because if you got a plan, it's not like just a pipe dream. You have a step-by-step list of things to do to get to your goal. If you don't have that, it's very hard to really have faith in what you're doing. Because as soon as something pop up, it's going to look like the end all. But if you got a game plan of everything you need to do, one thing pop up, well, I still got to do this, and that, so this ain't going to stop. You know what I'm saying? Another thing pop up, well, shit, I accomplished this 2 things. Since my last obstacle, I only got 3 more things to do. Let me keep pushing, fuck it. Pretty soon you attain your goal, and then you create another one. But without a game plan, without a strong sense of faith in what you're doing, it's going to be real hard to accomplish anything. And I know, it's a lot of obstacles out here. Family, baby mamas, the legal system, trouble with the law, your homeboys being involved in a crab in the bucket syndrome, where, you making moves and starting to make your way out, and people start trying to attach themselves to you and really become weight, extra weight. And sometimes it's like kamikaze, they blow themselves up trying to stop you. So, you gotta have faith in what you're doing and not take no for an answer. You'll get it. It'll be a long run, but you'll get it.
I believe in you work with what you got, man. I was never a robber. I was always a hustler. Mm-hmm. Why I say that is that you can watch what other people doing, and this nigga on this level of the game, and it'll start poisoning your process, and you want to skip steps.
Yeah.
And I always believe that I seen niggas jump the gun and step outside of their comfort zone or what they known for doing and go get smacked and go get 100 years. So I relate that to music where, when I didn't have a deal, we did mixtapes.
Yeah.
That's what we could do. You know what I'm saying? We could buy some equipment, pay a producer to use the beat, and put it out. Instead of saying, oh, I can't do nothing. Let me go just rush to somebody for some help. Work within the realm of what you got access to, and that was mixtapes.
Yeah.
And when I didn't have the internet or no fan base that cared, we was out the trunk with it.
Facts.
So I just believe in being, embracing what you got around you. And as your resources grow, level up.
Do you ever get down where it's like, man, this ain't gonna work? Or,
That's why I call my thing the marathon, because I'm not gonna lie and portray this ultimate poise like I've had it figured out. Nah, I just didn't quit. That's the only distinguishing quality from me and probably whoever else going through this or went through this or is gonna go through this. is that I ain't quit. I went through every emotion. I went through every emotion with trying to pursue what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And I think that what gonna separate whoever's gonna try to go for something is that, you know, unless, you know, you're gonna really take the stance if I'm gonna die behind what I'm getting at right now.
So what advice would you give your younger self now looking back?
Oh man. That's a hard one. I would probably say just be more fearless. You know what I mean? I got all my radical moonshots have defined me. I don't be my downfall. My downfall be, you know, not going crazy, not you know, having a higher expectation. Anytime I set my sight on something that seemed way outlandish, it always come back exactly how I seen it. So I think I would tell myself just put way bigger goals up, you know, on the wall. Have a bigger vision, have a higher expectation. I just believed in the plan on paper, and just, you know, amongst the team, it always felt like it could work. It was a good plan, and that to be empowered the way we wanted to be empowered, to get to the level that we want to get to, that it was this route. And it seemed like you had to be comfortable being counted out at times, because if you was uncomfortable with that would put pressure on you to make decisions that might be premature, might work against you in the long run. That's why I call my whole shit the marathon. Right. You know what I mean? Because I think it was a lot of pressure to like take the elevator or jump on somebody else's back or
ride somebody else's wave.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that worked for a moment, but the respect is what keep you in the game.
Absolutely.
Know what I mean? And the distinguishing yourself through how you get there, you know, is what people really at the end of the day say, that I know his character from demonstration, you know what I mean?
Right.
So that was what was most important, and whatever we could accomplish within that boundary, that's what we wanted. We didn't want nothing else outside of that until we was, you know, in a position to get that on our own and in our own way. And so every time we make a step forward or make progress, it count for that much more, because we know how we got here. We know we kept it pure.
For sure.
Going against the odds to be successful, because it's not in your favor. The game ain't built for your success. You just gotta be a beast. You gotta be harder. You gotta be stronger. You gotta be meaner. You gotta be hungrier, because you're gonna be fighting an uphill battle. It's like escape velocity. You know, to get out of the atmosphere, going to space, you need the escape velocity. And if you don't have it, you're not gonna penetrate the atmosphere, because it's gravity working against you. It's embrace it as part of the game. That's how it goes. You know, that's what it's physics. It ain't personal. It's science. For real, if you're a young kid trying to do it, it's gonna run you down. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna beat you up. But life gonna do it to you. Failing gonna do that to you too. That's real though. I think to stay inspired, you just have to make the decision that that's your intention. And I think that's what we see when we see young people do unbelievable things come from odds that's unbelievable. They had the raw intention. They had a strong intention. It was pure. And it drove them there, and it took them there, and it navigated, you know, through all the speed bumps and the potholes and all that. Obviously, it's a marathon, and it just stands for endurance. It stands for staying down. It stands for, like, not quitting, accepting the ups and downs of whatever game you commit yourself to, and riding it out, you feel me? Because, you know, that's the reality of, you know, success or greatness, that it come with a roller coaster ride, you know? So I think that anybody could apply the marathon concept to what they do, if it's sports, if it's fashion, if it's music, if it's hustling, whatever. You're just on a marathon, you know? Number one, you know, I just feel better, homie. I sleep better, you know what I mean? I got a level of, like, I'm at peace with what I'm doing. I feel good about what I'm waking up doing and about my lifestyle. At one point, I wasn't proud of my lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't content with what I was doing on a day-to-day basis. I wasn't happy with that. So I was eating that, even though I'd be on the surface, cool and straight. Deep down, I knew that this wasn't the direction of what I need to be doing. Now I wake up with the feeling that I'm going in the direction that I'm here for. Like what I'm on this planet for, I'm doing. The marathon is just about seeing long-term, seeing a vision, understanding that nothing worthwhile happens overnight, and just sticking to your script long enough to make something real happen. Laying a brick every day instead of trying to build a brick wall. Just lay a brick every day. Eventually you look up, you're gonna have a brick wall.
The best thing you can do for a person is to inspire them. That's the best currency you can offer them, inspiration. And so when a person can rely on you for that,
you know, that empowers them in every realm of their life. Being inspired, it empowers them in their relationships and their business and their art and their creativity. It empowers them because without inspiration, you drop. And you know, you can't summon the energy unless you're inspired.
I've never been one of the people that could be comfortable being careless. Some people I noticed the quality that they don't have that, they just don't have the I guess the pressure on themselves. You know, they just have a little bit of a comfort that I don't have. I don't feel comfortable unless I know I went above and beyond with my preparation. The things that possibly could happen, if I ain't take real steps to prevent those things, I'm not comfortable. I can't walk around, you know, charismatic and happy. Nah, I gotta make sure, you know, we setting up some type of wealth, because we might have a little bag right now. But we know a lot of people had a bag right now, and they ended up bad.
People got choices, right? So you gonna look at what this group of people did and what the repercussions were, and what the feedback was. You gonna look at what this group of people did and look at the feedback. You wanna go to jail for life? You wanna get killed? Do what we was doing. You wanna get you some money, level up, create brands, build your team, get your family, get your homies on. Follow what we doing. It's your choice. I learned when I was younger. You can't put your expectation of me on me. I'm me. You feel me? And that's, you're not gonna ever make me feel bad for it. You're not gonna, you know, make me react to how you react to me. I don't care. I'm me. And if I part of who I am, you know, is disrespectful or is, you know, crossing the line of like basic things, I'm gonna check myself. But you know, we all are individuals. So you to think my balance and my ratio, I'm just doing this and do that, and I ain't got enough of this and enough of that. That's all love. Just keep it yourself.
I feel like you gotta embrace your position, you know what I mean, and not shy away from it. You're a leader, people following you, so you gotta lead people to the lake and to success, because people gonna follow you regardless, whether you embrace it or not.
The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. It's radicals, you know what I'm saying?
King in the building.
Hey.
We king in the building. King in the building. Nipsey Hussle and people music, and he totally brings that. Shout out to you and the wifey, yo. That shoot y'all did. So if you from out of town and you ever come, we're both, you know, I'm Mexican, being from Santa Ana. Woo, 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 woo. Nipsey Hussle and people music. Woo. Nipsey Hussle, people music. King in the building.
Hey.
We got Nipsey Hussle in the building.
Yeah. What up?
Hey, you got a new single out that's going crazy right now.
Yeah, it's in the background. It's called Racks in the Middle, featuring Roddy Ricch, produced by Hit Boy. You know what I mean? Video just came out a couple weeks ago. It's going crazy right now.
Just came out a couple weeks ago, and it's almost it's past 5 million views.
Yeah, less than 2 weeks, like 10 days ago, something like that.
Woo!
Yeah, so.
And shout out to Hit Boy. Did Hit Boy come to you with this track ready? Nipsey Hussle in the building.
Yeah.
People music, and he totally brings that.
100.
Nipsey Hussle in the building.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle in the building.
Yeah. What up?
Hey, and you got a new single out that's going crazy right now.
Yeah, it's in the background. It's called Racks in the Middle.
King in the building.
Hey.
We got Nipsey Hussle in the building. People music, and he totally brings that.
100%.
So this song like came together perfectly.
Yeah.
It's going crazy in the clubs right now too. I don't know if you know that. Even though it's a smooth joint, like
Right.
going up in the clubs right now.
Believe that.
Who directed the video?
So the same director that did everything on Victory Lap, his name's Sergio.
Sergio.
Yeah, he directed it. You know, him and my brother worked together on concepts and storylines, so we kept it consistent with everything we did on the album.
Consistency. That is like your key, I feel.
Yeah, and he just, you know, he been delivering every time. He been getting better, and we felt like if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I love that. You're very consistent. You're been the same team. Like as long as I've known you.
Yeah,
so
the whole time, for sure.
From the photographers to the video guys to your manager. I love it.
Yeah, no question.
Man, and another thing I love to see you doing, you know, I'm a family woman out here. Congrats on your, you know, you got your young one.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Shout out to you and the wifey. Yo, that shoot y'all did with GQ magazine was beautiful, man. That was so fly.
Appreciate you.
Well, like what convinced you to go ahead and do that?
It was a concept they brought to us, and you know, I'm I'm a fan of GQ. You know,
Definitely.
just the photography and the looks they do. So I was open-minded to what Boog was too. And when we saw the concept, it was like horses and flowers. I'm kind of, I didn't know how that was gonna translate, you know, but it turned out crazy.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Yeah, that killed it.
All the styles were handpicked for you, or is it something you kind of got to give your input on?
It was a combination, you know, it was a combo. You know, it was a stylist named Madeline, and she brought a ton of stuff, and then we just went through everything and picked the ones we all felt good about.
Woo. Hey, yo, and as a female, as a woman, y'all giving us relationship goals out here.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see that, man. That's beautiful. I love it, man.
Thank you. The marathon continues.
I really like how you just been talking. I like what's going on in the hip hop right now, how people are feeling like the responsibility to educate younger kids.
Right.
Like, we're both, you know, I'm Mexican, being from Santa Ana, you know, you being from LA. Like, we didn't get taught a lot of basic things.
Right.
That are gonna help us help our people.
Right.
So I love the fact that you're out here spitting game to the youth. The real estate thing, like, I didn't really know that about you. When did you start doing that, actually?
I mean, we've been trying to expand the real estate. And we own real estate for a while, but we've been trying to expand on it and really make it into something that bring in something decent, you know, consistently or just on a monthly basis as landlords. So, you know, we got the shopping center that the Marathon store is in recently.
Yup.
And so I think, you know, they wrote an article about that and just talked about.
You guys expanded it and reopened it, correct?
Yeah, so it's two different things. We renovated the space and created the Marathon store, but then we just bought the building recently. So,
You bought the building.
yeah, we bought the whole building, yeah. So the vision with that, we gonna end up rebuilding that and just renovating that whole building and building residential on top. But for now, you know, we opened up a barbershop there, a new barbershop, a new restaurant. We got the Marathon store, we got a cell phone shop, and then we got like 3 other tenants that, you know, been there for years.
And if you ever, because this show is national, so if you're from out of town and you ever come to LA and you want to get a piece of Nipsey Hussle, what street corner is on again?
It's on the corner of Crenshaw and Slauson,
Crenshaw and Slauson. He's got a whole building.
3420 West Slauson Boulevard.
All right, so if you ever come in
Slauson
town and you
Avenue.
want to come check it out, I've been there. You guys got all the gear too.
Yeah, y'all gotta come through. Y'all gotta pull up. And if y'all can't come to LA, you can go to marathonclothing.com online.
Hey.
But yeah, you in LA, it's like one of your stops. You hit Roscoe's, you go hit Sunset, pull up to the Marathon store.
Definitely. And you know what? I'm really excited about this new collab you got coming in the fall.
Yeah.
You and Puma.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so you know, we got our whole co-brand collection, the Marathon Clothing and Puma.
Are you rocking one of the suits in this video?
Yeah, exactly. I got on the black and red suit. It's one of our collabs. So yeah, it's like three pieces of apparel, some t-shirts, some shoes. It's gonna be a whole campaign, but yeah, that's coming like September. Yeah.
Perfect to get them Christmas gifts locked
Yeah,
in.
exactly. Back to school and all that.
Are the kids and the ladies? Are we gonna be lucky too? Are you gonna have
We got
stuff for the ladies?
We got stuff for men, women, and kids.
Okay, I see you out here shaking and moving. Any tours coming up? Any concerts? We haven't had a good Nipsey tour, I feel like, in a minute.
Yeah, nah.
What's up?
We toured. We did a tour for the Victory Lab album.
That was like last summer, right?
Yeah, that was 2018. You know, so we gonna definitely go back out this year. I'm gonna put out some new music before we announce the tour, but we gonna be out before the end of 2019 for sure.
Are you just gonna be dropping singles on us, or is there a project coming?
I'm working. I'm going back in the studio now, so you know, I got racks in the middle that we working right now.
It's a banging, man.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, we gonna have an update soon. But we back in the lab cooking.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like this one right here is gonna set the tone for spring and summertime.
Right.
There's no rush.
Right.
You know, I feel like a lot of times artists, you guys feel rushed to put so much music out.
I mean, I just want to work for it. You know, when we drop it and put it out, you know, we gonna go off. We gonna read the defense as we go.
Hey.
But it's like I just want to be creative. You know what I mean? A lot just happened. That's a lot I want to say.
Hey, it's a lot that happened, man. Like a Grammy nomination.
Yeah, definitely.
Congratulations. I haven't seen you, so
Thank you.
congratulations, man.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you, man.
Appreciate you.
Well, thank you for coming through. I know you got a lot to do, so thank you for coming through and hanging out with us.
Of course. Always.
Hey, be sure, like I said, this is the single right now. The video's out. As soon as this interview's over, head over and watch the video.
Yeah.
Racks in the Middle featuring Roddy Ricch. Hit your radio stations, requested support.
All that.
Hey, let's go, man. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for coming through, Nip.
Always. You
I
already know.
appreciate you. Lauren, what up, girl? Let's go.
Yeah.
Grammy nominated?
Nipsey Hussle.
Grammy nominated?
Nipsey Hussle hip hop.
Grammy nominated?
Nipsey Hussle.
Grammy nominated?
Nipsey Hussle.
Grammy nominated?
Yeah, that's
Nip
crazy.
Hussle?
That's crazy. That was one of the songs that I just went in the booth and I ain't really write to it, so I think it'll be crazy.
There's also a gentleman.
I think it'll be crazy. 3 off of this mixtape, excuse me, 2 off of this mixtape, 3 off of this mixtape, 3 off of this mixtape. It was slightly autobiographical. It was slightly autobiographical. You know, that was cool. I didn't get to stay as long as I did last time.
Grammy nominated?
My homies that grew up in the section with us and up until where he at now. My homies that grew up in the section with us.
Grammy nominated?
Nipsey Hussle, Nipsey Hussle, hip hop nation.
Authenticity. People gonna always watch your footprint, gonna speak volumes. People gonna always watch your footprint, gonna speak volumes. For niggas like us, Hussle. You know what I mean? You won. For niggas like us, Hussle. You know what I mean? You won. Everybody has a value. Keep it as close to the truth as you can. Even keep it as close to the truth as you can. People gonna always watch your foot for niggas like us, Hussle. Keep it as close to the truth as you can. Even you lead the like-minded people.
It's Nipsey Hussle, guys.
Nipsey Hussle.
Grammy nominated?
Yeah, that's
Nip
crazy.
Hussle?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's big.
Congratulations, Nip. We're gonna drink to that.
Thank you. Let's toast to
Yes,
that.
man. Grammy nominated.
Thank you.
Long time coming.
Victory lap.
How does it feel?
I mean,
Let me tell you what he said. He tried to get on humble.
what I say?
It was Rolling Stone. He said, those opinions can deliver a really prestigious award to an artist, but it's just opinions at the end of the day. Just opinions.
I mean, no,
That's your humble response.
Nah, that's just people though.
Yeah.
I didn't know the process until, I did a walkthrough a little before the nominations came out. And they just explained the process of how they pick, And when they explained it to me, it's artists, it's producers, it's people in the music industry. And it's like a voting process.
Yeah.
So it's just people's opinion. You know what I mean? It's just how people feel. But that award is so prestigious that those people's opinions can deliver you a Grammy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I meant by that. Not to downplay what that is, but it feel good as an artist for people to appreciate your art. You know what I mean? Whoever it is. If it's somebody be like, man, that shit changed my life, bro, or if it's the Grammy. So any form of appreciation is always like, man, that's dope,
But to set that template, I mean, you from jump was trying to make this album of the year worthy type body of work.
Yeah.
It has to feel like another level of validation to the work that you put in.
That's crazy, I try not to let it feel like validation, but it does feel like appreciation or recognition. But it's like my whole goal with this wave that we just went through with the Victory Lap release was just I wanted the story to be music around me. You know what I mean? It was always like, oh, great marketing, good businessman, real nigga. Authentic. I wanted it to be music. I wanted the story to be music, and I intentionally did things. Even how I talked in the end, I made everything about the music this time. And so for it to be recognized, the way it's being recognized, and for it to be a music moment, that's what I wanted.
Not just a business act.
You know what I'm saying? Obviously, that's the bottom line. At the end of the day, we hustlers, but we artists too. And I wanted this time around, I wanted to put all the attention on the music.
Were you apprehensive about putting Victory Lap out at the top of the year? Because we're in December and people are still talking about it. People get lost in the shuffle.
I mean, I considered that, but then I play Volume 2 still from Jay. I play.
Don't get beat out. I ain't saying nothing.
I ain't even mean to say that to beat out. My bad.
I guess it's my favorite.
That's his favorite, Jay.
Nah, but I play Machiavelli from Pac still. Yeah. Timeless classic, like authentic music. I play The Fix from Scarface still. I play Miseducation for my daughter. I introduce her to classic music, so I don't feel like I don't try to make I don't try to consider. It's going real fast right now. Everybody's dropping. I try not to think in that term. I'm thinking like, make some great music and people will appreciate it and be able to live it.
So when the nominations came out, you were in the gym at 5 in the morning, something like that?
How'd you know that?
It was an interview.
Oh, I said that. Yeah, I was
Can
working
you Snoop
out.
Dogg on? You trying to get buff up here?
We had just been working out for like a week. We had started a new program. And so we were just in there. I didn't know that it was gonna be announced that early, but it came out 8:30 New York time, which was 5:30 LA time. And my engineer jumped up, G, and just was like, you know, celebrating. He don't normally say too much. It's more like just get the work done, but you know what I mean? He like, yeah, it's official. So I checked my Twitter, I seen the feed, I'm like, damn, it's big.
Yeah. The other thing I saw you say is it's rewarding for you to be recognized because people feel like this is a really strong year in hip hop. Like there were a lot of big releases.
That's another thing. This was, everybody put music out. Everybody put albums out this year. And, you know, everybody put out great rap music this year. It was a ton of classics. It was like legendary artists drop music, new artists drop classics, which is great music that got them, you know, looked at. And then the artists in my class that been around, I feel like solidified themselves again and just like kind of prove why they still here. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was a busy year.
I feel like the ones that most did the marketing though, like that this is the rap album of the year was like you and Pusha T.
Right.
Like you both was on that program. Like
no, J-Rock too.
Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Redemption was a classic too. I feel like, you know, they should.
J-Rock.
You know, and I don't like to tell people what they should do as far as like, oh, y'all should have put that in, but I feel like that was a great rap album this year.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that because the interesting thing is that, I don't know if you know, B-Dog, like some of the nomination categories, they increased it to 8 nominations.
Yeah, I saw that.
But the rap album was still 5.
was gonna be increased also.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you who you would add because they did Cardi B, Invasion of Privacy, Mac Miller Swimming, you, Pusha Daytona, Travis Scott Astroworld. So that's no J-Rock, that's no The Carters, that's no, like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of other ones that could have been in that consideration.
Yeah, that's, I would add J-Rock.
Yeah.
I would probably, what else came out, rap?
We got Royce the 5'9", KOD, Kendrick.
I would add KOD.
Oh yeah, Cole.
You know what I'm saying? The album, I
Very
think
stood out.
When you think about an album, like best rap
Body
album,
of work.
you gotta consider that, in my opinion. Just it was like conceptual.
Whether that's your
what I mean?
type of hip hop or not.
You gotta consider that, I think.
Musically, stuff's put together.
Yeah, I would say them. It was a gang of great rap music.
Because you was criticizing the state of the game on some stuff like the weirdo rap y'all used to, but it seems like even with ushering your music, it's like it just seems like it was celebrated now in a climate that seems like it's in a better space, like hip hop is.
I think this year was like, and I don't even want to be like an old school fundamental, you know what I mean? But just like rap, like people I think revisited like the core of what we love about rap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So is Nip Hussle an influence in that? Because like I said, you set that template at the top of the year. Sometimes things that happen at the top of the year influence the cycle.
I might be.
You'll take that?
I mean, I could look at it and say that, but who knows how long you've been working on projects? You know, it take more than a couple months to put together an album. So I feel like maybe, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know what people was thinking, but that's something to look at, you know? Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I didn't think you were gonna get nominated because I didn't think the Grammys were gonna, get it right this year. But let's say you do win. You have an acceptance speech prepared and all that good stuff.
Nah, not yet. I don't have a speech yet. Nah, I will though. I ain't going up there empty. I'm gonna have something if I,
You got the outfit planned out?
Not yet. I'm trying to finish my studio. I'm building a new studio.
Oh, for real?
That's been my main focus, Yeah, so we'll have it together by February.
No problems at the award show this year too, Nip, because we saw what happened.
Knock that off. Stop that.
Let's call it victory slap.
Nah, don't do that.
How do you do the open hand slap with the flip flops on, man? The form is immaculate, man. How do you do that?
Y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta stop.
You said victory rap was whack.
Nah. Man, what I will say though, BT, they kept it all the way 100 with me. AG did, the people that actually own the property. I had to speak to executives from both of them companies, and when I explained what happened and my intentions of coming to the show and how I do business, they understood and they like, you know what, we gonna let you keep it.
Yeah, because it was a big viral moment, but it felt like it got handled professionally.
Right.
Quickly behind
and
the
for real,
scenes.
that ain't what I represent. That ain't, people be impressed by that type of shit, but we trying to do business. And that's really a mistake. I got a team in front of me for that. You know what I mean? We men, and sometimes you go off your rocker a little bit.
Yeah. But it's crazy because it's like, because the other side of it, right, is like we known you in the game for a minute, but it's like now you're like in the TMZ radar more. People look at everything you're doing more. Like if you at the Lakers game, the Lincoln game and old boys get into it. Rondo, Chris Paul. They're like, why they pulling his pants up like he got ready to go?
I thought it was gonna spill into where I was at. It was like close. You feel me? Oh, come on, man! I'm not jumping in no NBA fight. I know that.
Word up. Let's talk about a little bit of the music. So, because last time we interviewed, the album wasn't even out.
Right.
So now I'm listening to with fresh ears or whatnot. But I noticed on the intro, you had Wifey do some vocals.
You caught that?
I caught that.
Did I tell you that?
Nah, I caught that.
How'd you? Oh no, you sing the credits.
Sing the
That's
credits.
how you sing that. Yeah. That's her saying victory lap. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then all through the album, in between songs, you hear a woman voice. That's on. Yeah.
Oh, so she's getting pub on the album too? Royalties?
Like some shit. What? How much is that worth? How much percent is that worth? You tell me, B-Dot, what she deserve.
She deserve everything.
I don't know about
the
everything.
title, man.
Yeah.
You have a favorite song? Because it probably changes from day to day, right?
I like Victory Lap. I like Victory Lap. I like Victory Lap. That's one of my favorite records here, album. What's your favorite, Elliot?
You know what I did? I went through each song. I'm a nerd, and I was like, I wanted to ask you about a key line from each record.
All right. What's your favorite?
I think it's Make a Million While Make a Million While You're Young.
Right.
And I have a hot take about it. I feel like this album is very motivational. So whenever you get like a paycheck or you get some money or windfall, I listen to that record and think about how to invest it. I said on Twitter that I think the second verse is like a TED talk for, how to save money and stash and whatnot. And I really like that record. Who's doing that little interview part? Who's that?
It's the it was actually from an interview with a real estate developer named Don Peoples. Don Peoples. He was being interviewed. The guy speaking as the interviewer. So he was asking Don Peoples, tell me about your deal that made your first million.
Yeah.
And I actually know Don Peoples through my business partner, Dave Gross. And when I sampled it, I didn't know it. And I just randomly through our real estate stuff we doing, 6 degrees of separation, Dave was real close with him. We met.
Oh, wow.
And so that's how we got it cleared.
Wow.
Yeah.
But like Elliot said, there are lines that I like on the intro that, fuck, I want to hear your CD4.
Yeah.
That just resonates with me.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite lines.
You had somebody in mind when you said that one.
I mean, that was one of the songs that I just went in the booth and I ain't really write to it. So that was just like
and
a
that was
natural
just called
reaction.
Main Streets, right? You didn't even know it was going to be the intro.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the, when we did the sequencing, that was one of the last decisions I made was to put that record first. Because I had it was kind of hard for me to figure out what I was going to put first. I was going to put Right Hand of God first. It's going to sound like an introduction, you know what I mean? But when I really thought about it, I'm like, this needs to be, actually, Copy told me that. We was listening to the songs, Copy like, put that first, bro. I think that's the intro, and I listened to it, I'm like, you right.
No, the first 5, like, we do that rap niggas, that's so much hate. It's just, it's the highest bar. Like, I think if any album, like, even if you don't necessarily think it, if you want to debate if it's not the best album, I think you got to, it's hard to not argue that the first 5, the energy of, like, the way the album kicks off, it sets a standard.
Thank you.
And that comes down to sequencing. So I know that must have been very painstaking to, like,
yeah, it took a long time, but thing about albums or projects, when you done, you know you done. Once you got it, you know what I mean? I think I did like the last verse to Blue Laces, and then the last verse Last Time I Checked, and then those were the last verses I did, and we was done. We had a ton of songs that was like concepts that could all be finished, but when I did those 2 last verses, finished those 2 last records, it was like we done.
Is there anything you would have done differently? Listen back on it.
Yep. I'm gonna do it on the second album. But I did learn as I went on tour and just, you know what I'm saying, went out into the world. I'm like, okay, I see what I got, I see what I don't have, I see what I need, you know what I mean? But as a project, as a concept, I think I executed on the concept. You know what I mean?
And you always said that part of what makes it good is the stories and that they're rooted in truth.
Right.
You know, you even young niggas, you say no exaggeration for the content of my songs.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that you always say that one thing that resonates with classic material, whether it's from like Adele or Lauryn Hill or whoever, is the honesty in the music.
Right.
How did you continue to push yourself to execute it that way or give that level of like honesty and sincerity?
I really went back and listened to my mixtape catalog, and I was just like, what did I do over the course of these 10 projects that got people into this music I'm making?
The movement.
Yeah. What happened? What did I do? And I just listened, and I'm like, what songs can I still listen to from 08, from 09, 010? I can still listen to a few, not all of them. But I remember it kind of gave me some insight on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What I did right, and when I went into this project, I just was like, I want every line to be something that, you know, if we cut the music off, you know, it's solid. You know what I mean? It's not on. I want every song, every hook, every verse, every line. I just want it to be pure and just on the bullseye. And we had to do a lot of songs and take a lot of time, but what I thought was like, damn, if I'd have took 3 off of this mixtape, 2 off of this mixtape, 1 off of this one, 4 off of this one, I'd have had a timeless piece of work. And you know, that's what the fans are into you for, because they got all of them. And they probably made their playlist, you know what I mean? But if they'd have got it all on one project, that project would have been timeless.
So what are some of like those classic in your mind, like for the hardcore Nip fans?
Hussle in the House.
Like if they wanted to make a playlist.
Yeah, Hussle in the House, right? The Hussle Way, off Volume 3, right? Rap music, off Volume 3. That's a record I feel like is a pure record. A pure record.
Key to the City.
Key to the City.
I thought that was gonna be on the Victory Lap when I first saw the track list. He was like, nah.
Nah, this is new. Yeah, that's part 2. Yeah, a record like Keys to the City. Blue Laces. Blue Laces. Blue Laces.
So songs you did sequels to also kind of hold that.
That's why I did sequels. That's why I did sequels to them.
Yeah.
I got a record on the marathon called Love. You know what I'm saying? I think like Ocean Views, off Slauson Boy 2. You know what I'm saying?
I was Save the World, right?
Face the World.
Face the World.
Life on the Brewster.
Yeah.
You see us. Checking you out. You know what I'm saying? Slauson and Crenshaw, true story. The outro on Crenshaw. I think them is times when I hit my bullseye.
Yeah.
Me as a fan, you know, you make music for the time sometimes where you feel like, damn, I need to be stronger in this area. Let me do a feature. But then when the time is over and you just look back, there's certain songs that's just like you purely just being yourself, getting off in the room. Yeah. And so that's what I try to do. 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 That's what I try to do.
Also, was interesting with the orchestration about using other voices, like whether it's a CeeLo or the Dream, all the different elements.
Right.
What was that transition like for you? Like not even just rely so much just on yourself, but like Travis Scott, I think, does an amazing job of using other collaborators and putting them in position. But you execute that in a similar way on this album where they're showcased well, whether it's Buddy, whether it's Dream, whether it's CeeLo.
A lot of that was Steve-O. Steve-O was taking records that I didn't do hooks on. And he wouldn't tell me nothing. He'd send it back. You know what I mean? And I had a Dream on it. The Dream would be going crazy. And I'm like, all right, yeah, that's crazy. And then, you know what I mean? He reached out and he got the CeeLo record done also. You know what I mean? Buddy was just a young dude that we was in the same studio. He was working with Michael Keys. And so we met, and he's somebody that to be around him, like, you're gonna end up believing in him, loving him, you know what I'm saying? So I just seen him do his first couple mixtapes. I'm like, nah, this dude an artist. You know what I mean? From Compton. And, you know, he a young dude out the West, so I just became a fan, and we was always around each other. So that was a record that he did originally. I asked him to let me have it for my album.
How did you get Puff involved? Like, we don't realize that.
Damn,
you had this
I think
Sean Combs touch it the whole thing.
I think Bug introduced us originally, and then I think like last time I checked, video dropped, and Puff hit me like, man, you look like you doing yoga, nigga. What you got going on over there? You know what I'm saying? You look like you focused, nigga. You on some shit. You look like you focused. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I feel like you about to drop a classic on him. Like, pull up on me. I'm like, yeah, I'm pulling up. I pulled up, played the records, and then, you know, we just had a convo about the music, and you know what I'm saying? He was just like, you know, I told him what I wanted as a producer. I mean, as an artist from a producer. And
yeah.
He like, let's do it. You know, I ain't worked on no rap in a while, and we just open the records up and start, you know what I'm saying, trying to make them better, take them to the next level. Really, I would say Puff's major impact is on rap niggas. He told me, he played Natural Born Killers. And he like, if it don't sound like this,
Ice Cube,
go back to the drawing board, bro. This record is way louder than it came out in the 90s. How? This shit way more aggressive. You gotta get your shit on that level, the production. And we went back and beefed it up.
So you felt you had a concept, but you wasn't fully executing.
Yeah, it ain't get all the way where we was trying to take it until we went back after that combo and was like, all right, boom. And then we kind of like juiced it up.
And then how'd you get him to talk on Young Niggas? I heard you had everybody make sure when he came in the booth, they applauded him when he came out the booth.
We was all smoking and drinking. We just was like, we was trying to get him to get in the booth. And I was trying to get him on rap niggas because I wanted him in the mink, in the video like he was with Nas. Yeah. But he like, nah, I like young niggas. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. He like, I'm going right now. All right, go in. And he started, you know what I'm saying? You know, an artist, bro, it's like, you don't want to, you really, let me say this, as a producer, you want to be able to make your artist comfortable to just unlock and go big and just go all the way in.
Comfortable.
Yeah, so when he's in artist mode, I'm in producer mode now. I'm like, you know, when he come out, you pump him up, let him know that shit fire, because I wanted him to like unlock and go all the way in.
Yeah.
But he didn't need us 2 hours just trying to like keep the energy up. Yeah.
And you had a remix coming soon? We talked about that a little bit.
We got the remix, yeah. Okay. I mean, I just teased it on Instagram a while ago, but I haven't mapped out how I'm gonna drop it yet. We was gonna put it out early, but then
this is for young niggas?
No, for rap niggas.
Rap niggas.
He talking about the rap niggas.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we had a little audible in the team. We was planning on doing something, so we pulled the record back. We still got it, and we're gonna release it. We just ain't got the plan yet.
I was kind of surprised, even though you had this band a year, outside of Victory Lap, it feels like you were kind of quiet.
Right.
Like outside of, you would think, you know, when you dropped a great album, you would do features,
right.
You know, a lot of collaborations, but
right.
you kind of scaled back. Was that strategic?
I just wanted the album to get the attention. Okay. I've been working. I've been doing a lot of business stuff too, but I really just wanted the album to get its full attention and really go deep into the album, shoot videos. We've been shooting videos all year. We went on tour, right? And then, you know, it's a lot of business stuff I'm doing behind the scenes too. But you know, I really wanted to focus to be on the album this year. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You mentioned videos. You said the Double Up video was based on a real experience.
Roughly, you know what I mean? Roughly, yeah. It was slightly autobiographical. Yeah.
It's like my second favorite song. Like, I know that song was special because I played it so many times.
Right.
And I realized, yo, the song is 6 minutes.
Right.
And I'm running to get back multiple times. So, great record.
What's the other record you said it's your second favorite?
Oh, the first one is Make a Million While You're Young, so Double Up is like number 2.
Why was Double Up a bonus track?
I just couldn't find a place for it in the sequence. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of slow, so I didn't want the tempo to drag too much throughout the project. But you know, I had took it off the album at first, and then you know, one of the people at Atlantic like, bro, please, you tripping. Put that back on the record. So I'm like, all right, I liked it too, but since you said it, all right, I'll keep it. You know what I mean? But I couldn't fit into the sequence. I couldn't find where it fit in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How has it been with Atlantic? I mean,
Jay seemed to like it too.
He put it on his
he put it on his playlist. That was love.
Yeah. With the whole Atlantic deal, like when we first got with you last year around this time, you had just got the deal. It was a big deal. Like, you know, what does it mean? Independent powerhouse, Nip Hussle,
right.
Breaking Bread with Julie Greenwald, Mike Hyde, all these people. Like, now when you look at it now, like, do you feel like is again, not to go back to words like validation and vindication, is like is part of all this the master plan that you have elevated, that you necessarily didn't have to go like super commercial with it, but you're being recognized on that bigger scale.
Right.
Is that signs that Atlantic is the right partner for you?
It was signs before that, you know, just how the whole album rollout went, just from the process of us signing to getting the album on the shelf or on the platforms.
Yes.
Everything been
DSPs and
all of that, whatever it is, man. Everything been solid across the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I had a convo with Julianne Kaiser just about that. Like, you know, shit been clean. You know, I had an experience at a label that left me a little bit, you know what I mean? Skeptical about just the relationship.
That you could do that.
Right, but just first and foremost was the terms. We went back in on. They met the terms, and then after that, just the experience with them. Everybody been men and women of their word. You know what I'm saying? It been smooth and fluid the whole way.
Yeah. Even after you drop the album, you get all the acclaim, you're like 2 months, 3 months in. How does the relationship still feel strong to you, that you feel like that this is where I need to be?
I mean, it's just like I know what my job is, and I know what their job is. If everybody do their job, we good.
Yeah.
Everybody gonna be good. And so I'm focused on my job, and to know that the people that's, you know, the partners, they wake up every day, they focus on their job. So we good. So we good. I don't got no other expectations. I'm gonna do my job, you do yours, we gonna be solid. Clearly they doing theirs. You feel me? So we good.
What was that tour too? You took the tour with the live band? Like,
yeah, that was crazy.
What was that like?
That was dope. You know, the album was really a lot of music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a lot of live music, so I wanted to perform them records with that band, you know, so it was dope, man. You know, we got Rollin' Loud coming up too. So we're gonna have a band out for Rollin' Loud in a couple of days. Yeah.
That's dope. I was thinking, you talked about earlier how, you know, you mentioned some of your old songs that you felt like you hit the target on. So I was, you know, going back and I thought about this record from Volume 1, Bullets. That On Me.
I put that on me?
Yeah, put that on me.
Yeah.
And there's a story that you talk about, like how you and Fats, rest in peace.
Was in Vegas.
Y'all was in Vegas.
Yeah.
And can you explain that whole story?
Man, that's a real story.
So the cops took y'all car, y'all riding dirty, and the cops took your car, and you had to walk to...
Yeah, we was driving back to LA from Vegas. So it's a town in between LA and Vegas called Barstow. And it's basically the halfway point between Vegas and LA. It's 2 hours from LA, it's 2 hours from Vegas. So we was in Barstow, and little did we know Barstow's a racist town. I never stopped in Barstow unless we was like going to, it's like a little halfway point to Vegas, so you might use the bathroom, get some gas, and keep going. But we got pulled over. I'm smoking. No, matter of fact, Fat's smoking, but I'm driving. No, matter of fact, he driving because he was driving.
His license revoked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so let me think, who's driving first? Yeah, I drove the first half, which was from Vegas to Barstow, and I didn't smoke because I'm like, if police bump us, I don't want to be high.
Yeah.
So boom, we get halfway, I tap Fats, you drive. I'm about to light this blunt, but you get behind the wheel. His license revoked. I got license though. He's like, all right, so he driving, he's speeding. Police bumpers. Man, we got hammers behind the AC. All they gotta do is shine the flashlight. They gonna see the guns. So I'm like, damn, you know, fuck it. I don't think the police that interested. I think he just was speeding.
Right.
So boom, police bumpers. He like, get out the car. He searched the car, don't find nothing. License, Fast license revoked. I'm like, I got a license. He like, yeah, but you high. I smell the weed, because I'm telling him, the driver wasn't smoking, I was smoking.
Right.
He like, yeah, but you high, you can't drive. I'm like, bro, we in the desert, you know what I'm saying? You can't impound a car out here, bro. It's like coyotes and shit, bro, and mountains, you feel me? You can't take the car, bro. Where we gonna go?
Right.
He like, bro, I'm taking the car, but it's a little truck stop, I'll take you right here, you know? He like, damn, so he take the car, impound the car. Mind you, we got 2 guns in the car.
Right.
And drop us at the truck stop. It's like 6 in the morning now. We walk in this little restaurant at the truck stop. Everybody head turn. Like Life, you seen Life?
Yeah.
When Martin and Murphy asked for the white only pie?
Right.
Yeah, we walked in one of them places. And they just looked at us. And we like, you know, we ordered some food. And, you know, we like, man, we sick. We like, where's the bus station? And this, you know, it wasn't Uber back then. We like, where's the bus station? We gotta catch the Greyhound. We had some static in Vegas. You know, we was out there hustling, so we took an L and, you know, had some police issues and was just trying to get back home. And they like the Greyhound station a mile down the road, y'all can walk. We like, fuck it, we walking down the road. Bro, 2 people pulled up in a pickup truck, threw a bottle at us, and said, fuck niggas.
Wow.
I could not believe it. Was funny to me, bro. I'm just like,
it's insane. Like
just
the last thing you expect, yeah.
And we got the car impounded. We took an L in Vegas. Then we walking down the street in Barstow, and a motherfucker throw a bottle at us. It's like 2000 and something.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it's still racist people.
That
Niggas
way,
said,
right?
Yeah. I'm just like, damn. So, hold on. I did know it's still racist people, but
yeah,
I'm just like, you know,
wasn't thinking
it just kind of saw off guard.
Moment,
it was just like a movie. I couldn't believe it. So we walked to the Greyhound station, catch the bus back to LA, and you know how we got the car back and all that. That's another story.
That's another story.
Tell you off camera. Yeah.
What do you think Fats would think about all the success Victory Lap has had throughout this year?
Man, I think he would be satisfied and inspired, you know what I'm saying? And just feel like job well done. He worked with us from day one, you know what I'm saying? Like he was riding bikes with teenagers. And like, it would be, what's the word? Like, I don't know, like, just feel completed, you know what I'm saying? Feel like, you know what I mean? Full circle, job well done, like he did it, you know what I mean? Yeah.
But even with the situation, like real life still is part of what's going on, because I saw your brother Sam killed himself out.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah.
Just honestly, bro, like that situation was just a case of the police just being devilish. 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 You know what I'm saying? For no, just clearly just, they see what we doing. They see what the energy is. They see what direction we going in. And just the history of where we come from, they still hate them. And so they take time, they take opportunities.
You're still in that community,
and we're still there. So it's a texture of things that happen that if it happened anywhere remotely close, they gonna try to put it on something involving them. And so, you know, he bailed out, went to court and got...
They said Nipsey bailed him out. It's like, put some respect on his name and
yeah,
bailed himself out.
Don't do that at all.
1 million.
Yeah.
Sam.
But, you know, he went to court and thank God the case was, didn't even get picked up by the DA.
Oh, that's great.
You know what I'm saying? So his first court date got rejected.
Oh, that's great. That's dope. I always thought about your brand, the marathon. You know, you talk about that all the time. You shout it out, and eventually marathons, you know, do have a finishing line.
Right.
But for you, like, when do you feel like you're gonna come to your end of the race? Is there an end?
I mean, yeah, life. At the end of life, you know. But I feel like, it's not limited to music. That point of view, it's not just about making music. It's just about, you know, a mentality, in my opinion. Just, you know, how to take your lumps in life. You know what I mean? Because you gonna take your L's. You gonna have your ups and downs. So just a philosophy or a point of view on how to look at the journey. You know? The journey. The journey. The journey. The journey. You know what I mean? You got where you at, you got where you trying to be. And then you got all this shit in between that's not gonna matter when you get it. You know what I mean? So I feel like, and it was a way of inspiring myself also. Just like the pep talk I was telling myself while I was in a vulnerable moment. moment. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That the marathon it goes on.
It don't stop. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing this. It wasn't about this moment. I was doing this way back then. Way back then. Way back then.
Yeah.
Doing this back then got me here. So reflect, bro. Just, you know what I'm saying? Keep it going.
Right. What do you mean when you said never let a hard time humble us?
Never let a hard time humble us, because you know it's the game gonna test you. It's ups and downs. So like, you know, you gotta be who you are at all times. You know what I mean? So just like a principle to live by.
Even though we're still in the victory lap, are you working towards the next album already?
You want that exclusive?
Because it's going to give it to LeBron first, so LeBron's going to be on
the victory lap up.
Nah, what's crazy, man? What's crazy, bro, is that I made no pressure after victory lap. You know what I'm saying? So all them records came after victory lap. Every one.
I like that EP.
Yeah, everything on there came
Just
after.
to show.
Just because I was working, I'm like, just what you said. How you gonna come with some records? Man, I got 50 songs in.
None of this could have been on victory lap though. That's like my favorite.
None of this.
Yeah,
it could have. And Stuck in the Grind could have been on victory lap too. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I just wanted to make music. We mixed the album. I got the album done, like mastered in my hand. All right, what we gonna do now? We gotta shoot videos. We gotta mix the music. We gotta do the marketing. I mean, we gotta work on some more music and then figure out the release and all that. But I wanna stay in music mode. You know what I mean? Yeah. So to answer that, we got a ton of music. You know, I got like 2 other collab projects I did. Bino with Bino, that we gonna figure out what to do with the records.
I saw you and Nipsey, you and Meek, but teasing something like you gonna do a collaboration album.
You would download that? You would stream that?
Hell yeah! I'll give you $10 for it right now.
We gonna charge 100. We gonna be proud to pay with that. I think that'd be dope. I think that last Meek project. I mean, I think we all feel like that's his best project.
Yeah.
That's, you know what I mean? Like some classic street rap music that we ain't got in a long time. I think that people love to see that. People love to see that. We've been like talking about it for a while, doing records like that never came out, but I think it'll be crazy.
There's also a gentleman, Dallas Lifestyle, is tying with
Dallas Martin.
Yeah. He A&R both your projects.
Yeah.
Can you talk about what he adds
and he got Roddy Ricch. That's
okay.
He's been working with Roddy Ricch from early on. So, you know, just he had a great year. You know what I mean? What's crazy about Dallas, man? Me and Dallas been talking about trying to figure out how to get me to put an album out proper.
Yep.
Since like 2011 when MMG was at Warner Brothers. And Todd Moskowitz was the executive. And so you know what I mean, just to see how the growth he's had and the progress he made. That's somebody that, you know, I seen him work his way up and put his work in and you know, work for the position he got, you know what I mean? And he always believed in my shit and was like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, whenever it's time, you know what I mean? Let's figure something out. So it was dope we got to work together when I came around.
Yeah, how do you add to the process?
I mean, this is what I learned at my last situation, that it gotta be somebody that really believes in the building on the other side. You and your team gotta believe it. And on that side also, it gotta be somebody.
Who gotta represent you.
And understands it also and can articulate it and say, no, listen, you know what I mean?
This is what Nip's trying to do.
Yeah, and this is why this is important. This is why you gotta, you know what I mean? And so it's not me saying it. Because of course I'm gonna say it, you know, I'm me.
Passionate artist.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But for somebody that's, you know, work on that side, and what they say is their reputation. So when they say things and it comes back as not true, that reflects poorly. So they gotta say things that they believe in and mean, and to have somebody campaigning on the inside, it's priceless. You know what I mean?
You feel like you gained new fans with Victory Lap?
100%. I never sold that many records on my mixtapes. You know what I'm saying? So that's in fact, we got more fans. But, you know, just going outside, I get more of a reaction after the album. Then obviously the mixtapes, we never had this level of marketing. I never have this many videos and be able to get a proper rollout, you know. That's something Julie told me early. She was like, you know, I want to give you a long run, but make sure you got a proper rollout. You never had that. You already see what that'll do for you. And that's what we got to do with Victory Lap.
Are you surprised by some of the, I guess, people that had listened to Victory Lap?
Like who?
I saw you had a picture with Denzel Washington. Seems like y'all.
Oh man, I don't know if you listened to the album.
Okay.
You know, that was just, we was at a Laker game, and I had a story when I was a kid. You know, my sister's father used to work at the Forum, and the Lakers played at the Forum. So I'd be able to go to some of the games sometimes. And, you know, we'd be, you know, a little higher ups. And I used to be a little kid trying to sneak down there and get autographs. And so I snuck down, and I seen Denzel, and I'm like, Denzel. I was probably 8. I'm like, what's up? Let me get an autograph. But the security grabbed me. And he like, nah, bro, like, go back to your seat. Denzel, like, or his wife tapped me, and he looked. He's like, watch out, man. Let your little kid come get an autograph. And I came down courtside, and he gave me an autograph. So now I'm sitting next to him years later, and I'm like, hey, I don't even mean to be in your space, but, man, I was a kid. We was at the Forum. And I told him what happened. I'm like, and your wife tapped you and, you know, flagged security to let me through. And he, you know, he gave me some good words, you know, and I just shook his hand. Yeah.
You also got to touch that Rose Bowl stage, man. Khaled brought you out there.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. Shout out Khaled, I'm letting yes for that.
You might have inspired Jigga bringing out the vest again, the rolling in the vest, and nothing to tell, man. You think so? Rolling in the vest?
Yeah, that's crazy. That show was incredible. That show was next level. Yeah, I had seen it first in Philly, and I seen y'all at the Rose Bowl in LA. I had my kids and shit with us. It was crazy though.
But you also went back home to
Africa, to Eritrea.
Right?
Yeah.
Eritrea. So what was that experience like?
Man, you know, that was cool. I didn't get to stay as long as I did last time. So I didn't have the same, it didn't get to sink in. Last time I stayed for 3 months. You know what I'm saying? It was no Twitter, it was no IG, it was no, so we weren't as connected. So when you was in Africa, you was in Africa. This time, you know, I stayed at the hotel. I'm Nip now. So it's different when I go outside, but I got to see my family, and, you know, it was dope, you know, just breathing that air and going out. I got to meet the president, you know what I'm saying? And I landed at the airport, and they had a minivan waiting for me, you know, drove into the country. You know what I'm saying? And gave me my passport, and they handled everything for me. So yeah, they treated me great. You know, I ate good. You know, spent time with my family. I think I stayed for a little bit over a week, you know, like 10 days. You know, I had to get back and get ready for tour. Yeah, it was cool though.
I'm a little concerned though, getting your bylines on, man. Players Tribune, man. You trying to take me out? You writing articles now, man? What's going on?
Oh yeah, nah, that was their idea, but you know, I worked with their writer, so he took what I wrote and then he, you know, put his spin on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Players Tribune. Well, so it's about you're building with, I guess, with Puma.
Yeah.
In your area, Crenshaw, you're building like a basketball. You're building a basketball court situation.
Yeah. So it's an elementary school called 59th Street Elementary, and it's around area. Puma just relaunched their basketball campaign. So part of the campaign, they wanted to go into certain communities that they, you know, brand ambassadors and just like do basketball events. And so we talked about what school, what playground we could renovate and, you know what I mean, just beautify and also about that. So that was when we chose. You know, the artist came down, he painted the courts, redid them, painted the handball courts and everything. Just, you know, the school is chain link fence covered, so when you drive by, you see the paint, the whole playground look colorful now. Yeah, so, you know, shout out to Chief at Puma, that was something he put together with.
Streets ain't for everybody to get the grades up, right? That's my second favorite line.
Yeah.
You say you was gonna say some of your favorite lines. You had some besides the.
Pick a song, man.
Pick a song? Oh shit, like Russian roulette. Which one is your favorite favorite song?
That Blue Laces too, though, still takes me in that zone, man.
That might be one of my
that last verse. Because they said, you know, Jay with the What's Free, that's one of the best verses of the year. But that Nip Hussle in that last verse on Blue Laces too, though.
Right. Yeah, that's when I knew my album was done. I was listening to my album and I'm just like, damn, you know, I started listening to classics and I'm like, damn, you know, that third verse on One Love from Nas. the Stand song from Eminem. You know what I'm saying? And certain like, It Was All Good just a week ago. Them stories, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's what I'm lacking. I don't got a story for real. Like, and that we talked about, you know, on Young Nigga, it was like little quick little flashbacks, but it wasn't an in-depth story, you know. So when I did Blue Laces, I'm like, all right, it's complete now, you know.
You know what's interesting about Young Nigga though? It's like it seems like you just kind of dancing on the track with Puff and do that, and then you just go into a rap mode where like you catch a zone, and then even ad-libs on the back of it, it's like you just kind of go in.
Yeah, that was off the head too. The head too. You know, that was something, you know, I did that record a long time ago. And we changed production on it. But I heard that, I did that record probably 2 days after that Party Next Door record came out. So whenever that West District original came out, I told my producer to flip that beat and let me rap.
So you knew right away you wanted
to start immediately. I was riding around listening to that record, I'm like, I'm rapping this, man. I ain't partying them, they hit back in time. I'm just like, man, flip this record, man. But then Party, they ended up clearing it. They ended up, you know, so he was actually like low-key featured on it. Yeah.
Are we gonna get any more videos?
Yup. I'm gonna do a video. I did a video on the Victory Lap, the intro. I'm gonna do on the Blue Laces to finish.
Oh yeah, we didn't get to do that video yet.
Not yet. We working on it.
There's gonna be a video.
Yeah. And we're gonna do one for Blue Laces.
That's awesome.
I feel like it's gonna be. Is there a sequel to the album? We're gonna get a extended version.
I do have records. You know that was being considered, but I don't know. I just gotta think about what's the best movie. I'm really trying to make new music. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't hold the music back. I'll land it somewhere. I'm gonna do an All Money In project with the team that I'm getting ready to push is, you know, the official artist on the label.
Yeah, you have a new artist, right?
Yeah, Killer Twan.
Yeah,
then Pac-Man.
He was like, send me some beats, man. Killer Twan ready to go. Let's go.
I got like 15 songs I'm gonna play for y'all on my phone. He been in the studio over the last month. He going crazy. He out the Nickerson Gardens. And if you really listen to Bullets Ain't Got No Name Volume 1, Killer Twan on there.
Oh, okay.
He's on the last record, you know, so we been working with Killer, and you know, like I told y'all off camera, the focus was to get the album out, but we had a in-depth plan of what we wanted to do. And so part of that is getting the label really solidified, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so like I said, we got Killer, we got Pac, we got J Stone, Cobby, BH, and then we working with a ton of other artists too, but you know, we gonna come with the original home team, my homies in the section with us, and then, you know, building the sound with us, and then it's gonna turn straight music, you know what I mean?
Like you say, you never was stingy. Like I think about Mine 3, you always had a lot of collaborating.
I mean, that's how we start making music. We had studios in our neighborhood. If I had the equipment, it was in my spot, and in my closet was the mic, and Cuzzy would come pull up and lay a verse, and Covey would lay a verse, and then, you know, Robin Hood would have a studio, and we'd go to his spot and record. So, you know, that was just how we made music. It's times when it's like a solo personal moment, and it's like, this is a solo project or this is a solo record, but overall, we all made music collectively together. Yeah.
How's Granny feeling about the success, man?
Oh, man. We took Granny with us to Vegas. She was on the Puma Jet with us. Yeah. She was turned up, man.
Puma Jet is nice,
man.
Man.
Planes, man.
But Yoshi had the bet on himself.
Yeah. So
every collab, yeah.
Because in the Planes Tribune thing, you spoke a lot about her. Like, for people that don't know, her role is.
Yeah, Granny just, I'm sure anybody grew up how we grew up, you know. Granny's an important part of the family. And my granny was just like backbone, you know what I mean? And we lived with Granny for the first 7 years of my life, you know what I mean? So she had a 2-bedroom house, and it was me, Moms, and Bro in the other bedroom in the bed together. And Granny wake up, cook breakfast every morning, you know what I'm saying? Like an old school, you know what I mean, structured, never really angry, always good energy. She's a unique person, but, you know, easiest person to love. Anybody, you might get in the elevator and love Granny by the time you get off. That's just how her spirit is. She talked to everybody. She just, you know what I mean, a happy person. Yeah, 86 and still wake up every morning. You know?
Sharp.
Yeah, drop my son off. She had my son all day. She go out to the, you know, events with us and all that. Took her to the Pac premiere when the Pac movie came out. She just, you know, it's a pure spirit, you know? Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, we see the family in the upfront, man.
Yeah, you know, my thing is really like a family business, for real.
Yeah.
My dad is a part of the Marathon Clothing. He worked every day at the shop, you know what I mean? My brother is my business partner. Yeah. You know, my sister worked with us, you know what I mean? Moms. everybody. It's really like a family business for real. You know, my girls in all my videos. You know what I mean?
They say you put a ring on it, man.
Man, that was, you know, for the record. You know what I'm saying? Just for the record.
I mean, I won't get my boss involved.
By the way, the caliber woman Lauren is, that's a wife off top.
Right, sir.
Period. You know what I mean? But
sir.
We didn't get married. You know what I mean? So, we was at the club celebrating her birthday. I'm sure. I might be invite everybody to dinner. I'm gonna say, bring y'all wives. Right. Y'all might not be married. Y'all know how we talk. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we was just having fun celebrating her birthday. Yeah. You know, we going out tonight too. So she hosting them right now. Yeah.
It's great to see like you're out there more. You know.
Yeah,
sharing with us.
Right. You know, they just TMZ was in front of the club. You know, so they kind of just. After we ate dinner, drunk some shots, you know what I mean? They got a little extra out of it, so it's all good.
I heard you say something about, in terms of like the business, how people listen to music, so you had an interesting quote. You said like almost like the metric for success almost is inspiration. Because a lot of times before you even have the catalog, people always speak about Nip Hussle, like he inspires me. You talk about how that like it still continues to be like, to me, like the foundation of what you do. Like you creating great content, but it still inspires others.
Right. Yeah, I think I read that somewhere. It was just like the highest human act is to inspire. You know what I mean? And so for me, it's like, why do I don't care really the business side of music outside of just being a hustler. When it comes to music I love, you know, I might pay attention and get informed about how the album performed, but it don't really influence how I feel about the music. So, you know, when I thought about what factor make me like the music, you know, what really is it? And I think it's like the music that inspires you. That's what you really, that's the stuff you play over and over again. That's the music. And you got shit that entertain you, shit that, you know, motivates you. But I think at the core, all that, it inspires you to dance. It inspires you to get some money. It inspires you to fall in love. But it inspires you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I think that's the goal of making music, is to inspire some emotional reaction from people, you know? Yeah.
So whether it does gold, platinum, it's not really important to you. It's more so about.
I mean, this is what I know. You create classic music, people gonna catch on. It's gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna perform how it performs. You know what I mean? But as a hustler, yeah, I want my shit to go platinum. You know what I'm saying? I want my shit because I want to charge what a platinum artist charge for everything. You know what I mean? And I want to be multi. But it's steps. You know what I mean? Yeah. We gonna play the game how it goes.
I think you said something too that Kendrick don't get credit in the sense of how he cracked that commercial code, but in a sense you feel like he never really went commercial with his music. It's like people just responded that way.
I think they came to what he was doing.
Yeah.
Section 80 doesn't sound too far from Good Kid. They completely different sonically and the storyline, but they don't sound like a different artist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Up until where he at now, to where I feel like, you know, I think they just came to him, and I think that's the goal. You know what I mean? Because it's like you didn't pursue it, and you ended up with it, so you don't gotta change for it. You get to be who you are.
Do you feel like the next step after Ricky left, this next album is maybe not going to take steps?
I mean, I feel like you know, you gotta think. The last project I put out was Mailbox Man or Crenshaw, like officially, right? I had mixtapes after that, but you know, from that to this, you know, that's a hell of a jump. It's a hell of a jump. You know what I mean? And so from Victory Lap to what we do next, you gotta think I learned a lot from when I put out Crenshaw and Mailbox Money. You know, everything went into Victory Lap that I learned. And I'm gonna learn a lot from now until, you know, this next thing that come out. And I've learned a lot just putting this project out. It's my first major label release. Absolutely. You know what I mean? It's the first time I actually, you know, mix and master the project. You know what I mean? It's the first time we really did a full campaign and marketed the album, did radio runs and all that. And, you know, I feel like, cool, I got it. I figured out what it looked like. I knew the whole process, the whole team at Atlanta. I know where everybody is. We got a working history. The next one gotta be bigger. You know what I mean? It gotta, you know, continue to grow. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. Yeah.
Can you give us a sneak peek into 2019?
Man, more music. That's my goal. More music. More music. More music. More music. That's my goal. More music. That's my goal. More music. That's my goal. more music, that's my goal. You know, more than anything, just to be up front. I got a ton of business stuff. Y'all gonna see it that unfolds. Right? But the music is what's, you know, everybody's tuning for. So just more music for real.
Appreciate it, man. Good luck.
Always.
Grammys,
Always. Thank y'all, man.
Family?
Yeah. Y'all killed y'all cup. I was going slow, huh? Let me catch up, man.
The victory's sick.
Love.
One
What's
time,
up?
man.
Yeah.
Hip-hop, baby.
Nipsey Hussle, Nipsey Hussle.
Authenticity. It revolves around the truth. Tell everybody has a value. Keep it as close to the truth as you can. You lead. People gonna always watch your foot. You lead. The like-minded people. People gonna always watch your footprint for niggas like us, Hussle.
It's Nipsey Hussle, guys.
Nipsey Hussle, Hip Hop Nation. I go by the name of Torre, the tour guide.
And I go by, but my mic is off. This is live. Here we go. Here we go. Great Rizzy right here, Shade 45. The hype is real.
Absolutely, man. We got a studio audience. Nipsey Hussle is here, and we just heard Dedication featuring Kendrick Lamar. Crazy joint. We want to dedicate some of this because we're serious about one of the things that we love to pride ourselves on is how much we involve, our listeners, man. So we're going to take it to the audience. If you guys got questions for Nip, I'm going to go to my man, Zach, right here in the front with the good kicks on.
Zachary.
Can I join it? Is that right? Let's get Zachary this microphone so we can get this good question.
Zach was about to go ahead and read that off from his seat. Like, my shit is real.
First off, what's good, Nick?
What's up, bro?
So, my question is, being an upcoming artist and having a story to tell, even though it doesn't originate from the streets, what advice would you give to maintain authenticity and keep, your listeners' attention?
Good question. Yeah, that's a great question. I think you said it. Authenticity. Authenticity. It revolves around the truth, telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to hear somebody lie to them. You know what I mean? We don't, no matter how clever it is and how, technically dope it is, we wanted to start with being the truth. So, you know what I mean? I think that everybody has a value, an artistic value. You just gotta mind yourself for it, you know what I'm saying? And the quickest way to do that is just look at the facts and just revolve around the facts, in my experience, you know what I mean? So I would just say, keep it honest, keep it as close to the truth as you can, even if it's unpopular, you know what I mean? Stick to keeping it truthful, because trends always change, and if you jump around, you're gonna look goofy. If you just stick to what's real to you, enough time gonna pass, they're gonna say this dude has been occupying this space long enough. We believe that it must be genuine, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's I mean, that's Nipsey Hussle right there.
Up top.
You know what I'm saying? Like, where all the trends and all the fads and everything change, ain't nothing ever changed about Nip. We're going to keep the studio audience live right now. Which question you got? What's your name?
What's going on? This is Shines. First of all, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
It's an amazing album.
Thank you.
And I want to ask a question. With being in an industry full of like the blind leading the blind, a bunch of followers, how important do you think it is to stand out and be the leader that you've been shown to be, and how important it is to show that through your artistry?
Yeah, I think it's just about doing what you believe in. You doing what you believe in. Doing what you believe in. You lead the like-minded people, because you're gonna do what you think is true and what you think is right, and then it's gonna be certain people that agree and they're gonna follow, and then the results of what you've done either gonna correct you or reward you. So if you make bad decisions or bad choices, or just choices that don't work in your favor, you're gonna learn from trial and error. And when you do shit right, you're gonna be rewarded. You're gonna know, okay, this is where I'll have my success. I'm gonna keep going in this direction. Keep going in this direction. And then people gonna always watch your footprint, gonna speak volumes. You know what I mean? We study Jay, and we study Puff, and we study, Ice Cube, and artistically Biggie, of course, because of they footsteps. And we don't have to know them dudes personally to see they moves and be like, yeah, this is somebody that
what he's doing is working. Let's put the microscope on dude.
Right. Absolutely, y'all can clap it up for that, man.
Yeah.
You know what? Hussle is here.
What's funny?
Hussle is here. You know what? Hussle is here.
What's funny about that is like some of the people that you're talking about outside of Jay, like when you talk about like Biggie and stuff, we didn't have social the way that we have now, and now you're starting to see your footsteps being seen in real time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like how is that to look back and say, you know what, this is really working? All those years, 10 plus years.
Yeah.
This was all worth it.
Again, man, everything is a win. You know, I come from gang culture. I come from young dude being 16, getting 55 years. You know, that was in the car with us. You know what I mean? Doing the same shit we was doing. You know what I mean? Getting triple digits. You know what I mean? Getting time for their tattoos, gang enhancements. So it's all a win. You know what I mean? I was having a combo with Punch from Top Dog. Right. Just talking about the album getting ready to come out a couple months before it dropped. And we just talking about, you know, the business side of it. And he was just like, you gotta understand it's all a win for niggas like us, Hussle. You know what I mean? You won already. You know, and it's just building up for niggas like us, Hussle. For niggas like us, Hussle. For niggas like us, Hussle. You know what I mean? You won. For niggas like us, Hussle. You know what I mean? You won. You won. You won. Already. You know, and it's just building on them wins, taking it to the next level every time. So I took heed to that and deposited that one, because that's real, you know?
One of the people that you also mentioned was Puff. Yeah, he's on this record.
Yeah,
he's on this album, I should say.
For sure.
And I was joking earlier with the audience. I gave up saying the N-word for Flint. But you know what? I might have to say it for this one. This is young niggas.
Yeah, let's get into that, man. Shout out to homie Puff, man. Puff. Puff, man, you know what I'm saying?
God, go ahead, man. God, go ahead. It's Nipsey Hussle, guys.
Forgive me, man.
Work with him, man.
He's calling me. You know what I'm saying?
It don't count if it's a quote, right?
No, it
It
doesn't.
don't count if it's a quote.
Whoa, here we go. Let's get into that music right there. Why don't you introduce it, man?
Yeah, what's up? It's Neighborhood Nip Hussle. We're gonna get into another record off the Victory Lap album that's out right now, streaming everywhere. Download it, go buy it, do all three. This record called Young Niggas featuring Puff. Let's do it.
Special guest.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle was popping, bro.
What's crack?
Special guest.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle was popping, bro.
What's crack?
Give some people some information about Dr. Sebi. Before we go, man. Please give me some advice. Before we go, man.
It's a lot of power in music. So
Before we go, man.
it's a couple people every generation. Take me to the bookstore. I want to grab some shit. I exist in a lot of categories.
Before we go, man. Please give me some advice. Special guest.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle was popping, bro.
What's cracking? How you feeling?
Good, man. I'm good. Victory lap.
Yeah, it's out now online. Stream it, download it, get into it, buy it from the store. Do all three, man. It's out.
That's what's up, man. I've been riding to it, man, all night, last night, this morning, you know what I'm saying? And, man, dedication, bro.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Man, Kendrick said a line in his song about him being the blood and you being the Crip and y'all working together.
Right.
How important is that to our community right now, as far as like, you know, us working together and making something happen, you know?
He also said, one of the lines following that, he was talking to his homeboy in the verse, and he was like, you know, he a man first.
Absolutely.
You know, so I think that sum it up. We men first, man. You might have somebody from your section that, you know, y'all grew up in the same area under the same street politic, but y'all just two totally different type of men that don't see eye to eye and don't relate on principle, no moral. Then you got other people grew up on the other side of the tracks that you relate to their morals and how they move and what they believe in. So I think that, you know, we gotta judge each other off morals and, you know what I mean, what we stand on first. And you know, to the world, a blood and a Crip would never get along. But in real life, in the LA and in jail and in gang areas, you know, that's not always the case. Sometimes you got people from the other side that you become real close with, and that, you know what I'm saying, you end up having a better relationship with than some of the people on your side of the fence. So
Man, that's important, especially for, you know, Chicago right now. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know the depth of the politics out here. I know that it's a gangbanging culture though, and you know what I'm saying, it's something serious. So, you know, from my experience with LA, you know,
whatever the politics of the streets are, you always got the exceptions where, nah, that's my people. You know what I mean? I got love and respect for dude. I was in jail with him, or I went to elementary with him, or I know his family, or we semi-halfway related, and nah, I got the chance to know him, and he's solid, and we good.
What's up, man?
Yeah.
See, it's all communication.
Yeah, that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of that too. You know, I see
100%.
that's what's missing too. You know what I'm saying? So, as far as like now, you and my man, you speak for the game culture. Like you speak for that culture. You know what I'm saying? Because me, I'm not a part of that at all. You know, I'm considered a lame in that world. You know what I'm saying? But like, what do you mean when you say you speak for them?
I just mean that I come from that. I'm one of, I'm somebody that was a part of that, lived in that space, grew up in that area, come from that understanding. So whatever I do is possible for anybody in them situations to do. That's really what I mean by that. That I exist in a lot of categories. I'm an artist, I'm a hustler. So you see what I do, and you be like, if you an artist, I could do what Nip's doing, because I'm an artist too. Or if you a hustler, I could do what Nip's doing, or is on his way to be doing, because I'm a hustler too. But also, I'm a banger. I come from gangbanging. So if you a banger and you in them situations, I want you to know as well, you know what I mean, whatever's being done and being received, it's possible for you as well. And it was important that whatever happened with my career, that it belongs to the people that's in that life. Not like only and like for everybody that's not. I'm not saying that it excludes them. I'm just saying that the young dude that's figuring out life right now, you can never say, well, he don't understand because I'm going through this, and I do. You know what I'm saying? I understand exactly what you're going through, and you can follow what I did and make it a part of that. You know what I mean?
Now, your mentors, you know what I'm saying? You got any mentors, that brought you up in the game, you know what I'm saying? Because it was actually an interview that I heard you talk about, this book called Contagion. I brought it with me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, talk about some of your mentors and some of the thought processes or books that they put you on to put you in a different spectrum in the thought
My mom put me on books.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? My mom was one of the first influence, obviously, on me.
Naturally.
Yeah, and she was somebody that, she never told me no about a book.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We might not go to Toys R Us and get what I want every time, or, but if I be like, take me to the bookstore, I want to grab something, she'll stop what she doing and take me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, and also just surrounding me by books as a young person.
Mm-hmm.
And then my big brother had a big influence on me. Somebody that was always stand up, solid backbone, lived off principles and morals since we was kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He wouldn't even steal candy from the store. When we was bad little kids, he would stop me from stealing candy. Like, we gonna buy that. We not stealing that, bro. We gonna hustle before we take something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a big bro right there.
Yeah, so, and then a lot of people, man, just, people that I consider to be intelligent, I listen to, or somebody that was, you know what I mean? It was like a reward for being ignorant growing up. Like, the dumbest one that didn't care about life the most got the credit. And I ain't never really, understand that. So it was always people that was in the environment, but, didn't feel ashamed to be intelligent or, speak with some type of sense.
Yeah,
I'd always gravitate toward that individual, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Man, I'm super happy to speak to you on that level.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the fact that you said that is amazing, because that's what's really popping right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, the most ignorant you could be, the most drugged out or doped out you can be.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's cool. I don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard to, especially, I got a son, he's 16, you know what I'm saying? So I'm constantly on him about, yo, don't follow them, don't do this, don't do that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm a father, they don't look at me like, come on,
you from
Dad.
a different era, and you my pops, you're supposed to tell me that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's real, definitely real.
I agree, man, yeah, we ain't gotta go too deep into it, but I always appreciated the ones I was secure enough to speak
real. Even though it wasn't a popular, message.
Right.
They was like, whoever don't like it, whatever, so what? We could deal with that how we deal with it. But this is what I got to say. This is what I think.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Now, Stolen Greatness on the Loaded Bases record with you and CeeLo.
Yeah.
Explain how powerful that term is.
I said, it's a couple people every generation that wasn't supposed to make it out, but decode the matrix. And when they get to speak, it's like a coded language. The minds, because of their strength and all the stolen greatness.
Yes, sir.
Just what I was talking about coming from gang culture. You know, everybody go to jail. Everybody get killed. In gang banging. For real.
Yeah.
That's like a catchphrase. You know what I'm saying? But in real life, you know what I mean? Everybody go get them football numbers, get washed up, or get, flipped. So to not do that, you successful. To be alive and not in jail, you successful, you survived.
Absolutely.
But then to be somebody that achieved on another level and just by like regular world standards are successful. Not in terms of just not being in jail, not dead, but like, paying taxes and owning businesses and being somebody that, got employees and pay salaries to be successful on that level is really rare. You know what I mean? And so that's why I said it's a couple people every generation that wasn't supposed to make it out. They code the matrix. And when they get to speak, it's like a coded language. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's different. It's a different level of combo you're gonna get. You know what I mean? From somebody like Snoop who beat a murder and was involved in all type of, prior to rap. A person like 50 or Jay or, E40 or, any one of these people that, they walked the path and they figured it out. It ain't a lot. We don't get a lot of them every generation. But the ones we do, we hang on to every word because we know they speak from experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. Man, now, it's so much to talk about with Dr. Sebi.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Sebi.
Envy corrected me on the air. It was dead wrong, man. Yeah, his name Dr. Sebi.
It's Sebi, okay. Yeah. Dr. Sebi. I researched him myself. The person who actually cured AIDS.
100%. Now, see, we going in murky waters now. Be ready for what come with this.
Oh,
come on, I'm ready. Just be ready.
I'm here. You know what? That's the reason why I say I'm super excited to speak to you about this kind of stuff because this is the stuff that I'm not public about. Stuff that I read. Dr. Sebi.
Yeah.
That stuff is kind of weird to this generation. Like, what you talking about?
They can't call me weird. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say it.
Right.
Yeah.
So you want to do a documentary about him?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He
if
cured
they
AIDS.
down me, y'all better ride for me, man. Y'all better burn something down, man. I come up falling off the building or something, man. You know what I'm saying?
For real, man. For real. Give some people some information about Dr. Sebi that they might not know. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest one, but
he went to trial. A lot of things he did, right? But in 1985, he got arrested because he was printing in magazines that he cures AIDS and sickle cell and cancer.
Yep.
And they like, that's false advertisement, that's malpractice of medicine, all types of things. He wasn't no doctor. He just used herbs and his understanding of herbs.
Right.
And he went to trial in New York. And he proved in the state of New York, on record, that he said, bring me y'all AIDS patients from y'all doctors. He treated them while he was on trial. He said, now have y'all doctors testing. The same ones diagnosing with AIDS, had them testing. 77 patients was cured of AIDS on record.
See?
In 1985 by his herbs.
See
Why
that?
we ain't never heard that? Why that ain't been on TV? They got a Tupac and Biggie, the 55th documentary they done made about the Tupac and Biggie murder. They got billboards, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And that's no disrespect to Pac and Biggie.
No.
We love them, and that's our, that's us.
Yes.
But why we ain't seen no doc on that? Why that's not no headline news, you feel me? So I just felt like when I found that out, I started doing my research. I found out he's the one cured, but I'm not gonna say, that's his business and his family to say who he treated. I ain't gonna take that info and put that out there. But a lot of people he treated.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And what's to me is the story is that he went to trial against the state of New York and won. Then the feds indicted him, and he went to trial against the feds and won. You know what I mean? And the judge even said like, oh yeah, my whole life I wanted to change the world, but I just ended up being a judge. But today I'm gonna find you not guilty and change the world. That was her statement at the end of the whole trial. By finding him not guilty, she gets to impact the world.
And yeah, we ain't never heard that story. You gotta search for that.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm in a position I can produce content. You know, that's a real interesting story. If I didn't know nothing about nothing, I ain't gotta be a vegetarian to appreciate that. Or a health nut. No disrespect to nobody, what I mean when I say that. To appreciate that. Damn, that's interesting. That's interesting. Dude, let me research. And after that, they'll go into everything he's done and, you know, figure out exactly how powerful dude was and why he ended up mysteriously dying in jail recently. You know what I mean?
Brother, you know what I'm saying? You've done so much. Right now, you got your own dispensary out there in LA right now.
Yeah.
Dispensary out there in LA right. You got your own dispensary. You got your own dispensary out there in LA. In LA right
Yeah,
now.
yep.
You know
We got a strain of weed called the Marathon OG.
Okay.
And you know, we got a grow house and a partnership at a dispensary in downtown LA. And we gonna get with the distribution companies and start getting it everywhere. You know, so look out for the Marathon if y'all mess with the tree.
Already.
A grow house and a partnership at a dispensary.
You out there in LA right now.
Yeah.
You know
We got a strain of weed.
Brother, you know what I'm saying? You've done so much. Right now, you got your own dispensary out there in LA right now.
Yeah.
You know
We got a strain of weed called the Marathon OG.
Okay.
And you know, we got a grow house and a partnership at a dispensary in downtown LA. And then we gonna get with distribution companies and start getting it everywhere. You know, so look out for the Marathon. Look out for the Marathon. Look out for the Marathon if y'all mess with the tree.
Already. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy that you into just economics, man. We have to empower our people economically.
Right.
That's the biggest thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And we got to get our dollars to circulate within our community a whole lot better. It's a book that I wanted to put you on. You know, if you don't know about this dude, his name is Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yeah, I mess with Claude Anderson.
Oh, Powernomics.
Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Man, it's so serious. I mean, you are a great representative to the culture.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? And I super appreciate just your mind and your thoughts about how to do things out here these days.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? It's real rough out here, and I want to champion you for real. You know what I'm saying? Victory lap.
Yeah, that's out, man. Download it, stream it, get into it.
Man.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know what else I could possibly say to you, bro. We could be talking for hours.
I mean, keep me on air, man. Let's take a break and come back. Victory lap out, man. Go grab that.
Already, man.
It's all love.
Hey, well, before we go, man, please give me some advice for my Chicago people who are affected by, you know, gang beef for real. They in it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people, you know, which is holding them back from prospering in Chicago. I believe that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's hard out here. But what advice could you give to them, you know, that's in it right now? What could you give it, you know, to pump them up, you know, get them on the right level?
That's a hard question, bro, because I know what it's like. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's a lot of factors in getting somebody to reassess their way of living. For me, for example, I ain't know no identity of myself outside of who I was to the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If I ain't this, what am I? You know, what's my value then? If I ain't a reputable member of this gang that's respected and feared, then what is my other value? I ain't no PhD. I ain't finished school. I wasn't Nip Hussle the rapper that, you know, had fans and people love back then. I was just this dude from this neighborhood, and I was the most powerful thing going on. So, I understand, but at the same time, you know, we don't like, it ain't natural to go to as many funerals as we go to and bury and know this many people that die and deal with, you know, death so closely. That's not natural. So, you know, I think that everybody got to go through their own path, figure out what type of life they really want, you know what I mean? And I would just say, look at the examples. You got people that flip the game in their favor. Follow them examples.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Blind can't lead the blind, you know? But I couldn't preach to no group or individual, because I empathize. I know it's deeper than just I want to change my life, let's go. It ain't that easy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's a lot of power in music. It's a lot of power in art. So like, you know, I would try to do it through art, through my music. I would try to sprinkle the entertainment with some medicine, with some advice. You know what I mean? And let people get it if they want to, and attach to it naturally. And make a statement, you know what I'm saying? And say, here's what you do. That's not realistic. You know what I mean? True.
My fucking moment, my fucking moment. I don't even want to let this situation force me. A very memorable session was when it was late at night. We've been smoking weed all day. And I didn't even take it as nothing but a higher energy. He wasn't the, you know, celebrity. He was we had done it at 1500 Studio in Inglewood. That's one of my favorite records off Victory Lap. My fucking moment was how I handled being evicted from the studio that we never missed rent at. It was just some political paperwork shit that went bad, and we took a big L. In the process of recording Victory Lap, right when I came off the Crenshaw tour, I spent a lot of money building the studio, renovated the space, built it from scratch. You know, spent a lot of time, energy, almost a year building it. And then we found out we had a sublease, and the owner of the building just evicted us in 2 days. You know, I talked to the owners, and, you know, I'm like, I paid the rent for a year, direct. I didn't know who I was paying the rent to. It wasn't the owner. I was under the impression it was the owner. And they were just like, nah, I'm cool. We ain't really fucking with you. And they didn't really give me no reason. And, you know, I had all type of people like, I'm gonna burn the building down, Hussle. You know what I mean? Fuck this building. The police came in, literally evicted us. And we had, you know, put the walls up, put the floors down, spent everything. I mean, done everything in that building. And I just told everybody, chill. We ain't doing nothing. They got that. We gonna take it as, you know, we gonna just take that one for the team. You know, and I knew that I had matured at that point because I ain't even want no retaliation because they robbed me, in essence. You know what I'm saying? They just took something from me. And they ended up keeping a lot of the walls and the structure up for their next tenant. You know what I mean? But it's cool. It wasn't even, I ain't even take it as nothing but a higher energy moving me out of that space. I had all the resources to get it done. Without even saying do it. I just had to say cool. I ain't even had to say go do it. I just had to say yeah. But I said nah, don't do nothing. We don't want to do nothing to these people, to this building. I don't even want to create that type of energy to come back around. It's good. We're gonna take that on the chin. And you know, I felt good about that. You know, later on I felt like, damn, I must be maturing. I must be coming into a different understanding because I don't let people take shit from me, historically. I don't let people do wrong to me. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I don't understand the turn the other cheek mentality. I understand people respect your stance. And if you say don't cross my line, they cross your line, you gonna spank them. And that has always kept people from crossing my line. But in this particular scenario, I have been exposed to new info and new experience to where I was just like, I don't even want to let this situation force me into putting out a negative energy that I'm gonna have to be responsible for in the future. Even if we don't get caught, we get away for it. I just don't want that energy. I just don't want that energy on my hands. You know, I'm gonna let the universe balance it out. I think the work ethic and the drive comes from remembering when we wasn't in the game, remembering when we didn't have people listening and fans interested in the music, and then understanding that right now we do. Just trying to live up to that as much as possible. A very memorable session was when you know, me and Puff did the Young Nigga record that's on Victory Lap. All my producers, we had been in the studio for months, just, you know, fine-tuning the album. You know, we took it to Puff, and we wanted him to get on this record called Rap Niggas that's on Victory Lap. And we played that one for him. He like, all right, cool. And then we played this other record, Young Niggas. And he jumped up and was excited about that one. And we was all tired. We had been working all week, and it was late at night. We'd been smoking weed all day. But his energy, he just jumped up and was with it. So, you know, I ain't want to have the sluggish energy, so every time he come out the booth, we'd start clapping. I'm just turning the studio energy up. Like, you know, this nigga going in the booth for my album, it's 2 a.m. You know, we was doing push-ups and just, you know, trying to keep the energy like on 10, cause you know, Puff a high energy person. So I just made sure all my team was turned every time he came out the booth. When the takes was dope, we was making noise and just, you know, we end up building a friendship that night. You know what I'm saying? Just off how he wasn't the, you know, celebrity. He was a artist that night. You know what I'm saying? And we all was in artist mode. None of us was acting too cool to be into the artist mode of the session. There's a lot of people there, but you know, I ain't gonna name drop. Puff was in there working. Yeah, so I got a record on this new album called Real Big. And, you know, we had done it at 1500 Studio in Inglewood. And then we brought it to my new studio in Burbank to just add layers to it. And I was gone, I stepped out for a minute. My producer was in there working on it. When I came back, it was like, Bink was in there, Battle Cat was in there, Marsha from Floetry was all there. It was just like a room full of greatness that I just walked into, and everybody was like on the keyboard. I think Marsha was in the booth, Bink was on the console, and they had just added all these textures to the record. You know, Battle Cat was playing the Roger and Zapp machine, I forgot the name of it. And you know, Marsha was in the booth singing. Marsha was in the booth. Marsha was in the booth singing, and it just was like the record was coming alive. The record was coming alive. Like the record was coming alive, you know, and that's one of my favorite records off Victory Lap. You know, that happened under 1500 Banks production opinion. That was like, we need to call these people in and just add layers to it. Add layers to it. Add layers to it. Add layers to it. So just walking in and seeing everybody working on my record was dope. You know, that was something that, you know, I was really inspired by.
King in the building, king in the building, king in the building.
Hey.
We got Nipsey Hussle in the Nipsey Hussle in the building. King in the building, Nipsey Hussle in the king in the building, Nipsey Hussle in the king in the building. And we're both, you know, I'm Mexican, being from Santa Ana, you know, you being from LA. Nipsey Hussle in the building. Shout out to you and the wifey, yo. That shoot y'all did with GQ magazine, people. So if you, we're both, you know. So if you from out of town, you ever come to LA.
Tell him we got the building right now. Yo, my bro, man, neighborhood Nip Hussle, Nipsey Hussle in the building.
Everything is based on the individual to begin with, so I think it took a while for the album. I wanted it to be of a certain caliber.
Would you ever consider getting into politics like in 20 years, Nip?
Real quick, man, because I think we should use our platforms to talk about these things more often. I know you're from East African descent. I just feel like, man, we got this platform, you know, we got to talk about that stuff too. Well, look, Victory Lap coming out in February.
Yeah, All-Star Weekend.
All-Star Weekend.
It took a while.
Would you ever consider getting into politics?
Don't listen to exactly what Snoop, his approach was, or Nas' approach was. Don't listen to exactly what Snoop, his approach was.
On Larry King Now. The renowned West Coast rapper Nipsey Hussle, the intention of the word. The NFL has included the use of the N-word under the umbrella of unsportsmanlike conduct. The NFL has included the use of the N-word under... How about any racial slur? On Larry King Now, the N-word. Who can use it and when?
The intention of the word. It's used the most prevalent. The intention of the word. It's used the most prevalent. We've seen leaps and bounds since Jackie Robinson.
The NFL has included the use of the N-word.
How about any racial slur? Nipsey just performed Smash Hit. Nipsey just performed with them at an arena show in Anaheim 2 nights ago. And you see the entire crowd, a multicultural millennial crowd, all singing along and celebrating.
When you hear that, are you offended when you hear that or not?
I'm offended when I hear that in this company.
Grammy nominated? Grammy nominated?
That was one of those songs that that was one of the songs that I just went. That was one of the songs that I just went in the booth and I ain't really write to it, so I think it'll be crazy.
There's also a gentleman, Dallas Lifestyle, tie-in with
Dallas Martin.
Yeah.
That was cool. I didn't get to stay as long as I did last time. He's that grew up in the section with us and you know, building the sound with us. Our homies that grew up in the section with us. Our homies that grew up in the section with us and you know, building the sound with us. And then it's gonna turn straight music, you know, into where he at now. To where I feel like, you know, I think they just came to him. And I think that's the goal. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you didn't pursue it. And pursue it, and you ended up with it, so you don't gotta change for it. Change for it.
Nipsey Hussle, Crenshaw's boy, Mr. DeWitt, Nipsey's father, had looked around, saw the environment his kids were growing up in, and knew he had to do something.
In like 2002, 2003, I was stapling posters, me and my brothers.
The marathon concept is about setting lofty goals. And it
just stands for endurance. It stands for staying down. And it just stands for endurance. It stands for staying down. And it just stands for endurance. It stands for staying down.
Rapper Nipsey Hussle. Rapper Nipsey Hussle.
Nipsey started in the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw. The corner of Slauson and Crenshaw. Nipsey started in this parking lot on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw.
We playing a long game. We playing a long game.
Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
How you doing, bro?
Good to have you here. Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
The marathon concept is about setting lofty goals.
And it just stands for endurance.
Many people at the time believed it would be a commercial failure. Many people at the time believed it would be a commercial failure. He said, if I have 10 marathon stores in different parts of the globe, and I drop 1,000 units to each store at $100 each, I'll make $1 million as soon as we sell out the first 10,000.
Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
How you doing, bro? We recorded this album over the course of like 3 or 4 years. So under my new partnership with Atlantic Records and my company, All Money In. So more video support, more marketing, more radio. Just a bigger platform to do what we've been doing.
And I know you're working with Puma also on your clothing as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Me and Puma have a co-brand collection we're working on, and I'm also a brand ambassador for Puma. Brand ambassador for Puma, and brand ambassador for Puma. Also instrumental in the playground renovation on 59th Street Elementary.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that. This concept of paying it forward.
Right.
What is your advice to other people out there? Because a lot of people in that community don't have a lot of material things.
Right.
What is your advice to them in terms of paying it forward, in terms of service, in terms of ways to give back to the people in your community?
I just think you just gotta be in your heart. You know, you're gonna make moves off what's in your heart. And the way I came up, I talked about it in the piece. I was you know, supported by the community that we making our moves in now. My mixtapes, my music, my early music was purchased hand to hand by the same people in the area that might play on them courts so kids go to that school. So I just think it's a form of just being genuine, being genuine and being authentic to how I came up.
And it's got to be such a tribute. It's got to feel so good.
Yeah, basically before my deal and before I already had an outlet, I got money on the street for consciously. You got that phone with your show, going to pick up 200 here. I took the music into my house. When you don't do it, then I do it. I've done this, and I know the effect it has. I understand that you don't go hit the club and spend 5 racks a night. Then I might speak on it from the position of somebody that's actively involved in it.
Neighborhood.
It
wasn't a hard process, man. I like Sway Lee.
Did you see that whole process?
It wasn't a hard process.
Neighborhood. Did you see that whole the process?
Let's say you fall off tomorrow, shit goes left.
Let's not say that. I like Sway Lee. That's like a world stage.
You know, was there ever a point in time where you were discouraged enough to where you were thinking about second guessing the music shit, get back to the street shit? Because I remember for a while there.
I remember being frustrated about. I remember being frustrated about that. Just coming up man, ain't nobody reaching out.
Neighborhood.
Neighborhood Nip Hussle is in
neighborhood.
Neighborhood Nip Hussle is in the building.
Hustle man in the building. It wasn't a hard process once we got the offer.
Did you see that whole the process?
Let's say you fall off tomorrow, shit goes left.
Let's not say that. I like Sway Lee. That's like a world stage.
You know, was there ever a point in time where you were discouraged enough to where you were thinking?
I remember being frustrated about that. Just coming up man, ain't nobody reaching out.
Yep. Neighborhood
Nip Hussle is in the building.
Hustle man in the building. What's up, man? We back at home.
Hey man, listen. First of all, goddamn it, I feel like I took a victory lap with you.
You know what I'm saying?
Congratulations.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Grammy nominated and shit. And I had talked to you. Well, we text, but I ain't got to see you since everything. But congratulations on that, my baby. Yeah.
Thank you. That shit. Thank you.
That shit was big for the city.
Absolutely.
It's crazy that it's been a year since the album came out. I remember we interviewed you last year. It was All-Star Weekend, and just the buzz, and the Grammy. When you first got the news for the Grammy nomination, I was so happy to see you, J-Rock, and Push get nominations, just for the real rap shit. You know what I'm saying? Where were you? Where were you at when you got that news?
I was in the gym working out to get my engineer, and we knew the announcement was gonna be that morning. That morning, so we was watching his Twitter. It was 8 a.m. New York time, 5 a.m. LA. We was in the gym early, and I just see him jumping up celebrating. So I'm like, we must have got the love.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, it's so wild because everything you've done has been so strategic. For that to be your debut album per se. I mean, there's so many bodies of work out, obviously, but you were so patient. Where everyone in hip hop nowadays is everything's so microwavable. People are so impatient, and you were so patient putting the project together, and it paid off. A year later, we got the new record, Racks in the Middle. What's this? We got a new album coming? What's this attached to?
It's definitely gonna be on a new project. Just kicking off the year with new music, for real.
Okay.
I'm still recording.
We gonna have another round. We actually announced titles and dates and everything for the album. But
So are we gonna have to wait a while for this album?
I mean, we working right now as we speak.
Cooking up.
Yeah, and so Back to the Middle is the first record off the next wave of music. But I ain't got no titles yet. And no
Now,
dates
you know,
yet.
you're down to like drop a mailbox money, you know, here and there, you know, like little EPs, you know what I'm saying?
We coming with an album next.
Facts. That's what I want to know.
did all that already.
Yeah, you know, we on album time right now. So next thing we gonna put out musically is the album.
Facts.
But you know, I'm gonna double back this time to make them announcements.
When you was one of the first people that I know of to tap in with Roddy, and I don't think that like we get enough of that like out here. You know what I'm saying? As far as I got to talk to a couple of OGs, like people just tapping in just because they fuck with somebody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like being like it's just different people. Like I noticed that you be ahead of the curve on that. Like what makes you want to do that in general?
I got embraced when I came out. You feel me? Game said my name on the radio and took me on tour with him.
Yeah.
Early. Took Kendrick, took J-Rock,
Yep.
Ali, Absol early. Let us open up for him. Compton Menace.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know, when I see young artists just putting their best foot forward, you know what I mean? Good music, representing a real part of the city, a real section. It's like, it's only right. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I do the
The
same
music
thing.
too, the music he was making was next level.
It definitely is next level. Yeah.
You know, the last time you were here, we were talking about at the time the Bitcoin was in a much better place than it is now.
Yeah.
And I'm currently upside down. I haven't sold yet. Because what you sell, you take the L.
Yeah.
I got tons of Ripple I'm sitting on.
Yeah.
And I know you started your own, cryptocurrency. What is your thoughts on what's going on right now with that? Because, you know, it's not looking the best at the moment.
You know, I think it's gonna bounce back. I think it's just like, you know, it was somebody playing for the cryptos to take a hit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, you know, that's what happened. But I think the concept still makes sense.
100%.
And because of that, it's just a matter of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and plus I saw that they just listed a couple of them on I want to say like MSNBC, some shit. But like I think you're right. I think it's gonna be, you know, in the long run where the world goes. Yo, I'm curious, man, because like I know so many of my homies that, you know, got like 10, 20 bands stacked up, whether it's fucking around in the streets or just, you know, saving their bread up from someone who's you know, looked up to when it comes to their entrepreneurial talents. You know, what would be some advice for you to give to somebody who's got, you know, some like a little bit of money, not anything crazy, but you know, where would you put that money? Yeah, where would you do?
I ain't got 10.
Man, that's you know, to flip that type of money legally, do something that's like, you know, above the line. I think your best bet is buy some technology, man. Get you a laptop and a microphone or a keyboard or a Pro Tools or Photoshop, or, you know, and you could really tap in and master one of them, and you could become valuable to these industries. You know, the music industry is $1 billion industry. You could really have an entry through Pro Tools. Got a couple racks, get you some technology, you know what I mean?
Oh, facts.
Use that, some facet.
Get a talent, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Learn
for
something.
sure.
You just bought the whole corner, right? The whole entire complex where you got the marathon store, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
How long ago was that, you know, solidified?
We closed on that building probably like a month ago.
Yo, congratulations.
So
was that? I mean, obviously that's a big deal to own a corner in your hood, man.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you got the Fat Burger right there too, right?
We are partners with the Fat Burger. We don't own it outright, but we in on it.
Was that a hard process to get that done? Because I know obviously that's a whole nother level of real estate. You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't a hard process once we got the offer. I mean, once we got the offer got accepted. It's getting to the point where the previous owners accepted the offer. Was a process. It took a long time. But not to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Once we locked in and agreed on a price, and you know the offer was accepted, it was just like boom, 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 and then we closed.
Closing escrow, both commercial units.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's big. Like, do you feel like coming from the neighborhoods that we come from, LA? Like, I feel like I noticed I see Ross do it with his buyback. You know what I'm saying? I don't see a lot of that shit happening in LA as far as like people really investing in real estate, especially in their own area. They usually like they go out and buy some shit over. Do you feel like more people should step up and do that, or do you feel like what you're doing is like something that you on an island by yourself?
I mean, people gotta do it in their heart, you know? They shouldn't just do it because Nip did it or because Ross did it. If it's in your heart, if that's something that makes sense, if it's part of your big picture plan, you should do that. That's part of our plan.
Yeah.
To buy up real estate, buy up income property, you feel what I'm saying? Take money out of music, put it into property, real estate. But that might not be for everybody. Somebody else might be strictly about starting businesses, being an entrepreneur, or playing the stock market, or you know, starting a record label and putting all that money into that, whatever. But you know, if it's in your heart, yeah, you know, it makes sense.
Y'all was real innovative too with the first smart store.
Yeah,
that shit's crazy.
Yeah.
Are y'all gonna develop that into something else too, or is that something that you still?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we gonna work content into the actual products. You know, that's what actually make the store the smart store. But yeah, as we do other marathon stores also, we gonna activate that in other places. It's just an idea that ain't really got no ceiling. It's limitless what we can do with it.
So is more marathon stores coming up?
Yeah, definitely more stores.
You already got some locations scouted, or?
Yeah, a few.
Okay. What cities? Yeah. I mean, obviously the LA area or outside LA?
Another one in LA, and then some other cities outside of LA.
Dope. Yeah. What's up with this Meek Mill Nipsey project that I've heard that there's some rumblings about?
Yeah.
Y'all talking about doing a project together?
Yeah, we've been cutting ideas and just getting in. You know what I mean? We got a couple records that's gonna go off for the summer. So
how many of you guys got in together?
Oh man, I ain't gonna say no numbers yet.
You guys are both on the same label. It'll be easy to make it happen.
Yeah. It's not hard at all. We just gotta lock in and get the records done.
So that's something that we could for sure hopefully expect this year. You think?
Yeah, we would like to come summertime. You know what I'm saying? We gonna do it. You know, so you just gotta lock in.
That's crazy. Speaking of Meek, did you when he came home? Like, did you see that whole the process, like the helicopter and shit like that?
Hell yeah.
That shit was like a movie. Watching that shit. Do you feel like Meek is? What's your thoughts on that? First of all, like as far as his, I'm gonna tell you mine first. I feel like when Meek came home, I feel like the wave he been on pushing criminal justice reform and like shit like that. I feel like it's a whole new Meek. It's like Meek 2.0.
Right.
So what's your thoughts on the new Meek Mill as far as versus what he used to be versus who he is now?
I think just like wisdom. You be in the game for a while. You learn this shit. You figure out what worked for you. You know what I mean? So I just think Meek elevated. You know what I mean? Came out, just applied the game he got from being in the game for a while. Just elevated.
Yeah.
Yo, I know. How close were you to signing to MMG back in the day? Because I know that was a conversation that was going on.
Man, we was close. We talked about it. Me and Ross had a gang of meetings, and you know, it was a great situation. You know what I mean? And we seen what happened with all the artists over there. Everybody blossomed.
Of course, yeah.
Well,
hell yeah.
You know, so I think it'd have been a great move if we'd have done that too.
Why? What was the reason why maybe decided not to? Or
just like, last minute changes at Warner Brothers. It was really nothing.
That is true. I remember when that happened.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? A couple things changed up there, so I've been in that situation before.
They ended up leaving Warner Brothers. MMG ended up.
I mean, it went to Atlantic.
It was weird.
It went to Atlantic, which
was
where I ended up anyway.
Right.
But yeah, just like behind the curtain type shit.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
I remember how big of a deal it was when you dropped the $100 album. I remember coming to LA, coming to your meet and greet. We did that interview at the 1500 or Nothing Studios, and like it was such a big deal when Jay-Z recognized what you were doing, because at the time, Hov still the god, but like at the time, I felt like you were kind of like the underdog. You know what I'm saying? Not a lot of people were shining lights on what you were doing, and that was such a big deal. Your relationship with Hov now, like how has that developed, and how close are you guys? Like how often y'all talk? Because I feel like you guys are both on separate levels on some boss shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Just like, not too often, but when we do, it's like some game exchange. You know what I mean? But I've been a supporter since 2013. Right. You know what I mean? So we've been fans. We grew up on that music and just the whole movement. You know what I mean? And patterned our approach behind artists and business people like Jay. So it's organic. You know what I mean?
Everything organic. We always talk about in hip hop. There's a lot of relationships, a lot of people who you do business with, but there's like very few real friends. Who would you consider some of your real friends? Like, let's say you fall off tomorrow, shit goes left.
Let's not say that.
Let's not manifest that.
Let's not say that. Man, just, you know, I think everybody that you see me with, that I got any affiliation with musically, I consider them a real friend. I don't know how to do that, you know, in between.
The fake shit, yeah.
Nah, I ain't gonna do say that.
The industry shit.
I just don't, I'm not good at it. If I fuck with you, I fuck with you, and it's natural, it's all the way. And if we don't have that natural connection, it's all love too, but I think everybody see who I gravitate toward.
I just saw you did you just inked the Puma shit officially, the collaboration.
Yeah, we
Congratulations.
We re-up. We did another year with him. We did 2018 deal last year.
Just a Puma jet?
Yeah, all that.
Congratulations.
All that.
I do want to say this, though. I'm jealous. And I told the homies that you not stunting until you got your granny on the jet. Like, I don't want to hear no more about no change, none of that shit. No fucking Lamborghini doors. You put your granny on the jet, you own.
I still got an autographed pair of ponies of yours.
Throwbacks. Yeah, throwbacks.
The Crenshaw ponies?
Yeah, them was day one.
So talk about the new Puma deal. Like, it's collaborations. It's obviously it's with you, but it's
so it's two-sided. One side of it is the endorsement side, where I'm gonna be in ads. We doing global campaigns for all the new Puma stuff, and then another part is the collaboration between Marathon Clothing and Puma.
Dope.
We doing a collection, apparel collection, and also a shoe collection.
Oh shit!
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, that's fucking
so
dope.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, and when you sign a deal like that, I always wonder this. Obviously, can you like still rock Air Forces?
Yeah, you could. Me personally, like, you know, I'm in such a good situation with Puma, and we doing such a.
No, I get it.
I wouldn't even like play around with it, but you could. You know what I'm saying?
I just always wonder that when like you see people signing deals. I'm like, I wonder, could they still wear J's if they want to? You know?
Well, it's like if you do a deal with a company that compete with that company, like
it's just in good faith. It's like you want to be a good business partner.
Yeah, they similar categories, so I wouldn't wear nothing in that category.
We talked about you working with Roddy Ricch. There's a lot of dope, up and coming talent right now. Who's some people you got your eye on that you're a fan of that maybe you haven't worked with yet, that you haven't got to tap in with yet?
You mean out here?
Out here or anywhere?
Man, a lot of people. It's a lot of young artists going crazy. I like Sway Lee. I like Sway Lee. Of
course.
Sway dope. I like Post Malone. As far as like,
I thought you
producers, I like Tay Keith. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Tay Keith.
I want to get in with Mike Will and do some more stuff. We done some shit, It's a ton of people, man. Me and Timbo, I want to get in with Timberland.
That'd be crazy.
Oh, that'd be dope.
Yeah.
It'd be some weird like mic sounds and shit.
Tim crazy.
Yeah.
His music always got like some left sounds.
Yeah.
Knocking.
Scott Storch made the comeback, man. Scott Storch is winning. Have you gotten in with Scott?
Bell. Yeah, for sure he did. He came. He was playing on the album toward the end of us mixing Victory Lap. He came in and played on a lot of the records when me and Puff went in.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Hey, you know what's interesting about Victory Lap? My favorite song on the album changes every couple of months.
Right.
Every time
it definitely evolves.
For sure.
It's
It's crazy. Like I meant to hit you and tell you that like my shit's obviously what my shit was starting off and then the single.
Right.
And then so after last time I checked it went to Grinding All My Life.
Right.
And now I'm on Right Hand to God.
That's right.
And then it's like it's just young. It just changed every 2 months the more I listen to it.
Right.
You said you go through that process too, right?
Yeah, it's moods on there. It's different moods. So you be in one mode and certain songs gonna hit you different. And then when you in a different mood, other records will hit you different. But it's all like raw and like I think like concentrated. So it's just like one of the ones that's telling you a story. It's a deep story. Deep story on there.
Yeah.
It's one of the ones that's like high energy. It's like really high energy. I just think it's concentrated. You know what I mean?
If you had to choose a reason why Victory Lap was nominated for Best Rap Album, what would you say?
I think that it's just if you think about what rap is, you think about what hip hop is, and you listen to the album, it's really that at a high level.
High level hip hop.
Yeah, like, in my opinion.
Outside of your project, out of everything that was nominated, what was your favorite rap album of last year? Obviously, there was a lot of good albums last year.
Man.
2018.
Man,
2018 was crazy.
I think all of them was really great albums for real.
Even like stuff
Astro World was a great album.
Of course.
Incredible.
Daytona was a great album. Cardi B's album was great. And honestly, I didn't listen to Mac fully yet. I ain't had a chance to dive in yet, but everybody loved it. It seemed like
100%.
It seemed like all the reaction to it, everybody loved that album.
Yeah.
Did you feel like because I feel like, you know, I lived in Florida for a little bit. I've lived everywhere, you know what I'm saying, doing this radio shit, and you know, all the while about being a fan of yours. And I feel like certain pockets of the country were still kind of like
sleep.
You know what I'm saying?
Did you feel like the Grammy nomination was a lot of people? Did you notice like more eyes, more followers? Like, was that something that you noticed? That's something that you can feel it.
Yeah, I mean, you know what that do. It raise your profile. You know what I mean? But I couldn't say that, but I just know that, you know, that's like a world stage.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Yo, when you got Diddy to talk Puff Daddy shit on your album, were you in the studio when that happened?
Of course, yeah.
What was that? What was the vibe like in the studio
that's
when you got?
That's classic rap shit. Classic rap shit. Classic rap shit.
Yo, man, I'm like, yo, he got Diddy doing that Puffy shit on here, man.
Yeah. Now we was at a mansion. We was at Puff Mansion. And
one of those nights.
And, you know what I mean? It was like, get in the booth, man, do that shit. And you know, he did his P. Diddy shit.
That shit's crazy. Yeah, that shit was legendary.
That's one of my favorites on the album too.
Yeah.
Having a relationship with Puffy is obviously, you know, not a lot of people can say that in hip hop. You know, he's obviously withstanded everything throughout his career. You know, it's still one of the biggest moguls. Does he ever give you any like business tips or any sort of, you know what I mean, any sort of plays on the bread?
Yeah, we talked about music, business, a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Have you obviously he's got Ciroc. Have you explored getting into that? I feel like a lot of rappers have alcohol now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Have you explored getting into that side of things?
You know, it make a lot of money. I see when it's done right, it's really successful. It do big business. So I wouldn't rule it out. You know?
That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask you about as far as other businesses, what else are you tapping into? Because you obviously have conquered mastering your brand as far as apparel, you know what I'm saying? Now real estate, joint ventures.
Right.
What's next business wise?
Man, you know, just more real estate hopefully. More music, you know.
Yeah.
And then just expanding what we already got brewing. You know, we got the Marathon clothing, we got the Marathon store. We just opened a restaurant.
Yep.
Barbershop.
Yep.
Just expanding all them brands. You know what I mean? Maximizing the potential that all of them things hold.
Yo, it's crazy because I remember a point in time when I was in Vegas and we had you calling on the show. It was that weird time where, you know, guys like yourself and a lot of your peers weren't getting a lot of love from the OGs out here. You know, so I think specifically it was something said about Dre or something, but you know, obviously I know Head was a Glasses DJ, you know what I'm saying? So that whole entire class of rappers, I felt like for a while there was like a ceiling that
it was an interesting time.
It was interesting for sure. But you know, was there ever a point in time where you were discouraged enough to where you were like thinking about like second guessing the music shit, getting back into the street shit? Because I remember for a while there it was like, fuck man, like none of these new West Coast guys is getting the love they deserve. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it was all progress for me. You feel me? Like we was still getting money at that time. We was getting rap money.
Right.
So it was all progress. That was amazing to me that we didn't get paid off music.
Facts.
You know what I mean? And it was like, man, we gonna, and it kept growing. Slowly, it was just growing. So we like, shit, I'm cool as long as it keep making progress. I ain't on nobody else's timetable. You know, this is a legal, legitimate route. We gonna keep flipping this till it grow.
What did you learn from that original Epic deal that you were part of, like that you took from and have used moving forward? Obviously, coming into the Atlantic situation.
I just had to learn the music business. That's really it. It's a business. It got so many moving parts. It got so many different categories that you just gotta understand it and then have a zoomed out point of view on it. You know, and it make me move just different and better.
Do you ever go back and listen to Bullets Ain't Got No Name too? That's my favorite Nipsey project.
Yeah,
but
B-Dot say that too. He said that's his favorite one.
That shit is woo.
Yeah, that was raw.
Roll the Windows Up was on there, right?
Yeah, Roll the Windows Up was on there. Yeah, that shit was raw.
Yo,
yeah.
Do you ever go back and listen to the old shit, man?
Yeah, I do from time to time. I tap in. Yeah, it's a different energy in there. That was a different moment. You know what I mean? So like, I just tap into the energy and listen. Like, damn, wasn't nothing certain right then. It was still like it could have went either way. You know?
Facts, man.
So,
yo, I've heard talks in the past of like you was it UYG and Dom maybe doing a project?
Yeah, we was talking about that a while ago.
How many songs? I mean, I'm assuming it's probably not gonna happen, but did you guys cut any records?
Man, we had like ideas. We ain't never really like go further with that though.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
What? So Hit Boy obviously is on the Racks in the Middle shit. What about any other producers that is from here that you tapped in on, like on
me
the
and Mustard, we locked in.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, me and Mustard locked in.
Okay, cool.
You know what I mean? I'm some shit on his new album.
He got a Grammy.
Oh, yeah, he caught one.
Got a Grammy,
like,
didn't
he
he?
caught one.
Caught one. Him and LMA.
Hey man. Hey man. Hey man. Hey man.
That was big because that's his label.
That's like his
artist on his label.
Facts.
I'm like, yeah, that's a big win. And J-Rock caught him one too.
Facts. Is that next for you, like running the LMA thing as far as the artists and?
Yeah, we just finished building our studio and office. You know what I mean? We got our roster of artists that we really tapping in and gonna really dig deep on and work with this year. You know, so we definitely gonna make some label announcements. I remember being frustrated about that. I remember being frustrated about that. It's coming up like, man, ain't nobody like reaching out.
Yep.
Man, we ain't got nobody doing it. But it's like, man, you gotta build that made us a certain type of way. That's why you got a movement like mine, like Top TDE, like, you know what I mean? Just all the indie movements, like 400, like 10 Summers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Cause we ain't had nobody to really plug into.
You gotta do your own shit, right?
Yeah.
How close were you from squabbing up with the Rockets? I saw you at the Laker-Rocket game when that fight happened. It looked like you was about to, you know what I mean?
Well, when you jack the slacks, that's what, it's international.
I was like, oh, Nipsey about to, oh shit!
Nah, it just looked like it was about to spill my way.
He was getting ready.
He said spill my way.
How are you feeling about the Lakers season? Obviously, it's disappointing.
No, it's Brian's first year with the team. You know, they got some chemistry they got to lock in. They probably got to make some changes, but, you know, I ain't expect them to go get a chip first year.
Yeah.
I think that groin injury is what fucked everything up, man. Them 18 games.
Yeah. You know,
followed up by the trade rumors.
Right. Yeah, it's just, first season shit. They gonna get it together.
If you're the GM of the Lakers, are you firing Luke Walton?
Man.
Or are you letting them have another season?
What you gonna do?
I'm firing
getting rid of him?
I'd have fired him already.
Yeah.
I'd have fired him 2 weeks ago.
What you gonna put in his place?
Well, I mean, in the offseason, I don't know. I feel like they should have fired.
Let him finish the season and then get rid of him.
I would have fired him 2 weeks ago. Right. If you were gonna make a playoff push, you had to do something to light a fire under the locker room's ass. Fire the coach.
Right.
Yo, no say no hablo inglés.
Right.
hey, but like when they were talking about, because obviously I know you're a Laker fan. I'm a big basketball fan, and when they were talking about this AD trade and everybody who was gonna get traded, I thought it was a bit much. Who, like, out of all the young kids on the team, who if you know who you got, like, who do you want to keep next year?
I want Kuzma to stay with us.
Hell yeah, I like Kuz.
Yeah, you know what I mean. He play like a hog. And shit, you know.
When he turn up, it's on. Yeah, like I fuck with Kuz.
So, we still got Brandon Ingram though.
Yeah.
I like how Brandon. Yeah, but when I seen it, especially when I seen the pictures back, I'm like, yeah, I get it, you know.
Yeah.
A concept he produced, you know.
Yeah, that shit was dope.
Thank you.
You made it real hard for us out here. You know what I'm saying?
I did.
Oh yeah.
How'd I do that?
Because like,
now you gotta
how the fuck I'm gonna compete with a horse?
Yeah, I feel you.
Listen, I just got married.
Yeah,
so
like he just got married.
That's right. Congratulations.
Yeah, you know, I'm just trying to get flowers every couple of weeks. I ain't got horses.
It's no way you can compete with that.
Long list, man. I don't want to say about it.
I respect that.
Do you think that as far as like the award shows and stuff like that, do you feel like I feel like this year and the last year they was more tapped in than they normally are. Like, cause you travel a lot. You travel more than me. I got a job now, so.
Man, yeah, but then it's like, you know, I ain't just levels. You know what I mean? So, you know, you gotta conquer each level. Keep bossing up. Eventually it'll be like your option. You want to be involved if you want to even show up.
Yeah.
You know, I'm taking that shit personal. Yeah, you know.
Followed up by the trade rumors.
Right. Yeah, it's just, you know, first season shit.
Well, I mean, in the off season, I don't know. I feel like they should have
let him finish the season and then get rid of him. And shit, you know.
When he turn up, it's on.
Yeah.
If I don't give her a shit.
Yeah, that's my fan, man. Shout out to Brittany.
Or something in the hood. It's,
okay.
Like, it's crazy.
I'm sorry, you said a horse.
Right.
A horse.
Right.
A horse.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he rode a pony into the club. You know what I'm saying? He did that, like on some like romance shit. That I saw obviously everybody saw the photo shoot that y'all did.
That's fire.
That shit was amazing. Shout out to Brittany Bell. She gonna kill me if I don't give her a shit.
Yeah, that's my fan, man. Shout out to Brittany.
But like, what was the inspiration just behind the photo shoot? As far as
that was the photographer idea.
Okay.
And he just had a whole concept of how he wanted to shoot in the neighborhood, but make it look royal.
Yeah.
Make it look fantasy like
neighborhood.
All right. Now, this is a very special off air for me, bro.
Yeah, I think to speak on what you're talking about, music.
At certain points, did it feel like Baby Bro was leading Big Bro?
We was in front of Louisiana Fried Chicken, Hussle in the house.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever feel?
We felt like certain people didn't like that. Yeah, I think when we was going through it, definitely not. But I think every second and every day.
All right, now this is a very special off air for me, bro. We've done many, but this is like one that's real, extremely personal to me. And sitting down with you, Sam, bro, like for one, I got to thank you for your time, because I know this is not what you do. You know what I'm saying? And we had a chance, just off the phone, out of the limelight, man. We have great conversations, and we treat each other as men and as human beings, bro. So I know that your time is very precious. So thank you for allowing me to come down here and sit with you, bro.
100%. I appreciate you, thinking to have me on the show, man.
Sam, are you the oldest when it comes to your brothers and sisters?
Yeah.
All righty. And what's the breakdown?
I'm about 3 years older than my brother, and my sister, I'm like 10 years old.
And just in the household, because like we grew up, man, it was 7 of us as far as kids. Single parent though. My mom took care of us, but we did everything in house. We didn't have 5,000 channels. Right. We didn't have money. You know what I'm saying? Right. Was it kind of the same with you guys, just kind of in the household where you understood the family dynamic and were y'all always tight with each other?
Yeah. 100%. I think me and my brother, we used to sleep in the living room with my mom's. Yeah. In the same bed at my grandma's house. Like, we didn't have a room. So we was tight-knit, mom's on it, working, making sure. And then she saved up some money and bought a house like maybe 2 blocks down. A couple more than 2 blocks on 60th Street, but really like 5 minutes drive from my grandma's house. So when she moved out to her house, then it was me, my mom, and my brother. And then she had my sister. And then so now we in the household, it's a little more struggle because mom's got bills and doing things on her own. But yeah, we had to make do.
You and Nip had always been extremely close?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Same with like me and my brother Mouse, man, we were, I mean, if you saw one, you saw the other. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot that I learned from my older brothers. Like Keith was my brother that really introduced me to music. Like looking at notes and looking at credits and listening to certain sounds and not knowing that I was paying the tuition into the school of experience for the profession that I'm in now, with loving music, knowing how to talk, knowing how to go beyond what I'm listening to. So that was like kind of almost like a finishing school for me. Early on, did you know, and when you look back now, Did you know that you were paying a lot of tuition into the School of Experience with, you know, flipping quarters and making dollar shots and things of that nature?
Yeah, I think, you know, when we was going through it, definitely not. But I think in hindsight, we both kind of appreciated that we had to kind of like figure it out on our own. And, you know, we gained that edge young. So, you know, when we was in high school and then got out of high school, we was able to just really get to it and adapt in a way that a lot of our friends that had are not able to. So definitely, in hindsight, you know, we always appreciate the struggle.
I want to talk about also like neighborhood Sam, you know, the hustle part of you as well, because you know how they say, man, I'm my brother's keeper. That was you, right? Early on. I think I'm just, you know, honestly speaking, man, I just tried to do my part. Hustle, you know, really a lot of the things that I got into or opportunities that I seen was from my bro. Right. From little bro. Like, you know, he was always, you know, things were, he was sharp and he always seen opportunity. So we was always hustlers, but he would always come up with, and we'd be like, and he'll put me on it. And then I just try to take it to my level that I could take it to, and him also. So we was both, you know, we was both doing our thing. And I think for me, it was just, how can I add value? And, you know, to speak on what you're talking about music, he always had a love for music. And to speak on what you're talking about music, to speak on what you're talking about music, to speak on what you're talking about music, he always had a love for music since he was young. And, you know, we would have money, he would just go and spend it all on, you know, Source magazines and this, and buying CDs. And I'm like, bro, save your money. But that was his passion. And moving forward, when we get older, you know, when you don't have, you want to get money and you want to get to it, but it comes to a point when you're getting money, what's the next level? Yeah. And, you know, what do you do with it? And I think he had the vision and he was like, look, this is what we're going to do. Was Nip with you in the, when you were doing the CDs and DVDs and everything at a distance?
And Nip was doing his thing. You know, he was hustling. He was getting money a lot of different ways. He you know, he put me up on that CD thing a long time ago when he was in high school. He actually built the computer, young, with the burner in it, and was showing me. I was like, man, he's bringing backpacks full of equipment. He stole computer parts, and then he bring it in the bedroom. We shared a bedroom. I'm like, bro, get this shit up out of here, man. I'm clean. I want my shit clean. Right. Man, get this junk out of here. I'm building the computer. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. You building the computer. So he built it, and that motherfucker was working, and then he stole a CD burner. He got one, and he put it in, and he showed me, and he came back, I think, one day from high school with like $300. So this is the time I'm flipping burgers still. I'm making like 60, 70 a day. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, I made 300 today, man. And I'm off of CDs. Yeah. You know, all the news, he was telling me, I go to Napster, I get it before it comes out. I got a list, and he showed me these lists. He like, I got another 300-400 orders that I'm burning today to get to school. So I was just, now I'm like, all right, show me. And so now he showed me everything. And,
that wasn't junk anymore, huh?
Not junk. You know, at this point, he was still kind of shorter than me. So I'm like, all right, that's mine. Right. I took over there. So he was mad. We arguing back and forth.
You take over the enterprise?
I'm taking over this burner for a minute, but no, I always joke and laugh. Like, man, he put any hustle we was ever on, me, everybody, our friends that we grew up with, you know, bro was the visionary and brought it to the team.
From an early age.
From an early age, man. Early age. Damn. I used to tell everybody this, but him also. When I first heard him write something, I couldn't believe it. You know, I was like, you wrote this? He like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay, this is special. And so, you know me, I'm like, shit, my brother wrote that, so I start trying to write something. Man, I'm writing for 2 weeks, and I just threw the shit away, I ain't got it, so.
Certain points did it feel like Baby Bro was certain points did it feel like Baby Bro was leading Big Bro?
No, 100%. Yeah. 100%, man. 100%. And you know, even since we was young, we always knew he was like special. And you know, it was always from the older brother. You know, it's an honor that my little brother is doing, you know, things that I can be proud of. And just, you know, never failed, man. Since we was little.
So you saw how special how special Nip was before the world knew how special he was.
100%. 100%. I think anybody at this time, a lot of people ask me this question, like, man, when did he? And I be telling them it wasn't no when, it was always.
anybody that was around him from young, he was certified gifted as a little kid. Anybody that was around him, his charisma, he always stood out. People were always like, "Nah, this guy's special." From a little kid to junior high to high school to, you know, in the neighborhood, the homies, everybody like, "Nah, this dude is special." Everybody, you know, Nip led. You know what I'm saying? That people followed him and respected and looked up to him. Older, young, it didn't matter. They knew.
Who tapped into the neighborhood first?
Hussle.
Oh, really?
Sure, Hussle. You know, I'm young, and I'm going to school in Watts before him. So as far as like knowing about hoods and gang LA culture, I was exposed to that first, going to Watts and going to school at Markham, outside of our neighborhood and what we saw. But once, you know, obviously Nip got older, Nip in our neighborhood, which I never wanted him to be a part of. Right. You know, honestly, you know, anybody, and I say it's anybody that grow up and understand, you don't want your little bro being a part of, you know, some shit that you know is destructive. My goal was always, we gotta get this bread, and we gotta get the money, and we gotta, you know, we need to make sure that we home.
You always concerned when you start seeing him going down a certain path, because you already know, man, like, dude, he's studious, he reading books, he building computers, you know what I'm saying? And then there's always a time where we got some of this and some of that, you know, and he had this and he had that. Were you concerned when you saw Nip kind of getting in a lot more?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
What would you?
100%.
What would you tell him? Would you tell him like, man, you got this music, or he just wasn't listening?
7 days a week.
So when you see that you guys are brick and mortar, things start going, that had to give you that bug of, like, man, this is something that we can continue to do.
Yeah.
What did you learn early on when you go brick and mortar?
You know, we was no rules at that point.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, we was hungry, we was thirsty, we was doing everything. We had fake Louis bags, we had fake Lacoste shirts, we had the fake Nikes. Remember when the Jordans, everybody had, we had everything in there, and you know, we was thinking it was never gonna end. We was like, oh, this is crazy. The store ended up making damn near like $4,000-5,000 a day. Just cause we had the Jordans, we had the this, it was just, you know, and then we get hit. You know, we get hit hard too at this point. Detectives, Motion Picture Association come back on me right there. 77 Precinct, so they hit the shop. You know, it was multiple, you know.
You just saw different jackets.
Yeah.
Reading it.
Yeah, I got stuck. That's what stuck me. That when they raided that got me stuck. I ended up, I was already out on joint suspension, had like 5 or 6 felony arrests that I was fighting, and then this one they came in, probation department came with them. They raided like 40 different police officers, and they got me. And so I ended up going, and I didn't get out. I was in for like 22 months. And when I get out, the shop is gone. Lost the shop.
So it's almost 2 years later.
2 years later. But Hussle got signed, and Hussle was in New York, and Hussle is in the magazines, and so my whole time in, I'm getting, you know, I'm feeling like, all right, I'm not even tripping. It's meant to be. I was out for as much as I was needed to try to help as much as I could, and then now bro got it from here, and transition has happened. You know what I'm saying? And, you know,
and you were getting word that Nip was moving.
Yeah, he's sending me. You know, I'm on the phone with them every day. I'm hearing about it. He's sending me magazine articles. You know, I'm listening to the radio. You know, I see the music video, the first music video, Hussle in the House.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever feel like, man, this is really happening? Not were you surprised by how big things were becoming, but did you always envision that either your little bro was gonna be this guy, or did you always envision that there was something bigger for you guys together, or you couldn't see what this either was becoming or what it is now?
I think definitely never, me personally, I never envisioned that, you know, it was gonna become, you know, where Hussle took it, I had no clue. But I always felt like we was gonna be good because we was hustling. Mm-hmm. And we was gonna, regardless, we was gonna have. That was for me, that was the thing, like, we wanna make sure we have, we wanna make sure the family got it. Like Granny getting a new Jaguar. Mom's gotta get a Benz. Pops gotta get a BMW, you know, and get some jewelry. And
y'all were able to do those things.
Yeah, that was the, for us, young, growing up, that was like, you made it. Yeah. So, now, when you in that, reality hits. Like, okay, hold on, how this can't last. How do I legitimize? Or what is the next level? Because it's nothing, you know, it's the foundation of what we're doing. Mm-hmm. It doesn't last when you're doing anything illegal or you're on the street. So with that, I think Hussle had the vision, and Hussle was like, no, this is what we're gonna do. And every time Hussle would lead the way, and I remember Hussle telling like, this clothing gonna be big. It's gonna be one of the biggest things we do watch.
Hey man, I remember even the Smart Store, when y'all opened up the Marathon Smart Store. I was like, what the fuck is a Smart Store? And early on, we were talking about, yeah, you can come in and you can point your phone at this. And I'm like, what? And then is it Idris?
Yep.
Idris Sandu.
Yep.
I remember, man, when he told us the story about how he met him, he said he was like, went to go get a green juice, and Idris was in there, and he said, man, I just kept walking past, bro. And he was doing something with his hands and making things move. But even just to tap in to something like that so early, bro.
Yep.
When and peep it and understand, man, this is the next thing. Mm-hmm. And now you see certain things now, man. Like Nip was on before we even had the scans where everything could just be scanned out. Everything is scanned like that. And when you talk about a Smart Store, bro, nobody was thinking about that.
Man, I'm gonna tell you a story, man. That goes to Hussle Genius. You know, we scrambling, trying to get the store open. And we did like a little mini doc. and we made sure the store was filled up with clothes, and we trying to, fold them correctly and make sure it's clean, and we finally ready, probably like a week and a half before the grand opening, maybe like 2 weeks, and we doing our countdown. And Hussle like, yeah, man, I just met this guy at the Starbucks. I was going to get a tea or something, and I seen him, and I'm like, huh? He like, yeah, we about to make the store a smart store. So I'm like, what? I'm like, no, we don't got time for that. I don't even know what, like you say, I don't know what is the smart store. He's like, no, trust me, bro. So I'm pulling my hair out. I'm mad, like, man, what is this? And so I meet Idris, and he's telling me this, and I'm like, bro, we don't got time. So we end up, he get it, and he make everything. He go in, and he integrate it with the clothing, and geofence it, and then so I'm learning things that I had no clue about. And in hindsight, looking now, when that store opened, and it was the first smart store, and that's why I just like Hussle, the genius of Hussle, man, and so many different things like that he's done. But it's always, driven from his vision, and he got the right vision. And to this day, people still talk about that smart store.
Oh yeah. What made you guys want to really do business and be a part of the community as well?
I think, instinctively, that's that corner, Crenshaw and Slauson. We used to walk from my mom's house to the bus stop on Crenshaw and Slauson in front of the Shell when we was little, and catch the bus to Watts, school bus. There was a Shell's, the gas station there, and I remember when we found out that the owner was a black man. Fucked us up. We was little. We never thought like a black person could own a gas station. And so he was there, and he would fuck with us like, what's up, man? So he was cool. He coached basketball, and he liked us because we used to go in there, backpack empty, no books, buy all the 25-cent bags of hot Cheetos, fill the backpack up, go to school, something for 50 cents. And we used to come every day. Like, man, y'all be getting all the chips and no books. So he kind of took a liking to us, but that's when we thought, ownership from back then. And fast forward, that parking lot behind the Shell is where the shop is. Yeah. Hussle, we used to be in there, Hussle. It was an abandoned building. And then he sold his first mixtape in there. And then we were across the street hustling. For us to be able to get the shop in that parking lot, it meant everything because we grew up in that parking lot, in that area. And by us getting the shop, the community supported. Young, old, people that may have looked at us and been like frowning upon us. At this time, like, man, I'm proud of y'all. I got a business, and they made sure that they came and supported. So the significance of that area and being there, and all the money that was spent with us, all the money that was spent with us, they saw what it was turning into. So everybody, from the aunties, the grandmas, to the homies, coming spending money, they seen we took it and we flipped it. And we took it and we flipped it. And they saw what the support, what we did with the support. And it was key for Hussle that he stayed, and we opened the first marathon store there. Right there. Because there was a lot going on, man. Police, I'm going to jail, everybody going to jail, they raiding the shop. So at one point it was, like, man, we need to get a shop. Man, we need to get a shop on Fairfax. We need to open this marathon store. We need to open this marathon store. When we do the marathon store, it need to be somewhere where we ain't got to worry about this. We get into it with the homies sometimes. And all type of stuff. We may need to do that. But Hussle was adamant, like, nah, that's store number 2. Store number 1, we got to open up on Crenshaw and Slauson. And I think number 1, it was because he wanted to inspire and wanted to show people, like, nah, like I'm from this area and I'm doing something big here and I'm investing here. And number 2, it was an obligation because we was made and the brand was built from the people's support.
What was that day like for you, bro? What was that day like for you, bro? And did you feel any premonitions before we lost him?
100%, man. I think, man, we just was my cousin's birthday, so I want to say the night before, Hip took us to Wally's, Beverly Hills, me, Pops, and Adam, cousin Adam, and had a long talk. Hey, bro, not to get into too much detail, but there was a lot of politics, getting into certain people. Hussle had DJ Khaled in the hood. Not to be speaking too much on shit, but we came frontline like we always do. And, niggas gonna know we gonna crash out behind it. In fact, if we not playing, ain't nobody saying nothing to Khaled, ain't nobody doing nothing to Khaled, and he's straight. And Hussle frontline that. He felt like certain people didn't like that. He felt like certain people didn't like that. He felt like certain people didn't like that. And did the video. He felt like certain people didn't like that. He felt like certain people didn't like that. He felt like certain people didn't like that. And did the video. Khaled got out of there perfect and smooth. And we appreciated Khaled for showing up and coming to the hood and doing the video. And we knew that this was gonna be one of them videos, man. Hussle brought DJ Khaled to the hood, and, had John Legend in the other scene. So we at Wally's, and we just chopping it up about a lot of shit, man. Just, making sure that we on point, security, and when we pull up, it's, we like Hussle, when you pull up to the shop, call us. He like, bro, I'm not calling you niggas when I pull up. I'm not calling you niggas when I pull up. And we like arguing and just, but turned into, a little bit of that, and then back to celebrating bro Adam's birthday, and Hussle got us the back room, and, family there, chopping it, and just us four, and we stayed there forever, man. And when we walked out, we all walked out the back room of Wally's. I think Rivera, one of the guys that filmed the video, just happened to be there. And so he see us walking out, he's like, oh, Hussle, what's up? And he's like, man, what's going on? He's like, bro, they just sent me the first edit of the video. And so he pulled it up, and he's like, look at this, bro, you look amazing, bro. You about to do movies after this, look at this shot. And so Hussle seen it, and Hussle was smiling, Hussle was happy. He seen the shots of the video. He's like, man, he's telling him, like, bro, ain't no more small time shit, man. After this, nigga, your shit going out the roof. And so, we was all happy and shook hands with them, and we left. And that was the last interaction, bro.
And that was the night before?
The night before, Saturday.
Sunday, what was that morning like for you, Sam?
Sunday, it's a regular Sunday, man. I think, we had spots in the hood, so one of the spots we had little weed spots, 24-hour spots. And I think it was my boy who usually do one of the shifts. I had to cover one of the shifts. And so I think I was in it all night. And I ended up, the morning shift came in, I ended up leaving. And so my goal was to go to the house and sleep a couple hours and then go back to the shop and close the shop up for the rest of the night. So I'm at Granny's house, sleep on the floor. And his phone was just going crazy, man. It woke me up, and I picked the phone up. I forget who called me, man. I just hear people screaming in the background. And they like, bro got shot. So I just immediately just run out the house. Check out the door. My grandma was in the living room watching TV, so she seen me run out. Didn't close the door, just got in the car. Grandma's on 5th in Slauson, so the shop is maybe like 6 blocks away. So I just ran every light, every stop sign, and get there, and man, it's just going crazy, man. Everybody screaming, and I could see bro, and I'm just, it's fucked up, but bro still breathing. I think Kev Mack was like talking to him and trying to tell him, breathe, stay with, just breathe, bro. So I'm looking, trying to, we need to figure this shit out. So I might have to the ambulance on the phone, and everybody screaming. I'm just like, man, shut the fuck up, man. It's just like you know, take the phone, and I'm trying to talk to the ambulance. They say they coming, and they telling me, you know, I'm asking them like what do we need to be doing, and so they telling me to try to administer CPR on bro. Asking me, is he breathing? I'm like, yeah, he's still breathing, you know. And just try to do the best that we could. And finally, you know, police came and ambulance came, and they took him. So I'm just praying, you know. I had faith that bro was gonna be all right. And you know, I had a lot of people shot in that parking lot. We drove multiple people to the hospital. You know, I'm like, man, if anybody make it, bro gonna make it for sure.
Not what is the first thing that you do, man, but where's headspace, man? Because it's hard to just not, you know, either throw it all away or give it all up.
Right.
You know, because we got Nip as friend, music, whatever it may be. You know, y'all sharing bedrooms. That's like me and my bro.
Right.
You know, at some point, do you feel like any of this is worth it, or were you ready to throw it all away?
No, 100%. Like crash out, broad daylight, whoever, and you know, we start figuring out who the streets were saying it was, and you know, that's what the whole unit was like. Where's this nigga at? And you know, that was the mind space at that point. Aside from just dealing with, you know, the reality, you know, but it was go time, man. You know, make sure the kids is good, make sure his kids is good, and make sure we keep going.
Is it as random as what the public thought it was? Like, Nip seen somebody, Eric, and talked, and...
I mean, you know, he already got convicted, so for me, without going into too many details, somebody come to the shop. They know we in the doorway. When Hussle pull up, we in the doorway. You gonna see me with a hoodie on, and I got a pistol. You gonna see one of the team members in the hoodie in the doorway with a pistol. That's protocol when Hussle pull up. So it's Sunday. It's busy in there. Why the niggas in there didn't follow the protocol? I wasn't there. Why they didn't follow it? Maybe they was fucking around helping the customer, doing some fucking customer service. This is what I'm thinking. Trying to, you know, transition into some legitimate, just selling clothes. But nobody was in the doorway. And from my understanding, no boy walked up with no shirt on first to check the scene, because he know what's going on in that parking lot. And had a conversation, probably seen nobody was in the doorways, checked Hussle had on shorts, checked everybody else, left. They say came back with a red shirt on, tiptoed through the alley, and went right and started shooting. So to me, that's premeditated. Number one, there's no red shirts in the hood. You can't buy no red shirt. No liquor store sell no red shirt. Number two, when a nigga come through the alley with a red shirt, that's the throw off, or the Bloods did it, or the Inglewood families did it, or the BPS did it. That's the throw off, red shirt. So for me, he felt he was supposed to do a job, or somebody sent him or whatever, and he was nervous. He was supposed to hit that alley with that red shirt immediately, but he didn't do that. He came in and he wanted to check the scene. He wanted to make sure he wasn't getting into a shootout. And that's my thoughts on it.
Do you still hear Nip or any words?
Yeah, 100%. I hear, you know, every second and every day, 100%.
Well, I I know we're talking about the documentary that's coming, man. You know, the legacy.
Yep.
You know, I feel like, Sam, you've been protecting it so well. And
every second and every day. Every second and every day. Every second and every day. 100%.
Man, well, I know we're talking about the documentary that's coming, man. You know, the legacy.
Yep.
You know, I feel like, Sam, you've been protecting it so well. And I'm making sure that it didn't get into the wrong hands, that there's nothing goofy. You know, as much as we love him, there's nothing like brotherly love, bro. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, just to even get up every day is, I'm pretty sure at times it is, and I know it had to be extremely hard, because I know what loss is too. And man, like, bro, I really thank you for sitting down with us, man.
Come on, thank you.
You know, and I know, like I said, when we first started off, this isn't something that you do. And it took me some time to even want to, like, man, not even, oh, I need the interview, I need to sit down. But I just wanted to talk to you, you know, and I thank you for allowing me to sit with you and you to be this comfortable with me, bro. And, you know, on and off, we've had a chance to talk about you being comfortable, loving what we do as well, man. And I want to be a part of preserving that legacy and continuing that legacy, man. And Sam, thank you for your time, bro.
Come on, 100% big. You know, since day one, you know, you've been supporting Hussle, us. We was little listening to you, so it's an honor, and, you know, definitely Hussle loves you and had a lot of respect, and definitely appreciate you, all the support, and, you know, 100%, I'm honored to be, you know, on this with you, man. So thank you, for sure.
And I was talking about this box right here, man. Those boxes, when I flipped the box open and I saw that I was in the box, bro, I showed that shit to my wife, Sam, and I was like, I know there's a billion pictures, bro. And to get in that box, man, it's like, you can't tell me shit, bro.
Come on, you part of the story, man. You part of the history.
You know what I'm saying, man? So continue, bro. You know you got my support and my love all the time. So.
Come on, man. Definitely appreciate you always.
Being off air with me, bro. I appreciate it. Love you, man.
Likewise, man. Thank you. Respect.
Yeah, basically before my deal and before I really had an outlet, I got money on the street for. I took the music into my house. Well, you don't do it, then I do it. Because I understand that you don't go hit the club and spend 5 racks a night. Then I might speak on it from a position of somebody that's actively involved. You got that from me for sure. Going to pick up 200 here, 500 here, consciously, because I seen what was going on. Yeah, basically before my deal and before I really had an outlet to get my music out, I was just full-time hustling, part-time rapping. Like, I always had a passion for rap music, and I was always trying to create the situation to where I could do this full time. I got money on the street for a while. I wasn't making $1 million in the street. I ain't gonna tell that lie. We got hundreds of thousands in the street though, me and my brother. We did that at an early age. I was on Crenshaw and Slauson, I was on Bryanhurst. I was on 10th Avenue, them was my blocks. I had my whole hood on smash at a point in time. Everybody was getting their work from me. I kind of stepped away from that consciously because I seen what was going on. Dudes that I knew personally get football numbers that was my age, get hundreds and hundreds of years doing the same thing that I was doing. I told myself in my head, like, the main thing I told myself was like, sometimes you gotta take 2 steps back to take 10 forward. Meaning I gotta fall back from having my jewelry, you know what I mean, having my everyday money, riding around the hood on leather and chrome, smoking weed all day, calling the homies up. You got that for me for sure. Going to pick up 200 here, 500 here, 1,000 here. You got that for me for sure. Going to pick up 200 here. You got that for me. You got that for me for sure. Going to pick up 200 here, 500 here, 1,000 here, and that's my day. I had to let go of that luxury, go back to being a young dude that was pinching every penny. Maybe had $20 a day to spend, 10 on a sack of weed, 10 to eat, just so I could stay creative and work. And it was hard for my ego. And I was used to being that young fly nigga, take my pick of whatever female I want. At all the parties, all the clubs, the spotlight was on me. I did everything with my process, point A to point Z. I went out and made the relationships with the producers. I took the music into my house. I took the music into my house. I took the music into my house, imported into Pro Tools. I took the music into my house, imported into Pro Tools, graded the shit out, recorded myself, ran from the Pro Tools to the mic and back and forth, bounced it down, burnt it on CD, took it into the street, promoted myself, sold it myself, went to these meetings, articulated my vision to the label, signed the deal, put my first foot forward to the street with my mixtape series. This was all me. So if my engineer tell me, oh, we can't do that, I engineer, my nigga, so you get out the seat, let me take care of that. Or if my team say, oh, that's not gonna work. If you go to Queens or Manhattan or Brooklyn and you wanna go to every high school and surround their high schools and really do grassroots promotion, and oh, that's not gonna connect. Well, you don't do it, then I'll do it, cause I've done this and I know the effect it has. I ain't got to my millions in this industry yet. We still on them hundreds of thousands. We trying to get to that million. Me as a new artist coming in, so I'm used to this type of money because it's not to the point where it's rap money, $1 million, $2, $3 million, $5 million, and then Hollywood money, $10 million. It's not to that right now. It's to the 50,000s and 100,000s and 20,000. So I understand the mentality behind that money. I understand that that's not money that changes your life. I understand that you don't go hit the club and spend 5 racks at night off of your advance. You know what I'm saying? Because I done did that with my street money and woke up the next day with no work. And a gang of niggas calling my phone up and I'm missing all this money because I balled out last night. I hit the club crazy and I felt like I was that nigga for the one night as opposed to having a consistent progress. Hustle in the house. All money in, no money out. Even Let's Talk Money. These are all titles off my mixtape. You know what I'm saying? RNC to the day I die. I'm from Slauson. I got a lot of concepts and titles that revolve around the state of this violent world we live in. 1 second, I have this standpoint, but then on the next record, I might take a different standpoint and speak on this topic from the perspective of intelligence, somebody that wants to change this problem, somebody that wants to resolve the conflict. Then I might speak on it from a position of somebody that's actively involved in this, consciously, because I seen what was going on. Consciously, because I seen what was going on. You got that for me? For sure. Going to pick up 200 here, 500 here, 1,000 here, and that's my day. I had to let go of that luxury, go back to being a young dude that was pinching every penny. Maybe he had $20 a day to spend, 10 on a sack of weed, 10 to eat, just so I could stay creative and work. And it was hard for my ego. And I was used to being that young fly nigga, take my pick of whatever female I want, at all the parties, all the clubs, all the spotlight was on me. I took the music into my house, imported it into Pro Tools. I took the music into my house, imported it into Pro Tools, graded the shit out, recorded myself, ran from the Pro Tools to the mic and back and forth, bounced it down, burnt it on CD, took it into the street, promoted myself, sold it myself, went to these meetings, articulated my vision to the label, signed the deal, put my first foot forward to the street with my mixtape series. This was all me. So if my engineer tell me, oh, we can't do that, I engineer, my nigga, so you get out the seat, let me take care of that. Or if my team say, oh, that's not gonna work. If you go to Queens or Manhattan or Brooklyn and you wanna go to every high school and surround their high schools and really do grassroots promotion, then oh, that's not gonna connect. Well, you don't do it, then I'll do it, because I've done this and I know the effect it has. I ain't got to my millions in this industry yet. We still on them hundreds of thousands. We trying to get to that million. Me as a new artist coming in, so I'm used to this type of money because it's not to the point where it's rap money, $1 million, $2, $3 million, $5 million, and then Hollywood money, $10 million. It's not to that right now. It's to the 50,000s and 100,000s and 20,000. So I understand the mentality behind that money. I understand that that's not money that changes your life. I understand that you don't go hit the club and spend 5 racks at night off of your advance. You know what I'm saying? Because I done did that with my street money and woke up the next day with no work. And a gang of niggas calling my phone up and I'm missing all this money because I balled out last night. And I hit the club crazy. And I felt like I was that nigga for the one night as opposed to having a consistent progress. Hustle in the house. All money in, no money out. Even Let's Talk Money. These are all titles off my mixtape. You know what I'm saying? RNC to the day I die. I'm from Slauson. I got a lot of concepts and titles that revolve around the state of this violent world we live in. 1 second, I have this standpoint. But then on the next record, I might take a different standpoint and speak on this topic from the perspective of intelligence, somebody that wants to change this problem, somebody that wants to resolve the conflict. Then I might speak on it from a position of somebody that's actively involved in this, hustle in the house. Then I might speak on it from somebody that feels trapped in this,
So it's a gang of different perspectives. Then I might speak on it from a position of somebody that's actively involved in this. Then I might speak on it from a position of somebody that's actively involved in this. Hustle in the house. Then I might speak on it from somebody that feels trapped in this. So it's a gang of different perspectives of how this state of reality is real and how it affects everybody. And that's kind of like the theme of Bullets Ain't Got No Names as the title of my series. Volume 1, 2, and 3 is all different spins off of that. Every song represents a different position that you can take on that topic as it feels a debate.
Why do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do?
What you mean? Go into detail.
At your core level, like, what are you trying to accomplish?
I guess just on a core level, I would say to inspire. Yeah. Creative destruction, risky business, and going against the grain. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. It's radicals, you know what I'm saying?
I think as human beings, everybody has a natural gift and a natural passion, but then you go outside and you get influenced and you feel pressure from what's going on outside. And so, you know, I read one time, like, would you rather be at war with yourself and at peace with the world, or at peace with yourself and at war with the world? And that was powerful. It's about just the authenticity and the honesty. I'm not in, you know, a culture of going outside hustling every day no more. I'm not in a culture of, you know, being involved with gang activity anymore. At that moment, for me to make art, I had to reflect on reality, you know? And so it would be untrue. I was talking about balling and talking about owning businesses, I didn't. But as my life changed and as the reality, what I was actually living changed, I had to change what fueled the art, you know what I mean? And honestly, you know, coming into it, and honestly, you know, coming into it, and honestly, you know, coming into it, we was hustling. And honestly, you know, coming into it, we was hustling. Yeah, you know, so it was a step back to want to pursue music. It was a setback.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? So it was something that I had to really believe in to pursue it, because it was actually taking a back seat.
Did you ever get down where it was like, man, this ain't gonna work? Or, you know?
That's why I call my thing the marathon, because I'm not gonna lie and portray this ultimate poise like I've had it figured out. No, I just didn't quit. I just didn't quit. That's the only distinguishing quality from me and probably whoever else going through this, or went through this, or is gonna go through this, is that I ain't quit. I went through every emotion, every emotion. I went through every emotion with trying to pursue what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And I think that what gonna separate whoever's gonna try to go for something is that you ain't gonna quit. Unless, you know, you're gonna really take the stance if I'm gonna die behind what I'm getting at right now.
Do you know how kids spell love? T-I-M-E. You know, not only kids, just people in general. You know, time is how, when somebody gives you their time, how you really know. I read somewhere that the highest human act is to inspire. And we all are in search of inspiration every day. So events like this and just opportunities to be able to either inspire or be inspired, either inspire or be inspired, either inspire or be inspired, I think is what creates movements. You know, we all have the capacity to inspire. You know,
hey Nip, are you aware that you're teaching people?
Yeah, in a way, I think so, definitely. But then again, I don't listen to people that I can't learn from.
So I don't listen to interviews of artists that don't have no value in what they say. I don't listen to music from people that I can't get no game from.
Are you the smartest one on your team?
Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. I might be the dumbest one.
But that's
But you
good though.
surround yourself with people that know what the fuck they do.
Right.
You better believe that.
Yeah, with heart.
Yeah.
Is heart important to you?
Man. I had this convo the other day. I had this convo the other day. I think like, yeah, definitely. I think that's the least value part of the game is the heart.
That's the muscle that got you here.
Yeah, but then again, everybody operate off logic. What's good for them? What's good for them?
Sure.
It's true.
And that create opportunists. And that create, and that create, lack of code. And you see all type of weirdo shit going on, because everybody operating off logic. This is a good move, this is a good look.
It's a good look for me.
Yeah, but it's codes and it's rules. And that's where the heart gonna stop you.
That's right.
From doing goofy shit and doing, disloyal and just playing yourself for the opportunity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
For an opportunity that can just fade away.
You're gonna consume the opportunity and then it's gonna be done and you're gonna have on your record that the way you got to the opportunity was fraud. And that's not gonna go nowhere. As a human, I'm competitive as, rap is competitive like an athlete. You know what I mean? You don't want to be number 2 by design. You ain't gonna cry if you don't win the championship. You're gonna go harder in the gym. But what I know about life is that you're gonna hurt yourself. Life is, especially as a creative, creativity and competition is opposites. You know what I'm saying? And they work against each other. Creative. When you have to draw from a blank canvas, you gotta draw from your pool of experiences for it to have that thing in it. And you can compete and make something that's like technically good, but it's like a cloned human being. They might have 2 legs, but it's not the same as a baby that was born from a mama and daddy and it was some love made, and that's a different formula. So I think that to create is like a natural labor, and then to copy or to like compare or compete creatively, you confuse yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because you miss all the dope shit that only you can do. The shit only Nip can say certain lines. It's a song that only I can write because it's only true to me. Now it's true to everybody in the world if it's true because we all got the same general truths, but the specifics of it, them is the songs I need to write. And those is where I'ma really succeed. And I think I heard Ross say some real shit. He's like, man, I want every penny that's mine. I want every penny that's mine. I want every penny that's mine. I don't want a penny more or a penny less. And that's a good way to look at it. I don't want any shine, success that ain't mine. You know what I'm saying? I just want all of mine. All of mine. All of mine. So I think that's gonna put you in the mindset of, filtering yourself.
Sure. Mental health and hip hop important?
And life is important.
Sure.
One thing I heard Ross say before, it was like, the biggest business you're gonna have to manage is your life. You know what I'm saying? Outside of all your other businesses, the business of your life has to be managed first. You know what I'm saying? That resonated with me. Man, trust your gut.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If anything, I say, gamble on yourself, trust your gut, because it wasn't the most conventional idea as far as just the way we put it out, us choosing to stay affiliated with just ourselves as far as like cosigns and all that. But it ended up working out. So I just say, trust your gut, man. When you got a good idea, believe in it and bet on yourself. I mean, whatever you define a win as, because that's real. Everybody got a different definition of what they in the game for. I couldn't get my way in trying to figure it. So I just say, trust your gut, man. When you got a good idea, believe in it and bet on yourself. I mean, whatever you define a win as, because that's real. Everybody got a different definition of what they in the game for. I couldn't get my way in trying to figure it. What I'm here to try to do, I couldn't do that trying to fit in. It wouldn't. Well, my goal you can't get at what I'm trying to do that way. From my understanding of it, my experience with it, you gotta be authentic and you gotta define your shit. You gotta make a contribution.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't try to copy right ways. You gotta define your contribution. Sure. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, we've seen a ton of examples of bandwagon shit that, basically, and that's cool. Everybody didn't write rap since they was 13, 12, 9 years old. Yeah, some people just love the art and love the music, and they have fun with it. Just be more fearless. You know what I mean? I got all my radical moonshots have defined me. I don't be my downfall. My downfall be, not going crazy, not having a higher expectation. Anytime I set my sight on something that seemed way outlandish, it always come back exactly how I seen it. So I think I would tell myself, just put way bigger goals up, on the wall. Just have a bigger vision, have a higher expectation.
Long-winded, running through this life like it was mine. Long-winded, running through this life like it was mine. Long-winded, running through this life like it was mine. Never settling, but setting every goal high. 1,000 burpees on the path to my own destruction or success. But what is a mistake without the lesson? See, the best teacher in life is your own experience. None of us know who we are until we fail. They say every man is defined by his reaction to any given situation. Well, who would you want to define you? Someone else or yourself?
How's everybody feeling right now? How's everybody feeling right now? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? All right, then I need you guys all to put your hands together for Nipsey Hussle.
What's up, everybody? What's cracking? What's up, everybody? I didn't know it had hit its peak. I knew it was growing. The Marathon store was the world's first smart store. Other ways to, create income and to monetize. I don't know. I didn't know it had hit its peak. I appreciate y'all coming, really. I'm excited on some music shit, really. Regardless of, the business side and everything that's gonna happen on.
How's everybody feeling right now?
Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle.
I just believed in the plan.
Nipsey Hussle.
That worked for a moment, but I just believed in the plan. Every time we make a step forward or make progress, I just believed in the plan. All my original goals, I met them. I just believed in the plan. I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. If I could sell 1,000 units in each state, I just believed in the plan. Global brand. So as I became exposed to these situations, met these people, that every time we make a step forward.
Nipsey Hussle, Nipsey Hussle is here. Respect that hustle.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle.
How's everybody feeling right now? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? All right, then I need you guys all to put your hands together for Nipsey Hussle. Hey.
What's up, everybody? What's cracking? I like that hat, bro. Yeah. What's up, everybody? What's cracking? I like that hat, bro. Yeah. That's right, love. Hell yeah, what's up?
We are officially, a week and a half away?
Yeah, like 8 days. A little bit over a week, yeah.
Victory Lap in stores, available to all of y'all.
Yeah, pre-order that thing, man. ASAP. Yeah.
Now, I know you just dropped the track list.
Not yet, I ain't put it out yet. It's coming out, well, I ain't gonna say when. It's coming out soon, though.
You gonna put it out soon?
Real soon.
Okay, well then maybe somebody showed me a sneak peek or something because...
You get the inside info, Yeah.
So how has this whole process been for you? Because you've been talking about this album for a few months now.
Yeah.
And I know that you've been grinding, just trying to get the word out for you. Like, what are you most excited about for this album?
Really just letting everybody hear the music, I feel like, I never put so much into a project. I've been on a mixtape grind since I came into the game. And this being my first album, we did a partnership with Atlantic Records. So I just wanted everything to be elevated, musically, lyrically, the production, the concepts, the features.
Right.
And I feel like we accomplished that. So I'm just excited to, you know, unleash the music and let everybody hear what we did.
Have you been getting clapback from fans because you did the deal with Atlantic?
Well, I mean, just for clarity, I'm signed to All Money In for life. I got a shit night deal with my label.
Okay.
But you know, my label partnered up with Atlantic Records, so we did a strategic partnership.
Okay.
You know, so I ain't been getting no negative feedback about it. I think my fans wanted to see me take what I was doing to the next level.
Okay.
And you know, I waited as long as I waited so that we could do, you know, a partnership as opposed to a traditional artist signing to a label situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on that, because I know, knowing people from Atlanta, they do a lot of big things, so I can see a lot of bright things in your future.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in good company up there.
Exactly. Now, because you mentioned waiting, it just brought to my mind that you were one of the first people to talk about cryptocurrency.
Right.
And my sister, for instance, invested a few years ago. She bought Bitcoin for like, I think it was $600 a share.
Oh, she passed.
And so now when it's up to 10 racks plus, like, how do you project that, especially the urban youth who are like, cryptocurrency, what if I can't touch it? You know what I mean?
I mean, it's just something that this is the infant stage of that whole category. It's an investment category, so I didn't know it had hit its peak. I didn't know it had hit its peak. I didn't know it had hit its peak. What's up, everybody? What's cracking? What's cracking? I didn't know it had hit its peak. I knew it was growing. I'm like, it's gonna go to 100,000. We gonna get lit. But I mean, I'm in it for the long run though, so I'm just chilling. I ain't looking to cash out no time soon. I'm gonna just pay attention to where you know, like I said, I think it can continue to grow. Imagine when you could go to routes and spend Bitcoin.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's that gonna do to the price of the coin? So I think that when they like integrate more places you can actually spend it, the value gonna shoot up even more.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's one thing I've been watching a lot of lately. I've been doing a lot of investing. Personally, I invested in Netflix a year plus ago.
Oh yeah.
And your girl eat. So
you on your stuff. You remodeling the house, I heard. You know what I mean?
It's not secret. I'm just saying.
My bad.
So that's one thing about Nipsey. Like, it's not just about rap. He's actually educated on what's going on in tech and what's going on in financing. So I know you started your own program where you're basically trying to educate our youth on technology and how to break into that field. Like, what made you want to do that?
Yeah, so the program is called Too Big to Fail, and I didn't start it. I was brought into it. It was started by an investor and a real estate developer named Dave Gross.
Yeah.
And we just were sitting next to each other at the Laker game, and he like, man, you know, I'm a fan of the music, and this what I got going on. Let me come out of the office, let me show it to you. And when I saw the vision, it was like, to sum it up, it's basically a bridge to connect inner city LA youth to the opportunities in Silicon Valley. Because to ever be able to get a job at Google or Facebook or any one of these companies like Apple, you gotta get trained early on science, technology, engineering, and math. Because it's like a 10, 15-year learning curve for them things. You can't start. I mean, you can start whenever, but you really behind if you start late, you know. So these people that end up working there, you know, they got trained from elementary school.
Right.
You know, so we just want to be able to create a center where these young kids can come tap in, and it's multi-level. This one part of it is it's like a co-working space, kind of like WeWork.
Yeah.
So, you know, entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs in the area could rent office space, and then the other level is the STEM center where they could just get training and just, you know, get educated on science, technology, engineering, and math. What's up, everybody? What's cracking? What's cracking? I appreciate y'all coming, really. You know, I'm excited on some music shit, really, regardless of like the business side and everything that's gonna happen on business. I'm here as an artist, and I'm excited to put out new music and new art. It really took a while for me to get the album where it is, and I'm real confident in the music. You know, I take it y'all, I don't know how y'all won, but I figured I had to call in, and so I figured y'all fuck with me a little bit, you know? So I appreciate it, and I think that, you know, y'all will be impressed and appreciate the music when it come out.
Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle. Yeah, in the building, man.
I just believed in the plan. That worked for a moment, but the respect is what keep you in the game. I just believed in the plan. Every time we make a step forward or make progress, it count for that much more because we know how we got here. I just believed in the plan. All my original goals, all my original goals, I met them. I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. All my original goals, I met them. I had goals as somebody coming out the street. So I didn't have a hell of a entertainment set of goals. I never wanted to win a Grammy. That was not my goal coming out the street. Them is music goals now. That I'm in the music game. That was never my goal. I never thought about selling 1 million records. I thought about, you know, doing something legit to make my money and being able to, you know, not worry about when I heard the helicopter late at night thinking I was coming to kick the door down. You know, I read an article that Joel Santana made $15,000 a show. I don't know if it was true or not, but I'm like, damn. I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. If I could sell 1,000 units in each state, I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. If I could sell 1,000 units in each state, global brand, global brand. So as I became exposed to these situations, met these people that performed on that level, like, you know, you ain't no smarter than me. You know what I'm saying? You just in a position. You just, you know, you sitting in a space where you can execute on that level.
Nipsey Hussle was saying respect that hustle.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle was saying respect that hustle.
I remember looking at every state. I just believed in the plan.
Nipsey Hussle was saying respect that hustle.
Yeah.
Victory lap is out there right now, Rizzy. We gonna get into some more music?
As we should.
Let's do it,
I
man.
mean, he's here, let's do it.
No doubt, no doubt. So we gonna get into a dedication featuring Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Konnichiwa, Chicken's yours truly, world's best host, ET, right now. You really were ahead of the game. You know what I mean?
For sure. For sure. You gotta be delicate. So I think a lot of that you seeing in the reaction. You gotta be delicate.
You really were ahead of the game.
Oh, yeah?
They lost their mind. One, they was like, oh, he's, you know, he fly and all this extra ish, you know what I mean, being what they are.
All the focus on the album. All the focus on the album. All the focus on the album. Victory lap, you know what I mean? Everybody that love music, that love, you know, hip hop.
There's a line on your record, you say, how long till opportunity?
He's preparation.
There's a line on your record, you say, how long till opportunity?
He's preparation, yeah. I need some real nigga reparations before I run up in your bank just for recreation and, you know, being productive. And out of frustration, I fell into the streets. When I said Tupac of my generation, Pac was highly intelligent. It never really made commercial product. It never really made commercial product. I believe that's the most effective approach to be successful. There's a lot.
Yeah, man, Konnichiwa, Chicken's yours truly, world's best host, ET, right now, definitely checking into the galaxy, man. And by my side, I am happy to say and announce, man. First of all, round of applause to the man.
Thank y'all. Love.
Mr. Hussle.
Love, man.
I have to call him Mr. Hussle.
It's a lot of hospitality in the film, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling love.
Yeah, man, so I got the chef out there. My old lady wanted to go grab some drinks, man, so she can have you something proper, you know what I mean, while you're here. I appreciate your time.
Highly appreciate it.
Yeah, man, you can't get time back, man, so you gotta appreciate that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
The project, though, I know what the single is. Yeah. I know what you're pushing.
Yeah.
But I had a partner of mine. He's a well-respected mixtape DJ in the South, right? Very well-known, very well-respected, very big.
Yeah.
He said that he considers your project the West Coast 444.
Okay.
And he said, but without the preachiness.
Okay.
That I think that maybe people felt like Jay-Z was doing. Now, I understood Jay-Z's project.
I love 444.
Yeah, me too.
That was a great record.
How do you feel about that statement?
I mean, you know, I appreciate anybody giving feedback on my music and my art, you know what I mean? So I get what he was saying probably in terms of the messaging of some of the records, just like the ownership themes and, you know, kind of like Jay kind of spoke to the
business.
Yeah, that too. I was gonna say Jay kind of spoke to the traditions of like ignorance a little bit in our culture.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like whatever our traditions are, the things that actually do work against us. So I think that my take on it from being from gang culture, I kind of spoke to the traditions that are working against us.
You really were ahead of the game so long ago.
Right.
You really were ahead of the game so long ago.
Right.
What was it that you saw that everyone else caught on to late?
I think I was in an untraditional space just because I wasn't in a major label system. I didn't have, you know, the way business is handled as usual, as a pressure on my releases. So,
you know what I mean?
And you know, my goal really was, I wasn't necessarily charging 100 for the music. I was charging 100 for a limited hard copy.
Right.
Because again, we was in a mixtape space at that time, and everything was going digital. Everything was on iTunes, Spotify, Tidal.
Right.
The mixtape sites, I knew hip hop, all of that piff. So we ain't really get from classic mixtapes. I think about like Cushion OJ from Wiz, or Rich Forever from Ross, or like So Far Gone from Drake. Even though they did distribute that later, you know, them classics.
Yeah.
You kind of want to have them. Meek Mill, Dream Chasers 1 and 2.
That was all the online stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So after it's over, the online wave died down. I know that people wanted them hard copies for sure. For sure.
Immediately.
I was on tour. I you know, you get tired, bro, doing shows.
Shaking hands.
12 hours on the bus every day, eating at the gas station. So, you know, I start taking the products, and then I cut dairy out of my diet completely. That was one of the things he swear by. I ain't never went vegan, like no meat, and that's something he stresses, like a plant-based diet.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm taking steps toward it. You know what I'm saying?
I was gun-ho at one point in time, because I always had Raina by my side, so she was always like, E.T., make sure, you know what I mean? So now I deal with Miss Manana's, because Miss Manana trained underneath him like years ago.
Yeah.
So that's who I deal with now, and she's out of Belize and Honduras, so that's who I get my stuff out from.
You got to be delicate, like not to create the message of like, go get put on the gang, because Nip is speaking about his involvement. So I think a lot of that you seeing in the reaction. But then also I got a team that's cranking right now. We did a partnership with Atlantic Records.
Yes.
You know, before.
I can.
Yeah. What's up, Cannon? Shout out to Cannon. She in the building. Yeah, but before it was me, my brother, my god brother Adam, and my right hand man Fats. And you know, the team we built around that, and you know, we had so much of a reach, but oh yeah.
They lost their mind. One, they was like, oh, he's, you know, he fly and all this extra ish, you know what I mean, being what they are.
Yeah.
And then the second part was, of course, about your relationship stuff. So in their honor, homie, I have to ask this question to you about y'all relationship status. It's got nothing to do with me personally, but it's better to hear from the horse's mouth.
A disclaimer.
I'm just letting you know, bro. I got a disclaimer, bro, because I don't want to look like I'm the guy that cares.
Nah, it's all
like,
love.
I have to ask, bro.
Yeah, no, we solid, man. You know, this is my line for everything. Players fuck up too, man. Every now and again. You know what I'm saying? But all the focus on the album, Victory Lap. All the focus on the album. All the focus on the album, Victory Lap. You know what I mean? Everybody that love music, that love, you know, hip hop, that just love just dope, great music. I think they can tap in and be, you know, inspired and entertained by the album. You know, stream it, download it, go buy it at the store, and get online and talk about it. You know what I mean? That's something that I get a return on my energy.
Yeah.
You know, just seeing the convos and seeing what people saying.
It's good to have a dissect section going on, so people can just like dissect it a little bit and put it up.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a line on your record, you say, how long till opportunity?
It's preparation.
There's a line on your record, you say, how long till opportunity?
It's preparation. I mean, you know, it's so much underlying that took a toll on the music. And the value is created in content and, you know, being productive. When I said Tupac of my generation, it never really made commercial product. I believe that's the most effective approach.
There's a line on your record, you say, how long till opportunity?
It's preparation, yeah. I need some real nigga reparations before I run up in your bank just for recreation. Yeah, it's just speaking to like the combo you have with yourself when you outside of the opportunities, but you know your actions and your mentality are success, but the reality of your situation. That took a toll on the music and the productivity. I don't ever make moves under pressure. Try not to. On Crenshaw, I said this is gonna be the first time I give my fan base a directive. I said if you want to reciprocate for the inspiration that I've given you over the course of these 5 mixtapes, here's how you do it. Private pay. It's $100 CD. Come to the pop-up shop. So you know I had won over enough people that
we sold out the first 1,000 in the first day.
My whole intention was just get the people talking about it. I want everybody to, be like, why is he charging 100? What make you think it's worth 100?
The value is created in content. The value is created in content. So when I think of us as hip hop artists and being productive and out of frustration, I fell into the streets. It never really, when I said Tupac of my generation, Pac was highly intelligent and, being productive. And out of frustration, I fell into the streets. When I said Tupac of my generation, Pac was highly intelligent. But in our culture, street culture, especially in his generation, intelligence was viewed as a form of weakness. How do you get the people that's really affected by, what we trying to solve? It never really made commercial product.
I ain't nothing like you fucking rap niggas.
God telling you, like, man, just listen to the signs and I got you. And that was the launch pad for the Marathon Clothing and for everything we were doing right there on that corner. So to the young dudes, man, just stay focused, stay aggressive, stay moving with integrity and watch the signs and put your best foot forward. Right. And you're gonna always win. It's documented in everybody's life. The righteous win at all times.
I'm a real nigga, I don't fear jail. I only fear God, I don't fear hell. And when they took Phil, man, a tear fell. I'ma keep the shit 100, cut this shit real, for real. I don't know why trouble always seems to follow me. It ain't my fault, it ain't my fault. Try to do right, get up out these streets, but I'm still here.
Hey, what's up? This is P Nice. This is the P Nice Show, and you already know, if you want to live life, come mess with P Nice, baby. Today, I got a very, very special guest in the building, man. Very, very special guest. The co-founder of the Marathon brand, Marathon Burger, owner, just an all-around hustler, you know what I mean? From the streets to big business, you know what I mean? I got Black Sam in the building. How you doing, baby?
Good. Appreciate you having me.
Man, I appreciate you coming on, man, for real.
Off the top.
How your day going so far?
Good.
Good?
Yes, sir.
Good, man. There's a lot of stuff going on right here, man.
Yeah, man.
What we doing right now?
Getting ready for this grand opening. It look kind of crazy in here, but just full court blitz, trying to figure out, make sure everything working. We got some food in, we're gonna start cooking, getting ready for the first.
Okay. That's
Grand
opening, yeah. For those that don't know right now, we at Marathon Burger in Long Beach, California right now, but we're gonna get to that in a second. So, a lot of people glorify where y'all come from. What does survival really look like growing up in Crenshaw? And I'm not talking about the romanticized version. I'm talking about on them days and them nights and the stuff that really went left.
Right. I think our area is a lot like a lot of other areas. You're dealing with so many different things. You're dealing with, especially being young, trying to get to some money.
Yeah.
Looking up to role models who you see getting to some money, especially moms didn't really have a lot. So at least for me and my brother and a lot of people in the area, we wanted to make sure that we wasn't victims, and we trying to figure out a way to get, elevated. And also, when there's lack of opportunity, a lot of that time is going to be crime in what you see. So with that being said, without even knowing it, people that come from them type of situations, you just automatically are put in the crosshairs.
Yeah.
So dealing with police, dealing with illegal shit, trying to not go to jail, and then in the area also dealing with envy and everything that comes with that. But I think there's just regular shit, man, that you have to go through, and that as long as you put your best foot forward, it builds your character, and it really molds who you are and molds how you handle yourself, how you treat others, and just valuing in those situations, really moving from the heart, you know what I mean, and what you feel is your moral compass, and that's how my brother operated. That's how I operated. That's how a lot of the people within the area that we gravitated to or that became kind of our crew operated. And you got different crews within our area who operate differently.
Of course.
You know what I mean? But I think we were blessed to see kind of both aspects and kind of pick like, all right, I don't like how that story ends, or I don't like how this is turning out for this person, or actually this what I like. So we kind of gravitated towards the money getters, and the people that was out getting money, fly, and also not crash test dummy in the youth, putting them to manipulate them and put them in the wrong direction. We gravitated towards the ones that was, hey man, nah, don't do this, don't do that. At least myself, I always appreciated that, and we never forgot that. So today, a lot of the older ones that we know and we look up to and have respect for was the ones that we like, oh no, you was actually pushing the youth. And we saw you pushing the youth, and we saw, even for me, for my brother, I saw certain people take bro under their wing and make sure that they guided him in the right direction, young. So, not to be long-winded, but I think, you know what I mean? I think that is relevant in a lot of different situations, in a lot of different other people's neighborhoods. From LA, Long Beach, Compton, even New York. We all growing up in you know, the neighborhoods could be different, but it's dealing with the same circumstances. And you know, just blessed, man, to be able to not be one of those ones, hopefully, that for sure with my brother, the demonstration and things that he done was always stand up, and that's why I feel like people resonate and people respect, and you know, especially the people that were around and that seen so many different demonstrations and seen him younger, and always they like, nah, bro is different. You know, they saluted. And for us in our unit, that was like the Michael Jordan, like Hussle. You know what I mean? So we want to be all-star team players, and we making sure we don't. We gotta bring our own, and we gotta add value to what bro is doing on so many different levels. From growing up, streets, getting money, how you conduct yourself in sticky situations, and also just moving from the heart and always bringing back opportunities to the area. You know, Hussle was very adamant about making sure he like don't go.
What I loved about y'all movement is, I know Nip was the rapper, he was the entertainer, he was the face, right? How you was behind him though, pushing him, like you said, like you created an all-star team. You know what I mean? So how did that feel, having your brother in the spotlight and you behind the scenes making all the moves?
I think for me, and really for my brother, he was like talented and he was the one who brought the opportunity, even thought the opportunity and brought it to me, and was like, hey bro, this is what we should be doing. And I'm always appreciative, and whenever I talk about it, I always want to be vocal and make sure people know what was out there, everybody knew what was out there, but Hussle would bring something new to the table. And Hussle would say, hey, listen, we about to do this music. This is how Jay did it. This is how Rough Riders did it. He's getting books. He's saying, hey, read this. We about to get a distribution deal. I created this company. You about to be in it with me. So I was always appreciative that he involved me in it. And at the same time, amazed that he even had the vision. And I tell everybody all the time, it's so hard to find something legit to get behind when you're younger. And the goal in the beginning is you just want to get some money. So you're gonna do whatever. And we get into money and however it gets to, and then you want to make sure you take care of mom. My thing, man, my mom gonna be in the Benz until I'm gone. Before me, mom's is good, the jewelry, but it comes to a point where you police hitting houses, and now you catching cases, and now you sitting down.
Yeah.
And then it's like, damn, all right, is it a better way?
Right.
Because we getting to the money, but damn, why I gotta go through this, and you may not, and then you ups and downs and losses. So the hustle actually be like, man, we can be something legit.
Yeah.
We can build a brand. I'm talented. I'm gonna do music, and I'm gonna also create, and keep elevating, keep bringing his team and his brother, myself into it.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm feeling like, okay, we know what's going on here. This is Michael Jordan, and we wanna assist at the highest of levels.
Yeah.
And not only is he the star player, he's also the coach, and he's also the visionary.
Yeah.
So for me, I was always happy to just be able to put my small percentage in to help. And I felt a duty and an obligation to go super hard.
Right.
Because everything that he's put down also always involving me, and this is my brother.
Right.
You know what I mean? And to take a step back, man, I'm just honored and amazed and just proud every time I see him move and bring certain things to the table. I wanted to also be somebody that he knew is 1,000% all in, and that he can depend on to be there to help him execute.
That's love.
Yep.
That's love. Real talk. So, before the fame, before the money, before anything, you mentioned earlier in your answer how to escape or watch out for sticky situations.
Mm-hmm.
So before the fame, before the money, what was one of the coldest situations that you're able to talk about, right, that you and Nip could have lost your life?
Yeah, I think, honestly, a lot of different times. Just with walking home, walking to the park, going to the wrong swimming pool, figuring out you walking through different neighborhoods, and you figuring out what's going on as you're younger, and the shit that everybody go through, man, and you figure it out, just being targeted from where you coming from, and what areas, it was hopping out, chasing, and, dealing with shit that's going on in areas that's, when there's gangbanging going on, whether you younger and not even involved, or when you older and are involved, it really is just fucked up what niggas got to deal with, and definitely, everybody, we always say we are blessed to be able to, make it out of the teenage years, and because it's a lot of people that we know that wasn't,
right,
and from that type of things to also trying to get money and attempted robberies and all type of shit that we were blessed to be able to get out of safe. God was always watching over it.
Right.
But it's a lot of things, man, and just being in LA, dealing with so many different things, it could turn in an instant.
Yeah. You'll be getting gas, you go in the store.
Facts.
Right.
Yeah. To your point, learn it. Hold on. You can't go to this gas station no more. You can't pull up at the
common sense.
Yes.
Use the common sense. So,
Yep.
So the marathon became global motivation. Did that come from pain, struggle, street pressure? Like, what was your mindset?
Yeah, I think, man, once again, hustle, man. I say this in a lot of interviews. I remember when his mixtapes were Bullets Ain't Got No Names, and I was fresh out of prison in 2009, and it was the hottest thing in the streets.
Yeah.
And I was just amazed. Once again, since he was little, he always would amaze me and do different things, and I'm like, bro, you're killing it right now. And he's like, yeah, but my next mixtape, I'm gonna change it. It's gonna be called The Marathon. So I'm like, what? The Marathon? I'm like, and I said this multiple times in interviews, but it's the truth. So I continue to keep saying it. I said, Marathon, what is this? Nah, bro, we going Bullets Ain't Got No Names till volume 10.
Yeah.
You killing it, you the hottest on the street. What are you doing? He's like, nah, bro, you don't understand. My shit gotta inspire. I don't like the energy. We getting in fights, we jumping off the stage, hitting niggas in the head with bottles, everybody coming to the show trying to test us, shootouts in the parking lot.
Right.
And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, well, you know, you the blueprint. You already know I'm all in.
It's bringing the bad energy.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, it's bringing the bad energy. But honestly, I'm like, man, we winning. When you winning, we don't switch up. And he's like, nah, bro. I'm like, all right, I gotta follow your lead. As always, you the blueprint, so I'm all in, but I really didn't understand it. But once the mixtape dropped, and that marathon mixtape came out, at the shows, I started seeing people pull up with resumes. Yeah. People coming and talking to bro, like, bro, you changed my life, bro. I'm from the other side, and nigga, fuck with what you saying, and I got through this situation, and I started my own business, and people saying I got through college, and I'm just listening from the sideline, like, get goosebumps. Yeah. Like, this is crazy. This is what bro had the vision and also had the heart to say, yeah, I'm winning over here, but I'm still gonna switch it up. Right. And maybe even have a chance where I don't win, but I don't care because this is how I feel. Yeah. And that's what bro always would do. And that was the movement, and that was the start of the marathon concept. And from there, even telling us like, man, this is a lifestyle brand. This is something that can transcend from not only music. It's a mantra. Life is a marathon. Right. And you know, it to your point, it went everywhere. And when people hear about it today, from all walks of life, I think the marathon is just something to tell people, hey, listen, whatever you're doing, whether it's college, whether you're trying to get money in the streets, whether you're an athlete, your life is a marathon. It's hard work. It's not gonna happen fast. It's gonna be long term, little by little, brick by brick. But eventually you'll get the results.
Right. Yep. So how did you stay loyal to the soil without getting consumed by it?
I think growing up and my mom growing up in that area, my grandma, grandfather growing up in that area, my uncle, you know, me and my brother learned how to ride bikes on Fifth Avenue. People seen us grow up and raised, so it's always a love for the area. You know, we walked the whole area, the stores, you know, had fights, watered people's grasses, washed neighbors' cars. So the love is gonna always be there. Right. I think how we deal with certain individuals within the area is always on how you treat it. And you know how, that's us or that's them? Bub, can you tell them, cut that, what are they doing? Who was that? That's our mic guy? Interview, we doing the interview, bro.
Thank God for editing, huh? We should just keep that motherfucker up in there.
Right.
Oh, everything, just keep it up in there and shit.
Yeah, just dealing with people accordingly. Yeah. You know what I mean? How I look at it, and how I always approach it, and how my brother always approach it is, the soil is the soil. It's not one person that's the soil. Yeah. The land is the land. That's the area. Right. And I give respect where respect is given, and my loyalty is, as far as with people, is earned. And once it's earned, it's there. And also, I don't have to wish you harm not to deal with you. You know what I mean?
Facts.
You know what I mean? I can respect and honor that you're from this area, but I don't like your get down, so just give me my distance. Yeah. And it's love. And as a unit, if you need us, we're here. You know what I mean? Right. But at the same time, we not gonna be prey. You know what I mean? We're not playing none of these games. Yeah. And I think at the end of the day, you know, that's why people respect people in general. Right. Like I tell everybody, man, it's been so many different things that's happened. Hood politics, this and that, and people come and I'm like, hey bro, check it out. You gonna go for it? Because if you went for it, you're not the nigga I thought you were.
Exactly.
And then that's end of discussion. Right. It's always like,
Salute.
So when you say, you know, you talking to people from a distance, you keeping, you know what I'm saying, you mess with people from a distance, right? You know a lot of people don't like that.
Right.
So did it create a lot of tension outside of that?
Probably, but the tension was already gonna be there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because for me, and I would think it's the same for a lot of different people, but you can judge people. You can judge people's characters, and once you get the signs, you know, regardless of how they feel, you gotta play them at arm's distance.
Right.
Especially once you've dealt with them, and it didn't go the correct way.
Right.
Now it's like, hey, listen, we're gonna mandatory keep the distance, because it's not gonna go right.
Yeah.
It's not gonna go right. So it's the best for everybody. And that's not speaking on one person, that's just speaking on in general, you know, all people in general. And it's what I tell my team, and it's very important that you respect your space and respect your energy, and demand the respect anytime people are in your space. You know what I mean? It's not, it's all right, you go do that over there, but when you over here, especially when people are coming towards you,
yeah,
you know, us as a unit and my team, within the neighborhood, we're not going popping up at anybody, because it's different cliques within the hood, and we're not popping up at anybody's location or what you doing or event, coming trying to run things. You know, that would be very disrespectful, and we would be
You'd be out of pocket.
We'd be out of pocket, and we would expect to get what we came for.
Right.
And anytime people come to what we're doing with that wrong energy, it's a no talking policy.
They better be ready for the consequences.
Yeah, at all times, and if not, then we're not who we say we are.
Right.
But I think that goes for everybody. Anybody from anywhere, even I could be a fly on the wall and just watching. And how I see people, how they deal with people, how they demand their respect, also how they give respect is how I judge their character.
Right. What would you, from an outsider looking in, what do people misunderstand about the Crenshaw district today?
Man, I don't know. I think it's so many, the legacy and the reputation and just the thought from out of town. When anybody speaks on it, I believe it's held in regard, and it's good. It's been on the map forever, since Boys in the Hood, even before that. So I think it's good. I think one thing that I would want to say, man, is everywhere is kind of the same. Everywhere has good and bad, has ups and downs, has struggle, and I think people understand that the Crenshaw district is a real place, rooted in all of those things. Art, culture, history, family, struggle, and I hope it's no misconstrued notions about it. But the best thing for me is just demonstration, man. Just educate yourself and look at, I would say, focus on the good and focus on the positive things that have come from the area. And just in general, you know, it's positive and it's solid individuals, and that's people in every neighborhood, across the globe, even out of the country. You know, you always gonna have those stand-up people that do big and powerful things.
Yeah. Did success create any type of envy or distance from people that you would have never expected to come from?
Yeah, definitely. Success and perceived success is something that we saw, you know, pull people apart, control
People trying to control certain things and not fully being educated on really how, you know, at least for my brother, felt things should go. Created distance and created envy, and you know, it's one thing I always knew is communication is key, and perspective is key also. Sometimes you don't know everything. Sometimes you may think it's one way and it's not. So one thing I always try to be vocal about is when it comes to money and when it comes to success and when it comes to, you know, taking things to the next level and doing big things, is always open the books and make sure the team know, like, hey man, we going broke on this.
Yeah.
We taking every dollar. It may look like something we putting a movie on, but we going broke on the dope.
Right.
You know, this shit, we made 20 bands, we spent 25.
Yeah.
We took a 5,000 loss to sell this thing out. We spent this on radio. We did this on this. So the guys are performing for free,
Yeah.
but we building the brand.
Right. Right.
I always felt it was very
It's
important.
sacrifice.
Yeah, you know, and for them to know that, it's not like, oh, sold out, we made 100,000. No, that's what we made. We actually 5 in the red, and everybody get on the same team. Like, all right, we pushing. And then, you know, when the big checks do come, we bust them down the correct way, because everybody has been a part of the journey and of the struggle. And that's really from Hussle, following Hussle's lead and how he maneuvered and how he did things. And also when big opportunities come, always reaching back and making sure that his opportunities trickle down to the rest of the guys and to the family and to his brother, which is me.
Yeah.
So I think that's the best way that you can deal with it. And to the people who see it and understand it and still don't get it, that's when you got to start Xing people out and just give them distance, because some people can't even help it, man.
Right.
Some people mean well and just can't help it. They just have an envious heart, and you know, that's when you just got to say, hey man, you got to stay over there with it. And I think it's important that everybody you have to identify character, the people character, and know this, to protect your space and to protect what you're doing and protect your movement, whatever it is.
Right. A lot of people don't understand proper communication creates proper understanding.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But like you said, they still ain't understanding, man. You gotta go.
Yep.
Straight up.
Yep.
What do you think Nip life would have been like if he never started rapping?
Man, that's a hard question, man. You know, ever since I can remember, my brother just loved music, and he would make beats on the table, and you know, we would get some money from my grandfather, and he'll just go spend it immediately. Go buy a book or go buy a CD. And I'm like, bro, let's read the book in the store and save the money. He's like, nah, he's saving them. He's putting the posters on the wall, and I used to just be like, man, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But he was so passionate about music, and then he started writing music young, and he was just dope and talented, man. So honestly, I don't know what bro would be doing if it wasn't music. He would probably, you know, be a famous actor, or, you know, be a famous businessman, because he was since he was in elementary, he was certified gifted. He was very smart and talented. So to me, for him, the sky's was the limit, man.
Yeah.
I just know whatever he put his mind on, he was gonna be successful.
Yeah. I love the fact that you put a lot of emphasis on your brother, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Did you being an older brother, did you ever give him any type of pushback though? Like, man, I'm your older brother, this how we doing it.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think the early teenage years was when I was like more on my, you know, I am the older brother, I'm taller than him, shorter than me.
Yeah,
you know, we over there struggling around, and I'm trying to guide him and do whatever I can do as an older brother. Once we got, you know, 15, 16, 17, he passed me up too. So now I'm looking at him like, man, what's going on? It was like we twins at this point.
He feel like he can whoop you down.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
and he ain't hearing what I'm telling him, and like, man, you're not my this. So I'm like, yeah. And we are going through the same thing at this point. You know, whatever I thought I knew that he didn't know, that's out the window. And he's dealing with things that I'm not dealing with. And you know, So I had to learn how to give, take a step back and be more supportive, older brother, and also still sharpen steel and listen. And I don't know everything, and I think that was how the roles changed. Right. And then just dealing with everything that we're dealing with, just it just became we got each other's back. Right. And we have the common mission and the common goal to get ourselves up out of this shit. Yeah. And he was gun ho. He was like a Brady or an MJ. Like he was like, man, we about to do this. Right. And so he was the supercharged to me. So it's like, yeah, let's go. And so I always wanted to hopefully be the supercharged to him and just ping pong off of each other's energy. And that was the dynamic.
Yeah. Crenshaw Slauson is about to be Nipsey Hussle Square.
Yeah. Man. Big, man. It's big. Man, we used to walk from my mom's house on 60th Street, walk to Crenshaw and Slauson in the rain sometimes to catch the bus at that gas station to Markham Middle School in Watts. And then we used to walk back home and, had to make it home without getting our shoes jacked. Yeah. You know what I mean? And going to Hungry Harold's, starving, hoping that we find some money on the ground so we could buy a order of fries. Yeah. And then we end up hustling, and Crenshaw and Slauson was the epicenter of that. And, running from police and going to jail and getting in fights and opening the shop and so many different things. My brother met his daughter's mother in that parking lot, and we end up buying the parking lot. So much history, man, that it's just an honor that the city and the people would even make something like this possible. To name this section Nipsey Hussle Square, man, I can't even explain how it feels to me and family. And I know for sure Hussle would just be honored and appreciative. And I think, like I tell everybody, just his goal was to inspire people. And having that corner named Nipsey Hussle Square is inspirational for anybody that comes from that area and areas that are similar, just gangbanging in general, to come up and have to go through what people have to go through, and to be Grammy nominated and to open businesses and employ so many people in that area, and be intentional about it also, because there's so many times going through hood politics and going through shit with the police, being, they public enemy number one, they blitzing us. It's like, bro, we need to open up somewhere else. And he's like, nah, we're gonna open this first store on Crenshaw and Slauson. I don't care, we open this here. Because I gotta show people, this has to be open here and it can be done, and I'm gonna get people to come here. And the fact that was in his heart, because he wanted to inspire people, just having that name in that section named after his name is inspirational. And that was the main thing, that was his goal. As many times, and I say this in a lot of interviews too, but I have to say it as many times, I'm like, bro, we gotta get this money. He like, bro, listen, we gonna get the money, bro. Like, man, what you? He like, we gonna get the money. The money is gonna come, bro. My shit gotta be inspirational. My shit is bigger than that. The money, we gonna make the money, and I'm like, all right, you're right. So it is. It's bigger. It's bigger than any. It's bigger than the success, the Marathon Burger, clothing, all that can go with the snap of a finger. Yeah. But the inspiration that bro provided and still provides, and the street being named after him, is forever. And for his kids too, man. My niece and my nephew, for them to be able to say that the street was named after their father, means everything to me.
Yeah. So does it feel like closure or responsibility?
Man, it's no closure, man. For there's so many different emotions, with my brother and what happened. So, not to be talking crazy, but it's like, for me, it's certain things that need to happen for me to put my checklist. And this is not one of them. This is, I feel respect and honor and appreciative that the city, councilmen and people just, want to bestow that honor upon bro. But it's a lot. It's still a lot that there's still an obligation for people that really love bro, and that's really, as I would say, tripping about bro, just on some street shit. Like it's but it's step by step, and just the first thing is put some respect and make sure that our demonstration is being felt. For me, it's very important, and I feel little by little, we're getting there. Without speaking about too much, it's a lot of goofy things and goofy people on the internet and people that were saying different things, and it's like, for me, I'm sitting in the back like, man, I hope the people know that it's people from the section that is tripping over bro. It's people from even from our area, from the 30s to the 100s and other hoods too, but definitely like, hold on, man, we don't get it misconstrued.
Yeah, everybody happy about that.
Yeah, man, and don't get it to where it's like people ain't tripping about it. Right. And so not to be all over the place.
It was a point in time where you had to prove to the world that niggas was tripping about them.
Yeah, I think for sure. And I don't do a lot of interviews, but it was a time that I was like, man, I'm like, man, I'm about to just go on an interview run. And that's not the right thing to do, but it was like, man, somebody gotta this is a mockery. Like this is, but it was for me, it was a controlled smear campaign. And a lot of people won't know that, but I know what's going on, and so I'm just watching it like, but what's done in the dark will always come to the light.
Yeah.
And you reap what you sow.
Yeah.
A lot of people smear campaigns that they were trying to control narratives or do things, whether it was from jealousy or power play or whatever, turned on them and bit them in the ass. And so I think you can't dim a light as powerful and as strong as Hussle's. Right. And just step by step, us being focused on positivity and progress. The pieces are falling in place. Pieces like this, Marathon Burger, them dedicating that section in my brother's name, us revamping the parking lot and turning that into the Neighborhood Nip Foundation.
Yeah.
Being able to put things in the area that meant something to Hussle, to pour back into the kids that grow up in that area, I think is just is what needed to be done, and I think is the mission.
Okay. So, due to the fact that y'all got so much history in that parking lot, Crenshaw and Slauson.
Yep.
That's where you open up the store in. You feel me?
Right.
It's globally known. But how do you feel about all that history there, and it's the same spot where your brother made his demise, man?
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard for me to, go there. A lot of people ask, are you gonna bring the store back? And absolutely cannot open a clothing store at that location. But I think it's divine, and it's like Hussle, I don't know, it's like bro put his heart and soul in that parking lot. So what do you do? I think Neighborhood Nip Foundation and making it accessible, having his name on that building, and having a studio there accessible to the kids, having the street named after him, I think is really the only thing that makes me feel a little bit like, this is bro. This is he put his all into this, and the section should always be remembered for bro. But yeah, it's really hard, man. It's, up until that, man, we have so many good memories in that parking lot.
Yeah.
I mean, just feeling like undefeated, like feeling like we cannot be touched, like laughing and joking and like this us high-fiving. Yeah. That's after some crazy shit, and then Hussle come in talking shit like what these niggas thought in this week.
Yeah.
Multiple of wins. So even for me, man, it's hard for me to even understand, and I thought for sure nothing could happen, especially the bro, especially right there. So I still don't understand it, but that's the thing, man. In life, man, you gotta just understand this is not for, a human understanding. You know what I mean? It's gotta be some bigger thing, and that's what that taught me. You don't know. You think you know, but you do not know.
Right. That's deep. So we're gonna talk. I'm gonna ask you one more question about that situation. Without saying too much, just like yes, just in or out.
Right.
The nigga who did it to your brother, would you rather him went to jail or stayed on the street?
I think you know that, bro. You know that answer.
Yeah.
Definitely, you asked it, so it's like the nigga has to answer that question, because I hope
I gotta do is say street. That's it.
I
ain't gotta go into detail.
I'm gonna go into detail just because I would hope people know the answer to that. Yeah. Like if like me, I'm 1000% wish the man was still out here, right? Because the nigga would have been X'd out. But whether they gotta go solo, right? Broad day and go sit down and do all day. That'd have been the best time I could do in my life. I'm waking up every day. People ask me, would you have changed the decision? No, 1000%. So I wish the man was out. I wish he was not in jail, and that saved his life.
Yeah,
1000%, man. And I honestly feel like it's hundreds and hundreds of people that love Hussle from the area, from our unit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they not going for it.
It would, and one thing I always say, man, I feel like what was going through this guy's head. Did you feel like he was about to be? Did you feel and then you turn yourself into a nutty house when you figure it out. Oh, nah, bro, you better not. It's an APB out.
Yeah.
Everybody is not coming in until we figure it out.
Right.
So, that was the energy, man. Definitely wish, nigga don't fuck with the police and don't fuck with none of that. And obviously, different people from different situations do, like mothers and sisters and aunts from all type of, and I'm not going against how they feel, that's just how I feel. And how we feel like definitely jail is not what we wanted for that situation.
Yeah. So due to the fact that the song, Nipsey Hussle Square, is about to come, does it bring, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but this is for the viewers.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
The sign, it's great. You know what I mean? It's an honor. But does it bring back a lot of pain?
I think for me, the pain is, man, it's like, bro, shared bunk beds with him. Like, famous, man. It's just like anytime I hear the music, anytime I wake up, it's there. So it doesn't bring back, because for me it never left. It's just every day.
Yeah.
I feel like it's an honor, and I feel so much respect that bro has his name in.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that you know, we know how we feel and how the family feels, but just for the world to show bro so much love, and for the city and the councilman, and any accolades, you know what I mean? Bro stuff is in the Smithsonian. You know, they have his jewelry in the Smithsonian Museum. Just any of those type of things, man, I just always salute, and I'm always appreciative. And this is one of them, man. My father was in Africa. He just came back yesterday. And you know, this is my little brother, but you know what I mean, that's his son. So just the fact that, you know, my father can feel proud, you know what I mean? Right. So it's very good. My mother. And once again, my brother's kids, you know what I mean? My niece and my nephew. You know, I'm just honored that they're gonna be able to look up and be like, man, my father, there's a street named after my father. It's not any street. You know what I mean? It's this street.
Yeah.
It's very appreciative.
I've seen videos of you guys going to Africa, like in their teenage years or something like that.
Yep. 2004.
2004.
Yep.
Did you guys ever make it back after success?
Yep.
How was it?
It was good. It was good. I think that first trip, my father had been telling us since we was little, you know, this is where I come from. I got to take you guys there. So we were always having in our head that one day we may make it out there. We just never got the opportunity. And truth being, about that time I was on the run, and I'm like, Pop, get the tickets. So he like, what? I'm like, get the tickets right now. We need to leave. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. And so I tell my brother, I'm like, bro, we going to Africa. He's like, man, I'm not going to Africa. So me and him arguing, and I damn near had to pull his arm to like, come on, bro. So I'm so happy that he ended up coming with us. And life-changing experience, man. We seen all my aunties, my cousins from my father's side that we never even seen. Right. Because all his family is over there. He's the only one here. And so this was the first time we seen them, and they just showed us so much love, cooked for us, cleaned, and gave a different perspective. And my brother says in a lot of interviews on women, like, you know, before you eat, they was washing our hands. And we're like, no, they're like, no. This is honor to us to be able to wash our hands. So they washing our hands, you know, all the men. And just put a different light on the women in Africa and respect, and like what Hussle was saying. So like he came back to the States. I came back to the States with a different respect on women and on black women and family, our family, and connection, the land out there. You know, they didn't have running water, so we taking showers with buckets. Yeah. And, you know, they get propane tanks to try to heat ours. And I'm like, wait, do y'all heat y'all water? They're like, nah. We're like, all right, don't heat ours then. So we just taking, you know, this is the extent. I think we were out there. We bought the family a refrigerator for the first time. Yeah. And they were just so happy to be able to put the milk in the refrigerator and not have to drink the milk the same day. Yeah. And so we sitting back looking at it, like, man, this is crazy. And I think coming back, it put life and what we were going through in a whole different perspective. Especially for my brother. And he talks about this in a lot of interviews. So that was the first time. And during the victory lap, once he turned the album in, we took another trip out there, and they welcomed him home this time, like a prince or like a king, man. The president, he met with the president. He met with the president? Yeah, he met with the president. Took pictures with the president. They had him on all the news stations. They had him in the newspaper. And we went to different villages, all the kids. You know, they knew who Nip was, and they were just like, you know, he was their spokesman. And they like, man, he's from this. So just witnessing that, it was big, and I know he felt, you know, he was the hometown hero. Like, you know, And so they were able to show their love and pour that into him in Africa. So that was big.
Okay. Back to when you said it gained you a whole different respect for women. Yeah. Okay. Having respect for the women is one thing.
Right.
But the type of woman you look for to be with. Yep. How major was that for you when you came back?
I think it was major because for us, and for me, having somebody wash your hands for you may have been looked down on. For us out here, like, no, I can wash my own hands, and then they were adamant, like, no, hold on. It's an honor for us, and this is what we do as women to all the men in the household. You know, from their father to their brother to their cousins to us that just came that they don't even know. Like, no, sit down.
Right.
You know, before this is tradition.
Yeah.
And for that, it just like the respect that they have for men. It puts a responsibility on the men to go super hard for the women and to protect them and to hold them at such a standard because the respect is given to you.
Right.
So the dynamic of, you know, what a lot of us are dealing with out here, where it's a lot of disrespect, where there's no respect. It's just it's a cycle that we're disrespecting because it put at least for me, it put it in perspective. Like, all right, you got to get it to give it, and you got to get it. You got to give it to get it, and get it to give it. Whatever, you know.
Gotta go vice versa.
Yeah. So
back and forth.
Finding somebody that gives you that is key for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Marathon Burger.
Yeah. Marathon Burger.
Why Long Beach?
Honestly, Long Beach has always been on the map. You know, we was younger, obviously listening to Snoop, East Siders. That's when we first heard about Long Beach, and we was looking up to VIP Records and just so much history that Long Beach has. And then as we become teenagers and hustling, and Hussle's putting out mixtapes, you know, that was one key market that we knew we had to hit.
Yeah.
And we used to drive with my cousin Adam and Hussle together on the independent tip and come drop off the mixtapes at the VIP Records.
Yeah.
And they open arms, they come on, they put us on the shelves, and we would go check back in weekly, and they would sell them and have money. So we knew Long Beach was fucking with bro, and we fucked with Long Beach because of that. So it was a key market for Hussle. So not to be long-winded, but when we're talking about Marathon Burger, we gotta have LA. We had an opportunity on Venice Beach. The next step, we gotta find something in Long Beach.
Right.
So we reached out, and the opportunity came with Snoop's son, Cordell. He's like, man, I can introduce you to the mayor, and you know, he can help find the location. And man, I think he takes the food. He's like, bro, I'm all in. I want to be a part of this. Are you?
Right.
You know, is it an opportunity? I'm like, yeah, for sure, bro. We trying to raise some money, and we're trying to scale as fast as possible. With you guys as investors, and also with the expertise and plugging us with the mayor, I think, you know, we could actually. Long Beach has been on our board, and this could actually, you know, happen. And they kick-started it. Mayor came in, super solid. Man, I don't even know. I don't know. You know, I must have not been paying attention. I know you guys had a black mayor.
Yeah.
Mayor seemed like so hood and so solid. Man, it's big. I'm like, this is dope. And he came and just opened the book, opened the play with like, look, these are all the open restaurants within Long Beach. Yeah. So we just had, and we found this one, and it was an old Johnny Rockets.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, hold on, man, this is a sign. You know, this is the old Johnny Rockets. Came in, looked. I'm like, bro, we gotta close on this. So we just leased it, and we started remodeling. And then I think talking to a couple people from Long Beach, they was telling us like this used to kind of be like one of the areas that there was a movie theater here, and everybody Used to come here.
AMC Pond here.
Yeah, so I'm hearing that like, damn, they like, yeah, this used to really be where we hang out. There's a lot of history here.
Yeah.
So I felt even more like, all right, it was meant to be.
Right.
That we be here and just add our name to this. And also, you know, we're appreciative to be able to bring a Marathon Burger to Long Beach.
Yeah.
You know, for Long Beach. You know what I mean? So
it's a prime location too.
yeah. It's
spot
blessed.
right here.
It's the spot, man.
Yeah, it's the spot.
I was telling you, I came late night one time and I was amazed. I'm like, man, what's going on? It's cracking out here.
Yeah, it's cracking. It's cracking. It's the spot right here. You gonna make it. Yeah, it's gonna be real lucrative.
Amazing.
So, speaking of the Los Angeles location, the Venice location, now the Long Beach location, what type of financial risk did you take to expand?
I think for us and our team, one thing we do is we just blitz, especially if we believe in it and we see that it's working. We just go all in. So we always all in, you know what I mean? We probably got like $20 in the bank account. You know what I mean? Because every dollar that's coming in was going out and we trying to do this and do this. We got like 20 projects going every day. These guys, they need money. So we're all in, and we had to feel confident about Long Beach, the city, and the support, and also the location. And once we felt confident, man, we just went all in. And you know, I believe that this is one of the most soundest investments that we can make. And I tell everybody, our whole team, man, this is a no-brainer for me. By bringing Marathon Burger here to Long Beach, I know the people come from the same struggle and know what the brand represents. And you know, the food is good, and it's an honor to be able to open one here, you know, in Long Beach, for sure.
Right. What you think Nip would have said about the expansion?
Nip would have loved it. You know, Nip, I remember he did something with Fat Burger. They had him come out and he did a grand opening on the Crenshaw and Slauson Fat Burger. And he like, man, we need to get a Marathon Burger. This is what he's speaking into existence. And so, you know, I'm like, yeah. And so I think for sure he would just be smiling like he always did and just be like, I told you. You know, just appreciative, and just I remember him telling and giving me a book to read on branding and like, man, build the brand and, you know, brand over business, and just giving me so many gems. Yeah. And you know, me and the whole team, we just appreciative that we could take a play that we learned from him and put it into motion with Marathon Burger. And you know, he'd be smiling and he'd be talking shit. You know, Hussle gonna talk some shit and be like, right, told you niggas, man, this shit. You know, we going to this Marathon shit is a lifestyle brand. That's what he would say. So just feel very appreciative.
What's the hardest business lesson that you learned that nobody warned you about?
Man, so many. You know, we used to work in a restaurant, me and Hussle. Mm-hmm. So we done been in situations where it's busy as hell, and it's nonstop. You go home and you so tired, you just fall out on the bed. Yeah. So we've been through that aspect of it, but the business side and the ownership side, and realizing you overstaff it for a week, and you look up and your payroll is 70%, and it's really supposed to be 25. You know, you scratching your head, and you really gotta make sure you put the whole team in position and put it in perspective. Right. Like if this is not managed correctly, you know, we could lose our shirt. So that was probably one of the biggest things, that no matter how busy it is, if you overstaff it and your payroll is too high, you know, you're gonna set yourself up to close. Yeah. So I think learning that, for me, for any business owner, especially restaurant owner, is like, man, you better identify that and get on top of that ASAP. Right. And then food costs, and then, you know, you want to look out, you want to give everybody free food, everybody eat.
Yeah, that's the part that be killing everything.
It'll kill you. You gotta hold on. All right, we're gonna do one free meal, and then after that, you know, everybody could get a discount. So just some of those things, and then customer service too, man. Just really understanding that who you have at the point of sale, talking to the customer, is very important.
Yeah.
You know, nobody wants to be disrespected or, you know, people hungry. You talk crazy too. So just finding the right energy and knowing who the people are, and all right, you home team, and you know you've been working with us for a long time, but we just need to find a different position for you.
Yeah.
And don't take it the wrong way. This is not your strength. You know, you're not a people person. You're not smiling. You don't know how to, you know, conduct yourself around people and get the best result. And those are the people that, you know, especially with food, that we've learned you have to put the right people in position, especially kind of like hosting or customer service or taking orders.
Yeah.
So that's another thing, man. And then quality of food. Not to be long with it, it's a lot of shit. One thing is just like we hustling. Right. You got to be quick on your toes, and you got to be able to adapt in real time and holding people accountable.
Real shit. Have you faced any pushback because you used the marathon name?
Nah, we haven't, man. One good thing is we've trademarked a lot of things since back in the day.
Yeah.
The Marathon store, Marathon clothing, the Marathon music. So I think anytime there may be a little pushback, they may go do the trademark searches, and then they may be like, oh, hold on. You know, these guys are protected.
Yeah.
We had somebody come in and try to use the name, Crenshaw and Slauson, one of our guys that had the Fat Burger there. He tried to turn that into an unauthorized Marathon burger, and we had to go
without talking to y'all or nothing.
Without talking to us, we got wind. Somebody said it's a Marathon burger doing a grand opening. Congratulations. We like, what? So we had to go holler, and you know, thank God we had a relationship with him. Hussle had a relationship with him. He got it right real quick, and we were appreciative.
Oh wait, this is before y'all even had y'all own Marathon burger.
Yeah, before we even opened.
Oh, that's crazy.
But like I say, man, it's perspective, and I tell everybody this: everything happens for a reason. And we end up calling later and was like, man, you know what? Thank you for doing that, because that's the reason why we even got a phone call for the Melrose location while we were looking for a location. One of our guys, he called us like, hey, bro, I see you guys opening on Crenshaw and Slauson. My guy got a restaurant on Melrose. He wants to see, do you guys want us to be the second location? So I laugh in hindsight and say, man, without the fake Marathon opening, we would have never even got that call for the Melrose location. So, you know, just taking a step back. It's a blessing in disguise, man.
God working mysterious ways.
Yes, always.
Yeah.
Always.
National franchise or controlled and locally?
Man, that's crazy you asked that question, because that's what we've been going back and forth on. And for me, I've just been trying to educate myself and get around people that are in that space, look at contracts, look at deals, and figure out, all right, what does this mean? What is the difference? How does the brand make money from franchising? How does it make money from keeping it in-house and scaling? And it boils down to, from what I've learned, it boils down to if you have some backing, whether you have somebody come and invest in you and you're able to scale with your own money or borrowed money, or if you develop a franchise model and have operators. And this is one thing that I've educated myself and a lot of people have been telling us on, very key. Don't only deal with professional star operators, people that operate at a high level, that operate big brands like a Starbucks or like a Chick-fil-A or certain brands, and do them, and you're able to go see how they do it. So I think we are thinking about, you know, franchising out, but only dealing with star operators, people that are not going to mess the brand up, water the brand down, or get yourself a bad reputation.
How do you protect the brand?
Protecting the brand, I think, is taking it slow and You know, we had a lot of business meetings with people. Thank God we've had a lot of interest. And some potential deals we just had to walk away from because, you know, like I said earlier, being a good judge of character, when people come in and you're talking to them and they want to come in and invest, they want to come in with some money, they want to scale rapidly, all those things sound good, but then they start asking you about your product and, oh, you're paying too much for the meat. We could get some cheaper meat. Or we don't need to use Wagyu. Or the bread costs too much. We could find a better bread. Oh, we get a better cheese. we walking from those deals because now they want to come in and they think they see, they want to control. They think they see the success, but you do that and you change our burger.
Now it's watered down. It's not finished no more. It's stepped on.
Stepped on. And now people, what do with stepped on product? They stop coming.
Right.
And the same thing, you happy to do business with us, you're gonna be mad at us because you're not gonna know why the people aren't supporting anymore. So dealing with people like that, we had to walk and say, you know, you don't get it. I want to deal with like-minded people that understand the brand is us. We're gonna keep creative control. We're gonna keep our brand standards high. And if you believe in what we're doing, then come on and help us scale. But we're not changing anything. We're not changing the quality. You know, we're getting good results. We're getting good reviews. We're gonna keep it the same.
Right. For young dudes that's watching you right now, what does it take to come from being on the corner in the streets, right, to ownership?
I think, man, it just, for me, and I always say this, man, you know, as a human, you know, you always want to put God first and pray and ask for opportunity. Right. You know, every time I've asked for opportunity, it hasn't always come right away, but it has come. And I say that also, it comes in different forms that you may not realize. Yeah. So always stay in tune and watch the signs and capitalize off of any opportunity, which is key because God works in mysterious ways. Your opportunity and your message can come from so many different places, even things that you think are negative, that can be your sign from God. And I say that to say, we were on the corner, we were hustling, doing some illegal shit, some legit shit. We had t-shirts, socks, colognes, and we were in front of Louisiana Fried Chicken, Prince John Slauson. Yeah. And one police officer that we knew for a long time growing up, you know, he always come harass us and talk shit. And he seen us with our tables and was looking, and we like, what you got to say? This is we legit, we selling clothes right now. Well, I know you ain't hating. Shut the fuck up, turn around, put us in cuffs. Yeah. And then, you know, I was hurt, man. Honestly, he's a black cop. I'm like, bro, come on, man. You seen us raised up. You really gonna take our stuff? So he started taking all of our shirts, wrote us a ticket, and you had no permit. Yeah, tell us, man, you don't got no permit. We like, come on, bro, I know you ain't tripping off of this. You tripping off of guns and dope. Like, you gonna do us like that? He like, man, shut the fuck up. You know, do like the rest of the law-abiding citizens. And if you want to open up to sell anything, get a shop and pay rent. And I was honestly like, man, this bitch ass nigga, man, I was hurt. I was mad. And probably feeling victim. He took probably $2,000 worth of shit from us. We mad as fuck, me and my boy Fax. And I sit down on the curb as he uncuffed us, took our shit, and he left. And as I'm sitting on the curb mad, you know, that was our last. We invested everything in that. And I look up across the street, and it says police. And at that moment, I got the goosebumps. You know what I mean? I look and I'm like, oh God, that's the sign. I'm like, yeah, it's a sign, and we're gonna take this as positivity. I called that number. Yeah. And called, and we ended up leasing out the building and opening up our first location. We called it Slauson Tees. Mm-hmm. And that was the message, man. And that was, you know, that police officer not even knowing he doing God's work. Yeah. By God telling you, like, man, just listen to the signs and I got you. And that was the launch pad for the marathon closing and for everything we were doing right there on that corner. So to the young dudes, man, just stay focused, stay aggressive, stay moving with integrity, and watch the signs and put your best foot forward. And you're gonna always win. It's documented in everybody's life. You know, the righteous win at all times.
Right.
That's what I would tell him.
The Nipsey Hussle documentary.
Yeah.
What's gonna be the name of it?
Hussle.
Hussle.
It's called Hussle. I think, man, this is the most important thing that that we can do. This documentary. You know, I could check. After I finish that, I'm done. I can be gone. It's like my mission. I have to finish this documentary for my brother because the story is so important to shed light on the real story. And we have so much footage from when he was young. It's documented. You see him first with a ball fade, learning how to record himself.
Yeah.
You see his daughter born in the hospital. You see us with my father in the camcorder when we was little kids on 5th Avenue.
Yeah.
You see us in Africa. This story in this documentary is so important and so monumental. Like people know the things that my brother's gone through, and they love him for it, but they only know 10%. Right. Like when they really see that this documentary, that 90%, people are gonna be blown away. People are gonna fully understand because everything's there. We have interviews with all the record execs. You hear the stories that nobody heard about. You're gonna be just at awe. And I think it's very important that we finish it and put it out.
What truth about Nip that's going to be told that the world what truth about Nip in this documentary is going to be told that's never been addressed before?
I think for me,
it's sneak peek, man.
Yeah, I think for me it's important, like people from our neighborhood that know Hussle, that were around, that seen Hussle from young, they adamant, and when anybody asks them, they're like, listen, bro, like y'all don't have a clue. Like I know Hussle, like I know, bro, like y'all don't even have a clue how crazy and how special and how stomped down and how honorable and how no matter what, against all odds, he gonna stand up and you're gonna respect his demonstration.
Yeah.
You know, so for me, just making sure that the rest of the world understand this and it puts everything and all his accolades, it puts all of that in perspective.
Right.
Because when you accomplish all this, but you coming from this and your morals and your how you conduct yourself through the ups and through the downs and when it was seeming like it was the whole hood against us.
Yeah.
You know, and even us, Hussle at that same time would shield us and just go solo.
Yeah.
And you calling him going like, bro, you crazy, bro, what you doing? And he like, nah, man, he pulling up, knocking on niggas' doors, solo.
Yeah.
And we like, bro, are you crazy? You got a unit that's gonna go out behind you. Do not do that. But it was like to the next level. Hussle wanted to make sure that the respect was like, you know, I got some people that's gonna go for me, but I'm not even gonna tap them in yet.
I want you to respect me.
I want you to respect me.
I'm on solo.
And whatever happened.
Man.
And whatever happened, I want you to respect me. And with that demonstration, it's hard. It's hard. So people from both sides of the politics had to say, man, salute. And so I think a big part of this documentary is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those real authentic stories that will shed light and shed respect on the person and make you fully understand, you know, who Hussle was. And also, man, it's very hard to hold yourself to those standards.
Yeah.
It's damn near impossible to win out here when you're holding yourself to those standards.
Right.
Because anything can come with it at the drop of a dime.
Right.
You know, you demanding your respect. You're holding everybody to that standard to treat you with respect.
Yeah.
In the circumstance and demographic that you come from. You being willing to crash out at any second.
Right.
I think it's hard, but not to be long-winded. That's why this doc is so important for me, man, because from the lows to the highs to the lows, the roller coaster of life, and a roller coaster and just the steadfast belief in himself and in his team. He's seen every situation through and was always triumphant.
Yeah. Are there any uncomfortable moments in this film that people want to affect?
Man, I think for me, I wouldn't say uncomfortable, I would say emotional. And you know, you're gonna laugh, you're gonna cry, you're gonna be blown away, you're going to root for Hussle, young. You're gonna clap when he finally gets signed and to Sony and is in New York and puts his first single out. You know, you're gonna be amazed when you see him articulate himself in interviews, and you see the white people who may not thought this person coming from this demographic could articulate and speak so clearly, and they put their pens down, you see their eyes go up, and then you see them pull him to the side, and like, man, I can't believe it. You just gonna be back there and you gonna clap.
They were stereotyping from the jump.
From the jump, man, and you see till you prove them wrong, and you see Hussle navigate and always put on, and always take it to the next level, and shine when people count him out. You know, you're gonna see the journey of life.
Right.
And I think it's something that, at the end of the day, like bro wanted to do, he wanted his thing to be inspirational. So anybody that watched this documentary is gonna come away from this doc inspired to the utmost.
Okay, good. Was there pressure about what could or could not be shown in the doc?
In the doc, no. I think
you have full creative control.
Yeah, we have full creative control. We made sure that we had the deal structured like that. We ended up going into a 50-50 partnership with Spring Hill, LeBron's company. And so, yeah, they came in.
Okay.
And they helped finance it. They got it to this point where it's at. It's probably like 80% done. And from there, we're going to go sell it or give it out for free, whatever happens. But we want to make sure we keep creative control. Because for me, it's important that the whole story is in there. This is not a highlight doc to where we just highlight the Grammys or the good success. This is something where we want to show, you know, where this came from, you know, where Hussle was raised, the environments, the things that could have went so bad, and the reason why he felt the obligation to stay and bring opportunity to the area. This documentary, we have it, and it paints a picture to when people watch it, they're like, oh man, I had no clue. Like, okay, now I understand why they love bro so much.
Right.
And for me, and like I was telling the directors and everybody that's helping us with this, it's like when I watched the Malcolm X movie with Spike Lee, Denzel. Like, we loved Malcolm, but me understanding, like, I'm like, oh, I never knew bro was running numbers and doing this and doing that and hustling. I had no clue. So now it puts a whole nother light on the speeches and everything that he's saying, because I know he came from a real place. I know he's talking from really a genuine place. So for me, this documentary, if people didn't know, when they see this doc and when they see, they're gonna really understand, and it's gonna put a whole nother perspective when they hear Hussle interview and when they hear him say something. And that's what it did with the homies in the neighborhood. Like, they not gonna read a book because anybody told them to read a book. Yeah. But if Hussle tell them, like, hey bro, read this book, they gonna go read that book. Right. And it's because they see somebody that was with them, that been through the same things with them, that's so dope with them, taking it to the next level.
Yeah.
And you know, one thing with Hussle say too, like, man, I never thought the homie would be a cook, or that would be going to class to do this, or get his culinary license, or write a book, or so. Anytime he sees somebody inspired and put effort into doing something different,
right?
You know, he thrived off of that. Okay. He loved it.
How do you protect family privacy while
giving the culture a raw truth?
Man, that's one thing I think. Me, I'm a always private person, so even now doing interviews every now and then, and I want to lend myself to the brand and make myself available to do what I need to do, especially when it's anything involved with hustle, whether music, the documentary, or brand. But it is hard, and it is a balance, especially with his kids. We want to make sure that we don't expose them to too much. But man, with social media, TikTok, Instagram, it's so hard. Just try to stay on it and kind of, be nosy and try to protect as much as possible. But it is very hard.
Right. Okay. Was there any footage that was too painful to include?
Man, yeah, it's a lot of stuff, man. It is footage that, for me, taking a step back, and that's one thing I've asked myself, like, is it some things that should be in it, so the people who didn't know, bro, or didn't know, could have a full picture and fully understand. And I think that's the medium of figuring out what has to be there, and then also what tastefully we don't put. Right. Is one of the things, man. And that's one of the questions, man. And just you want to invoke emotions, and you want to make people feel every high and low in the story. But man, that's a good question you ask, because that is a hard, challenging thing, and it's something that's really what we're talking about doing the documentary.
Right. So is it about correcting a narrative that could have been put out there, or is it about legacy?
I think for me, I'm selfish. So certain things that I've heard, I'm like, man, are you kidding me? I'm ready to just go crazy. So for me, by default, the documentary will clear all the speculation, or all the fraudulent clickbait, all that. The doc is gonna clear that.
Yeah.
And hearing certain things, I'm like, man, are y'all crazy? But that's how I know these people were not even frontline.
Yeah.
These people were not even real factors in the hood, because they weren't privy to understand what was really going on. They were getting third-party information from somebody trying to paint a narrative. Because anybody, grandmas, aunties, smokers, homies that was really frontline out in the area, they know the story. They witnessed it. Right. It was backdoor politics and talking like, oh man, we thought they was never gonna come around. Oh, this nigga Hussle was crazy. We back in the hood hopping out, and it was phone calls from niggas in the feds, and niggas that's tapped in to the streets from different hoods knew what was going on and knew what was happening. So anybody that really knows, I'm in the county jail. I was in the county jail when in East Max when your homies was in there super thick. When the feds indicted, I'm like, it's 35 of them in there, and I'm in there on a county lid for a shooting, for an attempted murder. So stories and people that was in these systems know. And another time I'm in county jail. I'm in certain dorms. I'm getting lined up in this dorm because of what's going on. And I'm going to this dorm squabbling. And so when you hear these certain things and certain narratives, and people that know Hussle and that seen Hussle do things, and the people that really know scratching their head like, hold on, what's going on? So for me, for the internet land and the people who are watching from a computer and don't know, I do feel a little bit of responsibility to give you a real body of work that you can watch. And we got the receipts, we got old footage. You see Hussle in his raw form. You see him young, you see him with the homies. You see homies talking about bro. You see the people that love Hussle. And you put a little perspective on
our hood, which I feel is a lot like a lot of other people's, but speaking on ours, it's different crews within the hood. It's different cliques.
Like every hood is, really.
You know what I mean? Where some people don't like you. And so it's not all just where people think, oh, everybody's, it's not like that. It's people that done took stands and did certain things and had to, you know, draw
from under the same umbrella that y'all all on the same page with each other.
It's not.
A lot of people gotta understand, niggas beef with their own hood more than they beef with their so-called ops.
And a lot of people don't understand that. And from the perspective, like, but people from real areas, they do know that. You know what I mean? And so just understanding also how tricky it gets being in your section and being in your area while you're getting money.
Right.
While you're being successful.
Right.
And you're going through the hate from different crews. And, you know, it's important that people understand that Hussle was not only creating, making music, raising the bar on his craft, while dealing with all this thing is hard.
Right.
And at the same time, saying I'm not going nowhere. And we ain't going nowhere.
Right.
And the whole team is like, hey bro, we need to, you know, it's getting tricky. He's like, nah, I'm
right here.
I'm right here. We in the heart, Crenshaw Slauson. We are in the heart of it. And we dealing with everything. From inner politics, police, enemies. You dealing with everything.
Right.
But with all that, regardless of what, everybody saluted, bro.
Yeah.
Because they looking like, man, this dude is crazy. You know, this dude is crazy, but he's actually doing it. And when you see why, and you see the results, and you see Forbes come and do articles, and you see GQ magazine come and do a spread in the neighborhood, and you see tourists come and want to come on Crenshaw and Slauson, you just are blown away, and you have to respect it.
Right. Got you. Yep. So, with all that being said, you banging them over the head. Marathon Burger grand opening March 1st, this Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Nipsey Hussle documentary coming out. What's up with the Nipsey Hussle album, bro?
Oh yeah, the album, man. We got a new album. It's called Prolific. It's Hussle and Bino collaborative project. They actually did this together. I like being vocal with everybody when I talk about this. This is not something that we put together, like grab some songs and tried to put. This is a piece of body of work that Hussle worked on himself. He sequenced it, he mixed and mastered it. He dropped it off to me and was like, hey bro, you know, what you think? And this was supposed to come out after Victory Lap. And you know, when I first heard it, I was blown away. It was amazing. Everybody loved it. Him working with Bino was a blessing, and I always liked Bino and was appreciative for Bino because he would be in there working and they would bounce off of each other's energies, and he would be writing, and Hussle, he was helping Hussle create versus Hussle just being in the studio by himself.
Right.
He had, and they would do music and he would inspire, and so Hussle was happy and was putting out music at a consistent level. And I was always happy about it. So this project, I say all that to say this project makes me feel good when I listen to it, because I know the space Hussle was in, and I know it's a body of work that the world is gonna appreciate.
Yeah.
And Hussle on that thing spazzing, just going in, giving game, giving jewels, and it's something that he put together, man. And I'm glad that we feel like it's the right time to put the music out, and I really feel it's like the perfect time.
Oh man, so you didn't have no say so with this album at all. Everything is Nip.
Yep, everything is Nip. One thing we did do, we heard 3 other songs that Nip and Bino had done. And I'm like, man, these are powerful. These need to be on this project. We're gonna add them. So we added them. We kept the same track listing the same, and we added 3 at the bottom.
Gotcha.
And it was some talk with the team, like, no, we need to keep everything the same. And I'm like, man, but these sound the same. Like, we need to put these, we can't not put these need to go. And the engineer one time as we're doing this and talking in front of him, he's like, hold on. He pulls up a text message with Nip and him. And he's like, bro, Nip sent me these 3 to add to this.
What?
And so I'm like, all right, there it is, bro. That's God.
See, I told you, God working in mysterious ways, cuz.
Yes.
Very bad.
Yep.
Were there disagreements behind the scenes about you even releasing this album?
No. There weren't any disagreements. There were, I think Bino in Bino's camp, Tay, out the blue, they always was like, hey bro, there's no pressure. It's on you guys. Whenever you guys want to put it out, we here. And so we felt very appreciative that
Wasn't trying to press y'all to put it out and all
yeah,
that stuff.
it wasn't like a rush and money grab, and we didn't want to just and then behind the scenes, you always get people in the ear, oh man, it's the perfect time to drop it out. Man, we ain't doing no corny shit. We ain't even thinking about that.
Yeah.
I can't even really listen to music right now. So, don't talk to us about that. But us, in our camps, we knew like, nah, when we feel like it's the right time, it's the right time. And I think we made a phone call and was like, man, you know what? I'm listening to this project. How do you guys feel? Man, let's do it.
Yeah.
The family, the team, we like, this is time. Are we all in? Let's go. And so, I think, to answer your question, I think from our team, there was no pressure. And when we decided now, everybody was all on board and was happy.
Right. So when people found out that y'all about to release this album, did you have any artists or anybody that you know that do music? Did you have them hit you up? Man, can you put me on the album? Can you add me on it?
Not really. A couple people may have reached out, but I think respectfully, like, hey, what's going on? And then I think from the jump, I wanted to make sure it's like, hey, this project is not even open. This is Hussle. This is what he put out. I think there was one feature, a singer that they added to the end of it just to kind of like build it and make it a little bit bigger, but no like major features were added. And I think everybody knew it. And it was one record where we added one of somebody from our team. We like, hey, this is an open verse. This sounds like you all over it. Jump on it. But for the most part, I think everybody knew. This is not something we putting together. This is coming out
right.
How Hussle created it.
Man, I can't wait for that album tomorrow. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. Whatever you say, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yes, sir.
Were there songs that you heard on the album that hit differently now that you listen to it from back then?
Yes. Yeah. 100%. Even the last single that we just dropped, that Reckless. Fuck if I crash, don't save me. Like, every single song and every verse, it definitely, man, it hits different, man.
Does it reveal a side of Nip that we've never heard before?
Maybe, man. I think it may, because some of these records are like relationship records. Mm-hmm. But from a man's perspective and from a dude that's hustling, that's trying to get money, that's dealing with shit that you're dealing with, from that perspective, and also it trickling down with your relationship. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the music a lot of the records on there that I'm hearing are geared towards that, and to me it is a little bit different, but still from that lane of like what I'm dealing with and what I'm going through. But like he's telling that to his girl, like, hey man, like, we need you to get with this. Yeah. And the highs and the lows, also me listening to it. The triumphant times when y'all out and y'all doing y'all thing and y'all, red carpet, and you just, but the ups and downs that are in a relationship. Yeah. From when you starting off struggling, trying to make it, to then now you're successful. Mm-hmm. And you are doing good. That's my take on it, on a lot of the music. Yeah. But it's so much. It's everything, a little bit of everything in there for everybody. One thing you gonna hear bars and you're gonna hear gems. So the people that love that you know, that food for the soul that you get from listening to Hussle music, you're gonna get it from this project.
Okay. Where does the money go? Like, is the plan to build generational wealth, not just off the album, but from Marathon Burger, the documentary, the album, everything combined?
Yep. I think 100%. We've been blessed that the way Hussle owned his catalog, the way Hussle had things set up, everything trickles down. The kids own the catalog. They have trust funds. They own Marathon Clothing. Even anything that we open up new, Marathon Burger, they own that. They're partners in everything that we're doing. The documentary that we been working on, they're the owners of that. You know, we were able to negotiate that they own that. And after the documentary comes out and our partner make their money, I think after like 10 years, the doc reverts back to the kids. Right? So by the time they're older, they'll be able to have those meetings and, hey, Netflix, you want to license it for a year or two?
Got you.
Come on. And then they'll be able to have that mailbox money.
Are you guys teaching the kids that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. And then so I tell them all the time, you know, all you got to do is, you know, number one, Hussle been pouring that into you, but then also watch interviews, you know, learn from what he's saying in the interviews, and then also anything that I can tell you, and also demonstrate, come with us. You know, my niece is the oldest, she comes, you know, I'm dragging her with me. Come on, you coming in here, and she understands what's going on, and I tell them all the day, don't ever sell that catalog. Don't ever sell your father's catalog. Keep it. It's mailbox money. You can, you know, borrow from it. Don't ever sell it. And then, you know, this documentary is gonna go into that. But the main goal is build this brand and build it to become a lifestyle brand. Right. Food, fashion, entertainment, music, and just keep taking it to the next level, man.
Yeah. That's dope, man. How do you emotionally press release in your brother's voice?
Man. It's no way. Every time I hear any interviews, any music, man, you know, you always just get put back into that place. I think you just have to embrace it. You have to deal with it, and you have to understand that, man, the one thing that I always tell myself is, man, life is a journey. And it's a limited journey, and we all of us will go. Right. You know what I mean? Whether it's 8 years old, 20, 30, 40, 80, 100. You know, you can't live forever, and you will go. I think the thing is what you leave behind and how many people you touch, and how many people you inspire, and a legacy that you leave behind. So for me, even though bro is not here, he did his job as a human being on this earth, and he did it so more powerful than anybody that I know. So I always try to put that in perspective. Anytime I get sad or anytime I hear it, I just have to remind myself that, and then it just kind of, you know, keeps me in an all right space.
Gotcha. My last question for you. Is this the last chapter?
As far as
musically?
Oh, music. No. We have so many. I would say this is the last official project that Hussle put together himself. Hussle was crazy with listening to the record. Now that don't make it. We like, whoa, bro, what you doing? Nah, this don't feel right. Engineering, take this down, high, lows. He wanted to make sure that it was a masterpiece. This Prolific is the last one that he did. But we have so many other records that my goal is with the documentary, when the documentary comes out, I want to have a soundtrack to the doc. And that's all the loose records that is hard as fuck that you hear. You just like, oh my God. But maybe they don't fit in an album mode or have the vibe for the album.
Single type song.
Yeah, but they singles, and when you hear them, you're like, oh, and it's so good for the doc because the doc is all, it's young Hussle. It's when Hussle was going through this. It's when Hussle was dealing with this. It's when Hussle first had his child. So we know where to place those records. We're like, oh, I know when that was recorded. This was 2007.
Yeah.
That's going in the beginning part. Oh, this is when Hussle, fresh from Paris.
Yeah.
You know, right off to the TMC. All right, this goes here. So I think all those, and we honestly, we have probably like 50, 60 like bangers.
Right.
That's just amazing. And we know we're gonna place those on the soundtrack.
Okay. Yeah. That's good, man. Well, that's the ending of this interview, man.
Come on, man.
I just want to let you know, you feel me, from man to man, you feel me? I'm giving your flowers now.
Come on, thank you, brother.
You inspire me. You inspire a lot of people, dog.
Thank you, brother.
Keep pushing, man.
Come on, man. Likewise, too, man. Likewise, I've been seeing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, definitely inspirational and much respect. And just same thing, man. Keep doing your thing, man.
Yeah.
Keep, you know, going hard on it. I see you ain't playing with them. Keep it going, man. Come on, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, no. Hey, look, this is the P-Nice Show.
Yes, sir.
If you want to live life, come mess with P-Nice, baby.
Yes, sir.
Get out of here.
Created player, created player, created player, created player.
Nipsey Hussle, the legacy of a mentality. Crenshaw, a neighborhood famous for its vibrant cultural diversity and great art scene, but also marked by...
We take a victory lap now, ladies and gentlemen. We take a victory lap now, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, Puff gave me a lot of advice about the records we had already.
Nipsey already know. I told him before you even sat down.
Shout out to Legend. I wish I did have Pac on there, man. At Nipsey Hussle on IG, Twitter, emphasis. The space is where it needs. Context the fact. Shout out to Marcia. Shout out to Marcia. Shout out to Marcia. She an incredible artist.
That's a lesson from Hussle. He was saying retail, you know, you gotta own the retail, and you like the Marathon store. The only place you can get it from and build it out. Like he would tell us his version of Sanrio. Retail, you know, like the Marathon store, like the Marathon store. Marathon product, like the Marathon store. Like if you want like the Marathon store, Marathon product.
Creating experience that can only be in a certain location.
That's a lesson from Hussle. He was saying retail, you know, you got to own the retail, and you got to be able to make it special and build it out. Like he would tell us his version of Sanrio, like the Marathon store. Like if you want to come tap in with anything that he's doing, Marathon products, clothing, the only place you can get it from is the actual brick and mortar store.
Rapper Nipsey Hussle, rapper Nipsey Hussle, rapper Nipsey Hussle, rapper Nipsey Hussle, grew up rapper Nipsey Hussle, rapper Nipsey Hussle, grew up in the Crenshaw neighborhood.
Nipsey started in this parking lot on
All my life, I've been running all my life.
Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
We recorded this album, we playing a long game.
the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw.
Under my new partnership with Atlantic Records.
Nipsey started in this parking lot on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw.
Rapper Nipsey Hussle, rapper Nipsey Hussle, grew up rapper Nipsey Hussle, rapper Nipsey Hussle, grew up in the Crenshaw neighborhood of South LA.
We take a victory lap now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that part. Album in stores.
Okay, we did the mailbox money.
Yup.
Crenshaw. The Crenshaw project.
All that.
He changed the game, man.
Talk to me.
He changed the infrastructure.
That's right.
I don't want $11.99. I don't want $15.99. I don't want $20.99. I want $100.
Yeah.
I want $100 for my work.
Yeah, it's worth it, man.
I know y'all give it away for free. Not me.
Right.
The gang. Nipsey Hussle is back.
Yeah.
What's up? Family.
How y'all feeling?
Good, man.
Thank y'all for having me again. You already know. Whole team up in here every time.
I was hitting Heather D the other day because I was at the Kelly, matter of fact, was at the Hollywood Palladium.
Yeah.
And we flew in town. We worked here Thursday morning. Caught the first flight out. Because the homie Quincy White, aka Doug, said he was going to hit the stage with Nipsey Hussle.
Yes, sir.
I said, Kelly, book the tickets. That's what. Yeah. It's going to see that. Plus, I have Nipsey Hussle live. Man, when you see Nipsey Hussle live in LA, that's like seeing him in LA.
That's big. That's a great. I'm in great company there, man. That's what's up.
That was a big night too. That was an album release concert, so it was All-Star Weekend, so the energy was on the next level that night.
You brought out, I saw YG backstage. Who all did you bring out on stage?
Man, we brought YG, we brought Puff, we brought Mozzie, we brought Marshall, we brought Quincy White, aka Dub. We had 1500 as the band. James Harden came through here and performed last night.
You know what I'm saying? He came through and showed love. I brought my daughter out. That was my favorite guest of the night. You know what I'm saying? She finished the set with me. Did I forget anybody?
Irv Gotti.
Oh yeah, I said Marshall for sure. Yeah, Irv Gotti came. He showed love. I fuck with Irv. Irv solid. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Jada was in the building. Yup. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he didn't come out on stage, but he came to show love.
Just chilling in the corner. Look,
man,
18 years old. He looks so young.
Yeah, Jada got the found the youth. He get younger.
Yeah.
I fuck with the whole lot though, man. He gave me a good compliment about just the album, roll out and everything. I'll keep that private, but he said some good shit to me. Yeah. Styles too, man. Styles and
Dope.
It's interesting because you wouldn't, back in the day, you wouldn't realize that folks from different parts of the country have so much in common. Right? You know, and now you see Jada, everybody from the locks that come from the same mindset, pretty much, right?
It's hip-hop. We all love rap music. You know what I'm saying? We know that. Well, me personally, I like when it's an artist that speaks to a place. You know, so I don't know about this place, but I can get to know about it through music. And then it make you want to go there. You know what I mean? So I think that's what brings all artists from all the different areas into, a space to be able to say, I respect you, I'm fucking you. You know, you turn me on to what it's like to be from young. You know, maybe what it's like to be from Crenshaw and Slauson. You know what I'm saying? So, it's dope.
You got music like listening to the album. I'll speak on a couple of songs from Blue Laces to Sucker Proof is my joint.
That's right.
You got a track with Diddy as well.
It's called Young Niggas. Yeah.
Young Niggas. And that's for me, that's a party, like you get here at the club perhaps.
Yeah.
But it ain't like it's a highly energetic song. It's just a feel.
Yeah, exactly.
You and Puff, what did y'all bond with? What y'all bond? What was the connection?
Truthfully, Cassie and Lauren, they close.
Okay.
So, I've been on Puff, but, at Cassie's birthday, me and Puff had a good combo. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, LA, man, come through, let's hear the music. So I brought the album over there, and then we just got close over the music. You know what I mean? We had combos just about the music, about, as a producer,
Puff don't get in that place. Producing somebody that made the decisions to tell the songwriter, say, take the raw melody and rewrite it around on a big interview, and you got more money on top of it. You know what I'm saying? And you rather throw artists some type of alley-oops. So I just like, you know, I've been a person that I play both positions in the studio. I'm an artist and I try to pick a beat or pick a sample or think in both mindsets. So to have somebody that can play that position, I could just go in the artist mode. That really helped.
EA Ski is somebody like that to me.
Right.
In the Bay when it comes to like mixing and know what goes on sonically.
Yeah.
Folks don't even know who EA Ski is. Not everybody know who that is.
I'm hip, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you know, but he got that ear and he takes music and then you learn that, oh man, this is overmodulating because there's too many connections. And so, you know, he can
this
break
frequency is crowded. You gotta take a few of these sounds out and let that top level just have its own room.
Yeah, exactly. Did Puff offer any of that to you?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, Puff gave me a lot of advice about the records we had already for the album. And a lot of them, what he said, we went back and adjusted the records based on what he suggested. Rap Niggas is one of the songs that he heard it, he like, I see what you're trying to do. Then he played Natural Born Killers from Ice Cube and Dr. Dre. It was like, this is where you're trying to get it. It gotta sound like that in terms of how violent and how loud, and, you know what I'm saying? How West Coast it sounds. So we went back in the studio. Originally, the synth lead, they would only come in for the hook. And I'm like, this record belongs to the West, really. To begin with, it's gonna be a record for everybody, but it sounds like LA feel.
Yeah.
So lead the synth through the whole song.
Yeah.
Add a little bit more of that texture. And when we did, it brought the full potential out of the record.
Nipsey Hussle was here, man.
Yeah.
Victory Lap. We taking Victory Lap.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to the bottom of that in a second too.
Nipsey, how many people are you comfortable with kind of critiquing your music before it's put out there? Like, is everyone's opinion of value, or do you maybe like cap it at like 3 people whose ears you really trust?
That's a good question. I gauge where the critique is coming from. You know what I'm saying? If it's trying to make the song better, I'm open to it. It's just like, you want some ego shit, you want to tell me what you just want to get your opinion off, I ain't really with that. But if I really can think that you're trying to add value to the song, I'm open to it. And you gotta validate your opinion. Puff has made classic rap music in the past. Outside of R&B, outside of everything, he made classic hip hop music. So I'm open to his opinion. You know what I'm saying? People in my circle, they've been through these situations with me that I'm rapping about. So I'm open to their input. To people that have proven their opinion in music, I'm open to it. You know what I'm saying? But I can't just go for just any old body like, hey man, you should do this. Maybe you should do that.
That's real.
Yeah.
Nipsey already know. I told him before he even sat down. I love you. Love your family. Love everybody already know. But you gotta shout out who braided your hair. It's so fly. Who doing that?
Hey, look.
That shit is next level.
Hey,
That braid is beautiful.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you, I be flying my braider in because I'm telling you, she different. You know
Everybody can't be in your hair.
Yeah, nah, you know what I mean? She different. She my barber and my braider, you know? So, yeah, it's a girl named Tatum. She from Seattle. Shout out to Tatum. I know she mad that I gave her name up. She got so many clients, she be trying to stay low. Nah, she the truth, man. You know, I took her on tour with me. You know what I'm saying? She was miserable halfway through the tour.
That shit look beautiful. Swag. It's don't be swag. It's beautiful.
Love.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying, this is nice
like
though.
You're egging on the comments right now. I was hanging out with AP this weekend.
Yeah, man.
In National Park.
Yeah.
It showed me a lot of love.
It's only right. It's only right. You know, that's where Quincy grew up. You know what I'm saying? RJ also from that area. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's and then Bone also from Training Day.
Yeah.
Bone from Athens Park as well.
Yeah, I was shooting ball at the park.
Oh, you was at Athens Park? Yeah. Oh, you was hitting him? Or
Who
shooting?
saw that? Who saw? Is any documentation of that?
I mean, you know, some things, you know, and AP don't always bring a camera out. Have to be. But the good folks that was
Nipsey said, was you just shooting them or was you making
Did you
them?
net something?
Well, I just said I was shooting threes. We ain't
That's
talk
cool.
about the results of it.
Okay.
That's cool too. That's all. You was there. You put your feet on the ground. That's what count.
I made one. Victory lap to me is that an acknowledgement of, you know, the things you've been trying to put together for all these years. You feel like you've accomplished now. You're taking your victory lap on to the next, or is it something else to that?
Yeah, I think that you said it right. It's about, obviously we not done. That's not what it represents, us celebrating prematurely. Nah, it just means that young person that was in the street trying to get into music and the goals that I had from that point of view and how I wanted to go about doing it represent me accomplishing those things. You know, now my goals is more so as a person in a position of success, in a position of power, as a musician and as an artist, as an entrepreneur, not as a teenager trying to figure my life out. Just trying to, avoid the penitentiary, avoid, what goes on in LA and what gang culture offers. So that's what I'm celebrating. You know what I mean? That we came full circle. And, I had much less to have faith in back then, but I had faith somehow. And I made the decision somehow. So that's really what I'm celebrating with this album. And also, from a space of being independent, coming off the major label, having to rebuild the brand on my own, taking risks, spending my own money, doing things unconventional, like you said earlier, the $100 album, and just being somewhat of a radical and working in my favor. It's celebrating that.
Victory lap.
Yeah. Shout out to Legend. I wish I did have Pac on there, man. Shout out to Legend. I wish I did have Pac on there, man.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? But we got some bonus tracks. Sway just pulling y'all leg about the Pac feature.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wish, one day, we got some relation to the estate, so maybe one day.
Okay, so what did I say?
That it was you heard a Tupac verse.
I thought I did. Maybe obviously I did.
Yeah, I don't think it's on there, bro. Am I tripping? Maybe it is.
No, you ain't tripping. You trying to save me. I'll let you hear what I heard.
Okay. All right.
And that's something different.
Okay.
But one of the songs I really liked too was Real Big. Real big. Real big.
Yeah.
And part of it is the aesthetic of it, the sound of it. Marsha Ambrosius.
Exactly.
And then I didn't even know what was going on with you and her when I saw her backstage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you always been a big fan?
Always. On Crenshaw, I sampled a live concert of Axe Floetry for a record called 4 in the Morning. And they just had a crazy tone on their voice. It was like a guitar solo. And the song on the album don't sound like the live version they did. So we sampled the live version. And I'm all a fan of just their music, what they do with what Marsha has done with other rap artists. She got an angelic voice. And y'all was in the building, y'all saw how she sound live. Y'all heard how she sounds live.
Yeah.
It's equal to the record.
It's crazy. She's crazy.
Yeah. You hear some people when they get on concerts and they can't match the vocal quality of what happened in the studio. That's not the case with her. It blew me away because I'm like, this shit's just like that.
Yeah.
When we touched it up and added all it, she sound like that live.
Yeah.
So shout out to Marsha, man. She an incredible artist.
I'm gonna do a lyrical breakdown with that song if you don't mind.
Okay, talk to me.
I don't get it. I don't get it. What exactly don't you get? Breaking down the lyrics. Breaking down the lyrics. Breaking down the lyrics. Breaking down the lyrics you may not understand.
What the hell did you just say?
It's the lyrical breakdown.
I can break it down like whatever you want.
On Sway in the morning. Sway in the morning. Sway in the morning.
I'm gonna jump around. Sometimes I listen to songs and certain things that are said stick out to me.
Yeah.
And this is something King Tech, my partner, since Nas first came out alive on Barbecue.
Oh yeah, that's what's up.
Dissect with anybody. So we do it.
Yeah,
that's where it started.
Easy call. Like I'm saying, the originator.
Don't even question. Trying to walk to school, get your jaw shot. Trying to walk to school, get your jaw shot. Sorry. Trying to pump your gas, get your car shot. Trying to walk to school. That wasn't necessarily you though.
I mean, I just show you like being a kid trying to get to school, what you had to navigate your way through. It was gangbang going. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I did not stop before. You know what I mean? But that line we were talking about, my personal experience. You know, it was like ejaculate you. That was the thing. You got ask you what size shoes was. On the way to the bus stop, 7 in the morning. So I was just speaking to, just to show the distance and the ground we've covered. Like, it been going on for years. It's been a reality since we was kids, Yeah.
Large profit large profit margin on the long shot.
Yeah. What does that mean? That's like in Vegas, betting on the Pacquiao against Mayweather. Fuck around and do it. Large profit margin on that. That victory is a long shot. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that apply to us. It's a large profit margin on the long shot. You know what I mean? So it's like, very few people bet on the underdog. But if you would have, you would have won big. And that happened to be us. We bet on ourselves as underdogs. I sold my Rolex chain, my Alpina, and bought studio equipment. You know what I'm saying? It was the best decision I made. I shut down my spot. I was hustling. And I stopped hustling. I went broke for a time and started getting treated different by girls. Because I wasn't balling as a teenager anymore. People started looking like I fell off. And I dealt with all that. But it was the best decision I made. And I was an example of me betting on the long shot, which is rapping myself. It's a large profit margin. I made so much more money off of buying that equipment than I would have if I just stayed in my bracket. Legit money. That's what I mean.
Nighttime low song. Fucking bitches while the folks home?
Yeah. Teenage shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Like in the other room?
Teenage shit, man. Come on, son. Oh, you know what's going on, man. Come on, man. Keep it 100, man. You know what's going on, man.
All right, man. Damn, I did it too. All right. Yeah, damn it.
Help clean.
All right. Couldn't understand my plan. Now you niggas know. Self-made, well-paid.
Yeah.
That seems like that's been the story of your career.
Yeah, almost, right? Yeah, definitely. And I don't mean I don't have a team. That's not what I mean by that. I just mean that we had come in the game with a formula. We ain't, I ain't had no platinum. There's no disrespect to nobody.
Yeah.
But just speaking on the reality of my situation, I didn't know nobody in the music industry. I didn't come through on the back of a platinum artist. You know what I'm saying? We came off the corner selling on mixtapes out the trunk in the middle of gang wars. Not for fake, for real. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. Over and over and over. That's why I call it a marathon, because we ran a lot of laps.
Yeah.
I've been on promo runs on mixtapes a lot of times. I came through here a lot of times.
Yeah.
On different times, you know what I mean? To be at a level of dropping an official major label album through a partnership with my company. We learned from trial and error. I say we took the stairs, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so that's what I meant by, self-made. It was a team effort, but I mean it as a team. It was a self-made team.
Hussle, it's in the name. Let's play that song real big. We'll come back and take your calls. 888-742-3345.
Yeah.
Context the battle.
Battle Cat played on, if you hear the Roger Zap, I forgot what that's called. Vocoder.
The vocoder, right?
Battle Cat played that. You know what I'm saying? Because you could cheat and just put the effect on it. He came with the Roger Zap thing and played those real big. So that was Battle Cat on that. And then Bink, a legendary producer.
Bink Dog.
Yeah, Bink Dog, man.
Yeah.
That's my guy, man. He came in. We done a lot of records together that didn't make the album. But he came and produced on, just consulted, gave us his opinion, touched a couple of the records, sat in with us. He was in the studio with us for weeks, flew to LA and sat with us.
Yeah.
And I was just being strategic, just what I felt made next level music. Man. If you listen to My Mama Love Me, that don't necessarily sound like rap. It just sound like dope music, like emotional music. So I wanted to have something in that vein. So I called Bink in. Obviously, Mike and Keys, that's who did the bulk of the music. They the lead producers on the album. 1500 as well, both of them are the lead producers. But it's a ton of people, man. This young keyboard player named Amir. Yeah. He produced a lot of stuff with Big Sean. He traveled with Big Sean. He part of Big Sean band. He incredible. He played on the intro and the Big Zap record. Dude is just next level musician. He like early 20s. Yeah. He gonna be crazy. He a producer also. But he took the title track to the next level. If I let you hear the original was fire. Don't get it mistaken. But just the musical element, the added to it, it speaks to what you say. It's about the composition and the musical value. Yeah. That was we produced the record and then we went on top of it. The perspective of the music and making it expanded on it. Some of them came out naturally. The actual lyrics came out like that. Yeah. But we went back and fine-tune the records to really maximize what they can do without over-producing. It's a balance you gotta find. Not just have a ton of just sounds in there, just to add emphasis on the spaces where it needed. You know what I mean?
Do you write in the studio, or do you take the music home and write, or how do you write?
It's different nowadays. I used to keep a rap notebook. I don't do that no more. I just kind of go off the vibes. I ain't about freestyle or regular. That's not what I do. But I sit in the studio and listen to it and go like 4 boards at a time. I might like 8, just however I'm inspired. You know?
All right, Nipsey Hussle is hit Victory Lap. We all running.
Go grab that, man. Victory Lap out now.
Okay, I'm gonna take quick calls, quick questions, quick answers. Smooth from San Diego. What you want to say?
Smooth, what's poppin'?
Smooth, what up, baby? What you want to say, baby?
What's going on, man?
What's up,
man?
man?
Every morning.
Oh, man, you're a citizen.
It's way in the morning, homie.
What's your question for Nipsey?
I appreciate it. I don't have no questions. Got a statement that I've been waiting for this victory that to come out. You know what I'm saying? I've been following for a long time, and you know, he's the song.
That's love, bro. I appreciate you, man. Dago love, man. I got a lot of love for Dago.
All right, thanks for your call, Smooth. Let's go to Oregon. Bob, what you want to say? Say what's up to Nipsey. Bob, y'all. Bob.
Yo, what up? I just want to say thank you to all y'all. Like, Sway, you asked the best questions. You're definitely a hip-hop head. Heather B, KCG, DJ Wonder, you all do your shit. Like, you all really work hard. I can tell. Nipsey, like, I really had to call because you're here. You put me up on so much game. Like, take over the neighborhood, the city, the block, the game. Like, I'm following the blueprint, bro. The shit you put out. This victory lap, I can tell because you made it. And you're, like, starting that victory lap. Like, you're really about to kick it in the next year. And I'm excited.
Thank you for that, man. I appreciate you, bro. What's up?
Hey, man, thanks for your words, Bob. You a citizen,
It's way in the morning.
Love when people acknowledge you.
Call up, that's nice to say, too.
Yeah, that was nice.
To say.
Let's go to Virginia. Vintage, what up, Vintage?
What up, Vintage?
Yo, what's up?
Say what?
Shout out to the whole Way in the Morning team. I see y'all in that new Bruce Willis movie.
March
Wait,
2nd.
Hold on, Vintage. Hold on one second. You saw the commercial now?
I don't be on TV and I've been on a crazy grind lately, but that's big. Clap it up for that, man. That's big.
Give yourself a clap. Okay?
That man, don't do that. Hey, Vintage, what up?
Hey, yo, big shout to you on that victory lap, man. Hey,
yeah.
What was your favorite collab on the album? I see you got a joint with C-Lo, Marsha, and Rose doing big things. What's up?
Man, my favorite collab, I can't say one, bro. I love Dedication. I love what Kendrick did on Dedication. I love what CeeLo did on Loaded Bases, YG. You know, Belly and Dom.
Yeah.
Stacey Barf, Marsha. I can't just say one, bro. They all hold a different place in my heart.
Did CeeLo, the hook that he sang on Loaded Bases, who wrote that?
So, I wrote my verse first.
Okay.
And in my first line of my verse, I said, Loaded Bases, that's the motivation. And CeeLo came after the first verse was done, and he wrote a hook around that idea of the pressure of somebody at bat with all the bases loaded, where you can strike out and blow the opportunity, or you can knock it out the park and bring home the points. You know, so when I heard what he did, I'm like, this nigga's a cold songwriter, because he just revolved around a theme that was a metaphor for just delivering while you're under pressure. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. And the way he sang it,
crazy.
Different. His pocket is different.
Yeah.
Dope.
And
Crazy.
Dedication, hearing you and Kendrick together, man, it's just like, it's like where everybody wanted to see Al Pacino and Robert De Niro star in the same film. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. And he delivered on that, man. That was something that I was so inspired when I heard the verse back, because I knew it was true. He talking about a combo we really had at the Pac premiere. You know what I'm saying? I know L, his homeboy that he referenced.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just I thrive off of that type of rap that I could. It's based on life. It ain't just like no disrespect to nobody, but it's not just like phonetics and just like, you know, aesthetic. It's real words behind an experience. You know what I'm saying?
So Dedication, hard work, was that influenced by Floyd and, you know, hard work, dedication chant, or?
Probably. I didn't think of him while I was saying it, but you know that shit exists subconsciously. It been so branded, most like it might have been. Because them words seem like they go together. Hard work, dedication. They seem like they cousins.
Man, you did you want to ask something? Okay. Man, you put together a beautiful project.
Thank you, bro.
Congratulations.
Enjoying that freedom, that independence, having the opportunity to work with people you really respect and love, and you can hear it through the music. You know, you can hear it.
Nipsey Hussle, one of the real ones, y'all. Make sure y'all support this project. It's out now. Look out for him on tour maybe around April.
Yeah, we setting it up probably like April, May.
April, May?
Yeah.
We'll be out there with you, man.
Yeah,
Thanks for
believe
coming
that.
through.
Always
man.
love, bro.
You know what
Victory
it
lap
is.
out now. Go grab that.
Okay.
Go get it.
Also, we want to thank Tech 9 for coming by, too.
At Nipsey Hussle on IG, Twitter, Facebook, all the shit, man. At Nipsey Hussle on IG, Twitter, Facebook, all the shit, man. Everything Nipsey Hussle, NIPSEY,
That's a lesson from bro from Hussle. That's a lesson from bro from Hussle. That's a lesson from bro from Hussle. He was saying retail.
It's
you know?
easy.
That's a lesson from bro from Hussle.
Shout out to Legend. I wish I did have Pac on there, man.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? But we got some bonus tracks. Sway just pulling y'all leg about the Pac feature. You know what I mean?
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wish, one day, we got some relation to the estate. So.
That's a lesson from bro from Hussle. He was saying retail. You got to own the retail and you got to be able to make it special and build it out. Like he would tell us his version of the Sanrio, like the Marathon store. Like if you want to come tap in with anything that he's doing, Marathon products, clothing, the only place you can get it from is the actual brick and mortar store.
Creating experience that can only be in a certain location that you control, that your brand, your company controls.
Like the Marathon store. That's a lesson from bro from retail. You got to own the retail. Like the Marathon store. The only place you can get it from, like the Marathon store. Like the Marathon store. The only place you can get it from is the actual brick and mortar store. Build it out. Like he would tell us his version of retail. You got to own the retail. Marathon products, clothing.
Creating experience that can only be in a certain location that you control, that your brand, your company controls, and no outside situation has any kind of influence on it is very powerful. And it builds that safe and trusted place for your audience, that they know what to expect, that they know that this truly represents the brand and the culture.
Rapper Nipsey Hussle grew up in the Crenshaw neighborhood of South LA.
Nipsey started in this parking lot on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw. On the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw.
We playing a long game.
All my life, I've been grinding all my life.
Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
We recorded this album over the course of like 3 or 4 years. So under my new partnership with Atlantic Records.
Rapper Nipsey Hussle grew up in the Crenshaw neighborhood of South LA. He gave our Leah Uko a tour of his community, where he's now paying it forward.
All my life, grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle pay the price.
7 mixtapes, a chart-topping studio album, and a lot of
First you get the money, then respect.
Nipsey Hussle's lifelong grind is paying off. Now the 33-year-old rapper is paying it forward in Crenshaw.
My career started right here. This community put me on.
Nipsey started in this parking lot on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw. He used to sell his unsigned mixtapes out of the trunk of his car. Now, you actually own half of this lot.
Yeah, me and my family, Black Sam, Adam, my pops, the whole team.
He also owns Marathon Clothing Store, which not only sells his label, but lets his visitors use an app to enhance their shopping experience.
We playing a long game. We playing a long game. We playing a long game. We don't want the money to stop when we go. When we can't work no more, we want it to outlive us. We want it to be generational.
Nipsey says businesses are only part of the change. For true change, he started with kids at 59th Street Elementary, an area plagued by violence. He hired a local artist to help spruce up this basketball court.
And I see in the inside, it's got safety, respect, friendship, kindness, community, principles.
Principles, to live by.
And an attempt to attract entrepreneurs to the community. His latest business venture is Vector 90, a co-working space in the Crenshaw district.
That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life.
So for a young boy from Crenshaw who started with nothing,
I got you, big dog. Let me sign that part of the front.
Nipsey Hussle has given everything, hope, opportunity, and resources for his community to grind and succeed.
Have you ever seen the whole thing? But you drove to the streets because you grew up on
Thanks to Leo Uko for that. Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
How you doing, bro?
Good to have you here. So it seems like you're doing about 50,000 things at once. How do you balance it all?
I got a team. It's not just me. I got a great team with me. So I get a lot of the credit. I'm in the front, but I got a ton of great people on the team with me.
And speaking of collaborations, you got this new album, which is now like a major studio album for the first time with you.
Yes,
Some of the collaborations include Kendrick Lamar, YG, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, I don't know what we call him these days, whatever he's going by,
Puff.
CeeLo Green.
Yeah.
What can we expect from this, and how was it like working with all these biggest stars in hip-hop?
Oh, man, we recorded this album over the course of like 3 or 4 years, so it was just about visiting some of the people I respect the most in music, getting opinions. Like I went to Puff just for his opinion. He ended up getting on the record. Kendrick being one of the biggest, best artists out right now. Me and YG grew up in the music together, so it's really like family and people I'm a fan of.
And being on a major album, does that major label, does that change things for you?
Yeah, my whole career was indie, so this album was the first release under my new partnership with Atlantic Records and my company, All Money In. So more video support, more marketing, more radio, just a bigger platform to do what we've been doing.
And I know you're working with Puma also on your clothing as well.
Yeah, me and Puma have a co-brand collection we're working on, and I'm also a brand ambassador for Puma. And that was also instrumental in the playground renovation on 59th Street Elementary.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that, this concept of paying it forward.
Right.
What is your advice to other people out there? Because a lot of people in that community don't have a lot of material things.
Right.
What is your advice to them in terms of paying it forward, in terms of service, in terms of ways to give back to the people in your community?
I just think it just got to be in your heart. You know, you're gonna make moves off what's in your heart. And the way I came up, I talked about it in the piece. I was supported by the community that we making our moves in now. My mixtapes, my music, my early music was purchased hand to hand by the same people in the area that might play on them courts or kids go to that school. So I just think it's a form of just being genuine and being authentic to how I came up.
And it's got to be such a tribute. It's got to feel so good to be able to rise people up and to bring everybody together.
Yeah, definitely. Just to see progress being made, you know.
And hopefully your album is gonna win awards for best hip hop album. And we want to encourage everybody to get it. It's called Victory Lap, critically acclaimed. And best of luck to you. And thank you for all that you do in the community. It means a lot to everybody in SoCal.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Yes, sir.
Back with more Good Day LA. Rapper Nipsey Hussle.
Nipsey started in
we recorded this album
on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw.
Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
Nipsey started in this parking lot on the corner of Slauson and
We playing a long game. We recorded this album over the course of like 3 or 4 years under my new partnership with Atlantic Records and my company, All Money In. So more video support, more marketing, more radio, just a bigger platform to do what we've been doing.
I know you're working with Puma also on your clothing as well.
Yeah, me and Puma have a co-brand collection we're working on, and I'm also a brand ambassador for Puma.
That night, T.I. was backstage with a friend of his. That there is the future of hip-hop. I said, yo, my man. I said, what's your name? I just knew his friend was somebody because everyone was acting all excited. So I asked him, I go, yo, Tip, who's your man? That night, I did my show. When I got off stage, T.I. was backstage with a friend of his that I didn't know. I just knew his friend was somebody because everyone was acting all excited that he was back there. So I asked him, I go, yo, Tip, who's your man? And he's like, oh, that right there? He goes, that there is the future of hip-hop. And I was like, nigga, you just calm down. So then I asked the dude. I said, yo, my man. I said, what's your name? And the dude looked over, he said, I'm Nipsey.
King in the building, king in the building, king in the building. Aye. We got Nipsey Hussle in the Nipsey Hussle in the building. Ooh. King in the building, Nipsey Hussle in the king in the building, Nipsey Hussle in the king in the building. And we're both, you know, I'm Mexican, being from Santa Ana, you know, you being from LA. Nipsey Hussle in the building. Shout out to you and the wifey, yo. That shoot y'all did with GQ magazine, people. So if you, we're both, you know. So if you from out of town, you ever come to LA?
Tell them we got the building right now. Yo, my bro, man, neighborhood Nip Hussle, Nipsey Hussle in the building.
We took everything is based on the individual.
to begin with, so I think we took a while for the album. I wanted it to be of a certain caliber.
Would you ever consider getting into politics like in 20 years, Nip?
Real quick, man, because I think we should use our platforms to talk about these things more often. I know you're from East African descent. I just feel like, man, we got this platform, we got to talk about that stuff too.
Well, look, Victory Lap coming out in February.
Yeah, All-Star Weekend.
All-Star Weekend.
We took a while.
Would you ever consider getting into politics?
Don't listen to exactly what Snoop and his approach was, or Nas' approach was. Don't listen to exactly what Snoop and his approach was.
On Larry King Now. The renowned West Coast rapper Nipsey Hussle. The intention of the word. The NFL has included the use of the N-word under the umbrella of unsportsmanlike conduct. The NFL has included the use of the N-word under about any racial slur. On Larry King Now, the N-word. Who can use it and when?
The intention of the word. It's used the most prevalent. The intention of the word. It's used the most prevalent. We've seen leaps and bounds since Jackie Robinson.
The NFL has included the use of the N-word under
about any racial slur. Nipsey just performed smash hit. Nipsey just performed with them at an arena show in Anaheim 2 nights ago. And you see the entire crowd, a multicultural millennial crowd, all singing along and celebrating.
When you hear that, are you offended when you hear it or not?
I'm offended when I hear the next company, yes.
Grammy nominated? Grammy nominated?
That was one of the songs that That was one of the songs that I just went. That was one of the songs that I just went in the booth and I ain't really write to it. So I think it'll be crazy.
There's also a gentleman, Dallas Lifestyle, tie-in with
Dallas Martin.
Yeah.
That was cool. I didn't get to stay as long as I did last time. He's like grew up in the section with us and building the sound with us. My homies that grew up in the section with us. My homies that grew up in the section with us and building the sound with us. And then it's gonna turn straight music, into where he at now. To where I feel like, I think they just came to him. And I think that's the goal. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you didn't pursue it. And you ended up with it, so you don't gotta change for it. Change for it.
Nipsey Hussle, Crenshaw's boy, Mr. DeWitt, Nipsey's father, had looked around, saw the environment his kids were growing up in, and knew he had to do something.
In like 2003, I was stapling posters, me and my brothers.
The marathon concept is about setting lofty goals. And
it just stands for endurance. It stands for staying down. And it just stands for endurance. It stands for staying down. And it just stands for endurance. It stands for staying down.
Rapper Nipsey Hussle. Rapper Nipsey Hussle.
Nipsey started in the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw. The corner of Slauson and Crenshaw. Nipsey started in this parking lot on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw.
We playing a long game.
All my life, grinding all my life.
We playing a long game.
All my life, grinding all my life.
Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
How you doing, bro?
Good to have you here. Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
The marathon concept is about setting lofty goals.
And it just stands for endurance.
Many people at the time believed it would be a commercial failure. Many people at the time believed it would be a commercial failure. He said, if I have 10 marathon stores in different parts of the globe, and I drop 1,000 units to each store at $100 each, I'll make $1 million as soon as we sell out the first 10,000.
Nipsey Hussle, welcome to Good Day LA.
How you doing, bro? We recorded this album over the course of like 3 or 4 years. So under my new partnership with Atlantic Records and my company, All Money In. So more video support, more marketing, more radio. Just a bigger platform to do what we've been doing.
I know you're working with Puma also on your clothing as well.
Yeah, me and Puma have a co-brand collection we're working on, and I'm also a brand ambassador for Puma. Brand ambassador for Puma. And brand ambassador for Puma. Also instrumental in the playground renovation on 59th Street Elementary.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that. This concept of paying it forward.
Right.
What is your advice to other people out there? Because a lot of people in that community don't have a lot of material things.
Right.
What is your advice to them in terms of paying it forward, in terms of service, in terms of ways to give back to the people in your community?
I just think it's got to be in your heart. You know, you gonna make moves off what's in your heart. And the way I came up, I talked about it in Peace. I was supported by the community that we making our moves in now. My mixtapes, my music, my early music was purchased hand to hand by the same people in the area that might play on them courts. The kids go to that school. So I just think it's a form of just being genuine, just being genuine and being authentic to how I came up.
And it's got to be such a tribute. It's got to feel so good.
Yeah, basically before my deal and before I already had an outlet, I got money on the street for consciously. You got that for me for sure. Going to pick up 200 here. I took the music into my house. When you don't do it, then I'll do it, because I've done this and I know the effect it has. I understand that you don't go hit the club, spend 5 racks a night. Then I might speak on it from a position of somebody that's actively involved in it.
Neighborhood hustle.
It wasn't a hard process, man. I like Sway Lee.
Did you see that whole, like, the process? Like,
it wasn't a hard process.
Neighborhood. Did you see that whole, like, the process? Like,
let's say you fall off tomorrow, shit goes left.
Let's not say that. It's not. I like Sway Lee. Just know that, that's like a world stage.
You know, was there ever a point in time where you were discouraged enough to where you were like thinking about like second guessing the music shit, getting back in the street shit? Because I remember for a while that
I remember being frustrated about. I remember being frustrated about that. Just coming up like, man, ain't nobody like reaching out.
How's everybody feeling right now? How's everybody feeling right now? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? All right, then I need you guys all to put your hands together for Nipsey Hussle.
What's up, everybody? What's cracking? What's up, everybody? I didn't know it had hit its peak. I knew it was growing. The Marathon store was the world's first smart store. Other ways to, create income and to monetize. I don't know. I didn't know it had hit its peak. I appreciate y'all coming, really. I'm excited on some music shit, really. Regardless of like the business side and everything that's gonna happen on.
How's everybody feeling right now?
Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle.
I just believed in the plan.
Nipsey Hussle.
That worked for a moment, but I just believed in the plan. Every time we make a step forward or make progress, I just believed in the plan. All my original goals, I met them. I just believed in the plan. I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. If I could sell 1,000 units in each state, I just believed in the plan. Global brand. So as I became exposed to these situations, met these people, that every time we make a step forward.
Nipsey Hussle, Nipsey Hussle is here. Respect that hustle.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle.
How's everybody feeling right now? How's everybody feeling right now? Are you guys excited to see Nipsey Hussle? All right, then I need you guys all to put your hands together for Nipsey Hussle. Hey.
What's up, everybody? What's cracking? I like that hat, bro. Yeah. What's up, everybody? What's cracking? I like that hat, bro. Yeah. That's right, love. Hell yeah, what's up?
We are officially, a week and a half away?
Yeah, like 8 days. A little bit over a week, yeah.
Victory Lap in stores, available to all of y'all.
Yeah, pre-order that thing, man. ASAP. Yeah.
Now, I know you just dropped the track list.
Not yet. I ain't put it out yet. It's coming out. Well, I ain't gonna say when. It's coming out soon, though.
You gonna put it out soon?
Real soon.
Okay, well, then maybe somebody showed me a sneak peek or something, because...
You get the inside info, Yeah.
So how has this whole process been for you? Because you've been talking about this album for a few months now.
Yeah.
And I know that you've been grinding, just trying to get the word out for you. Like, what are you most excited about for this album?
Really just letting everybody hear the music, I feel like I never put so much into a project. I've been on a mixtape grind since I came into the game. Right. And this being my first album, we did a partnership with Atlantic Records. So I just wanted everything to be elevated, musically, lyrically, production, the concepts, the features.
Right.
And I feel like we accomplished that. So I'm just excited to, unleash the music and let everybody hear what we did.
Have you been getting clapback from fans because you did the deal with Atlantic?
Well, I mean, just for clarity, I'm signed to All Money In for life. I got a Suge Knight deal with my label.
Okay.
But my label partnered up with Atlantic Records, so we did a strategic partnership.
Okay.
So I ain't been getting no negative feedback about it. I think my fans wanted to see me take what I was doing to the next level.
Okay.
And I waited as long as I waited so that we could do a partnership as opposed to a traditional artist signing to a label situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on that, because I know knowing people from Atlantic, they do a lot of big things, so I can see a lot of bright things in your future.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm in good company up there.
Exactly. Now, because you mentioned waiting, it just brought to my mind that you were one of the first people to talk about cryptocurrency.
Right.
And my sister, for instance, invested a few years ago. She bought Bitcoin for I think it was $600 a share.
Oh, she passed.
And so now when it's up to 10 racks plus, how do you project that, especially the urban youth who are like, cryptocurrency, what if I can't touch it? You know what I mean?
It's just something that this is the infant stage of that whole category. It's an investment category. So I didn't know it had hit its peak. I didn't know it had hit its peak. I didn't know it had hit its peak. What's up, everybody? What's cracking? I didn't know it had hit its peak. I knew it was growing. I'm like, it's gonna go to 100,000. We go lit. But I'm in it for the long run though. So I'm just chilling. I ain't looking to cash out no time soon. I'm gonna just pay attention to where like I said, I think it can continue to grow. Imagine when you could go to Rouse and spend Bitcoin.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's that gonna do to the price of the coin? So I think that when they integrate more places you can actually spend it, the value gonna shoot up even more.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's one thing I've been watching a lot of lately. I've been doing a lot of investing. Personally, I invested in Netflix a year plus ago.
Oh yeah.
Your girl's eating. So
you on your stuff. You remodeling the house, I heard. You know what I mean?
It's not secret. I'm just saying.
My bad.
So that's one thing about Nipsey. It's not just about rap. He's actually educated on what's going on in tech and what's going on in financing. So I know you started your own program where you're basically trying to educate our youth on technology, how to break into that field. What made you want to do that?
Yeah, so the program is called Too Big to Fail, and I didn't start it. I was brought into it. It was started by an investor and a real estate developer named Dave Gross.
Yeah.
And we just were sitting next to each other at the Laker game, and he like, Nip, I'm a fan of the music, and this what I got going on. Let me come out of the office, let me show it to you. And when I saw the vision, it was like, to sum it up, it's basically a bridge to connect inner city LA youth to the opportunities in Silicon Valley. Because to ever be able to get a job at Google or Facebook or any one of these companies like Apple, you gotta get trained early on science, technology, engineering, and math. Because it's like a 10, 15-year learning curve for them things. You can't start. You can start whenever, but you really behind if you start late. So these people that end up working there, they got trained from elementary school.
Right.
So we just want to be able to create a center where these young kids can come tap in, and it's multi-level. This one part of it is it's like a co-working space, kind of like WeWork.
Yeah.
So, entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs in the area could rent office space. And then the other level is the STEM center, where they could just get training and just, get educated on science, technology, engineering, and math. What's up, everybody? What's cracking? I appreciate y'all coming, really. I'm excited on some music shit, really. Regardless of the business side and everything that's gonna happen on business, I'm here as an artist, and I'm excited to put out new music and new art. It really took a while for me to get the album where it is, and I'm real confident in the music. I take it y'all. I don't know how y'all won, but I figured I had to call in, and so I figured y'all fuck with me a little bit, So I appreciate it, and I think that, y'all will be impressed and appreciate the music when it come out.
Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle. Yeah, in the building, man.
I just believed in the plan. That worked for a moment, but the respect is what keep you in the game. I just believed in the plan. Every time we make a step forward or make progress, it count for that much more because we know how we got here. I just believed in the plan. All my original goals, I met them. I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. All my original goals, I met them. I had goals as somebody coming out the street. So I didn't have a hell of a entertainment set of goals. I never wanted to win a Grammy. That was not my goal coming out the street. Them is music goals now. That I'm in the music game. That was never my goal. I never thought about selling 1 million records. I thought about, you know, doing something legit to make my money. And being able to, you know, not worry about when I heard the helicopter late at night thinking that was coming to kick the door down. Right. You know, I read an article that Joel Santana made $15,000 a show. I don't know if it was true or not, but I'm like, man, I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. If I can sell 1,000 units in each state, I remember looking at every state, like it's 50 states. If I can sell 1,000 units in each state, Bobo brand, so Bobo brand. So as I became exposed to these situations, met these people that perform on that level, like, you know, you ain't no smarter than me. You know what I'm saying? You just in a position. You just, you know, you sitting in a space where you can execute on that level.
Nipsey Hussle is saying respect that hustle.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle is saying respect that hustle.
I remember looking at every state. I just believed in the plan.
Nipsey Hussle is saying respect that hustle.
Yeah.
Victory Lap is out there right now, Rizzy. We gonna get into some more music?
As we should.
Let's do it,
I mean,
man.
he's here. Let's do it.
No doubt, no doubt. So we're gonna get into a dedication featuring Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Konnichiwa, chickens. Yours truly, world's best host, ET, right now. You really were ahead of the game. You know what I mean?
For sure. For sure. You gotta be delicate. So I think a lot of that you seeing in the reaction. You gotta be delicate.
You really were ahead of the game.
Oh, yeah?
They lost their mind. One, they was like, oh, he's, you know, he fly and all this extra ish, you know what I mean, being what they are.
All the focus on the album. All the focus on the album. All the focus on the album. Victory Lap, you know what I mean? Everybody that love music, that love, you know, hip hop.
There's a line on your record, you say, how long till opportunity?
He's preparation.
There's a line on your record, you say, how long till opportunity?
He's preparation, yeah. I need some real nigga reparations before I run up in your bank just for recreation and, you know, being productive. And out of frustration, I fell into the streets. When I said Tupac of my generation, Pac was highly intelligent, but never really made commercial product. It never really made commercial product. I believe that's the most effective approach to be successful. There's a lot.
Yeah, man. Konnichiwa, chickens. Yours truly, world's best host, ET, right now. Definitely checking into the galaxy, man. And by my side, I'm happy to say and announce, man. First of all, round of applause to the man.
Thank y'all. Love.
Mr. Hussle.
Love, man.
I have to call him Mr. Hussle.
It's a lot of hospitality in this building, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling love.
Yeah, man. So I got the chef out there. My old lady wanted to go grab some drinks, man, so she can have you something proper. You know what I mean? While you here, I appreciate your time.
Highly appreciate it.
Yeah, man. You can't get time back, man. So you gotta appreciate that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
The project though, I know what the single is. Yeah. I know what you're pushing.
Yeah.
But I had a partner of mine. He's a well-respected mixtape DJ in the South, right? Very well known, very well respected, very big.
Yeah.
He said that he considers your project the West Coast 444.
Okay.
And he said, but without the preachiness.
Okay.
That I think that maybe people felt like Jay-Z was doing. Now, I understood Jay-Z's project.
I love 444.
Yeah, me too.
That was a great record.
How do you feel about that statement?
I mean, you know, I appreciate anybody giving feedback on my music and my art, you know what I mean? So I get what he was saying probably in terms of the messaging of some of the records, just like the ownership themes and, you know, kind of like Jay kind of spoke to the
business.
Yeah, that too. I was gonna say Jay kind of spoke to the traditions of like ignorance a little bit in our culture.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like whatever our traditions are, the things that actually do work against us. So I think that my take on it from being from gang culture, I kind of spoke to the traditions that are working against us.
You really were ahead of the game so long ago.
Right.
You really were ahead of the game so long ago.
Right.
What was it that you saw that everyone else caught on to late?
I think I was in an untraditional space just because I wasn't in a major label system. I didn't have, you know, the way businesses handle as usual, as a pressure on my releases. So
you know what I mean?
And you know, my goal really was, I wasn't necessarily charging 100 for the music. I was charging 100 for a limited hard copy.
Right.
Because again, we was in a mixtape space at that time, and everything was going digital. Everything was on iTunes, Spotify, Tidal.
Right.
The mixtape sites, Hot New Hip Hop, all of that piff. So we ain't really get from classic mixtapes. I think about like Cushion OJ from Wiz, or Rich Forever from Ross, or like So Far Gone from Drake. Even though they did distribute that later, you know, them classics. So you kind of want to have them. Meek Mill, Dream Chasers 1 and 2.
That was all the online stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So after it's over, the online wave died down. I know that people wanted them hard copies for sure. For sure.
Immediately.
I was on tour. I, you know, you get tired, bro, doing shows and shows.
Shaking hands.
12 hours on the bus every day, eating out the gas station. So, you know, I start taking the products, and then I cut dairy out of my diet completely. That was one of the things he swear by. I ain't never went vegan, like no meat, and that's something he stresses, like a plant-based diet.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm taking steps toward it. You know what I'm saying?
I was gun-ho at one point in time, because I always had Raina by my side, so she was always like, E.T., make sure, you know what I mean? So so now I deal with Miss Manana's, because Miss Manana trained underneath him like years ago. So that's who I deal with now, and she's out of Belize and Honduras, so that's who I get my stuff out.
You got to be delicate, like not to create the message of like, go get put on the gang, because Nip is speaking about his involvement. So I think a lot of that you seeing in the reaction. But then also I got a team that's cranking right now. We did a partnership with Atlantic Records.
Yes.
You know, before.
Hi, Cannon.
Yeah. What's up, Cannon? Shout out to Cannon. She in the building. Yeah, but before it was me, my brother, my god brother Adam, and my right hand man Fats. And you know, the team we built around that, and you know, we had so much of a reach, but oh yeah,
they lost their mind. One, they was like, oh, he's, you know, he fly and all this extra ish, you know what I mean, being what they are. And then the second part was, of course, about your relationship stuff. So in their honor, homie, I have to ask this question to you about y'all relationship status. It's got nothing to do with me personally, but it's better to hear from the horse's mouth.
A disclaimer.
I'm just letting you know, bro. I got a disclaimer, bro, because I don't want to look like I'm the guy that cares.
Nah, it's all love.
I have to ask, bro.
Yeah, no, we solid, man. You know, this is my line for everything. Players fuck up too, man. Everything again. You know what I'm saying? But all the focus on the album, Victory Lap. All the focus on the album. All the focus on the album, Victory Lap. You know what I mean? Everybody that love music, that love, you know, hip hop, that just love just dope, great music. I think they could tap in and be, you know, inspired and entertained by the album. You know, stream it, download it, go buy it at the store, and get online and talk about it. You know what I mean? That's something that I get a return on my energy. You know, just seeing the convos and seeing what people saying.
It's good to have a dissect section going on, so people can just like dissect it a little bit and put it up.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a line on your record. You say, "How long till opportunity?"
Means preparation.
There's a line on your record. You say, "How long till opportunity?"
Means preparation. I mean, you know, it's so much underlying that took a toll on the music. And the value is created in content and, you know, being productive. When I said Tupac of my generation, it never really made commercial product. I believe that's the most effective approach.
There's a line on your record. You say, "How long till opportunity?"
Means preparation. Yeah. I need some real nigga reparations before I run up in your bank just for recreation. Yeah, it's just speaking to like the combo you have with yourself when you outside of the opportunities, but you know your actions and your mentality are success, but the reality of your situation isn't. That took a toll on the music and the productivity. I don't ever make moves under pressure. I try not to. On Crenshaw, I said, this is gonna be the first time I give my fan base a directive. I said, if you wanna reciprocate for the inspiration that I've given you over the course of these 5 mixtapes, here's how you do it. Proud to pay. It's a $100 CD. Come to the pop-up shop. So you know I had won over enough people that we sold out the first 1,000 in the first day.
My whole intention was just get the people talking about it. I want everybody to, be like, why is he charging 100? What make you think it's worth 100?
The value is created in content. The value is created in content. So when I think of us as hip hop artists and being productive, and out of frustration, I fell into the streets. It never really, when I said Tupac of my generation, Pac was highly intelligent and, being productive. And out of frustration, I fell into the streets. When I said Tupac of my generation, Pac was highly intelligent. But in our culture, street culture, especially in his generation, intelligence was viewed as a form of weakness. How do you get the people that's really affected by, what we trying to solve? It never really made commercial product.
I ain't nothing like you fucking.
V12 with the racks in the middle. I was riding around in the V12 with the racks in the middle. I was riding around in the V12 with the racks in the middle. Had to pray to Almighty God, they let my dog out the kennel. When you get it straight up out the mud, you can't imagine this shit. I've been pulling up in the drop tops with the baddest bitches. Young nigga been focused on my check. Got a new coupe wrapped around my neck. Tryna put the water on my potato. I got killers to the left of me.
We was lurking on her. Ain't show no mercy on her. We was going back to back. We put a curfew on her. It was dark clouds on us, but that was perfect for us. We know you always crash and burn, but it was working for us. Lemo tint the V12, double check the details. Gotta cross my T's and dot my I's or I can't sleep well. Millions off of retail. Once again I prevail. Knew that shit was over from the day I dropped my pre-sale. Hold up, let the beat build. See me in the street still. I've been fighting battles up a steep hill. They gave my road dog 12, it was a sweet deal. And I've been riding solo trying to rebuild.
I was riding around in the V12 with the racks in the middle. Had to pray to Almighty God, they let my dog out the kennel. When you get it straight up out the mud, you can't imagine this shit. I've been pulling up in the drop tops with the baddest bitches. Young nigga been focused on my check. Got a new coupe wrapped around my neck. Tryna put the water on my potato. I got killers to the left of me.
Look, under no condition would you ever catch me slipping. Motorcaded shooters plus the Maybach chauffeur driven. If they catch me with it, don't send me off to prison. Judge ain't sympathizing, court don't show forgiveness. Engine in the Lambo drowning out the music. Sip Dior with the flowers, 5 gold Cubans. Champagne while I shop, hope I splurge foolish. Closing escrow twice this month, both commercial units. Damn, I wish my nigga Fast was here. How you died 30-something after banging all them years? Grammy nominated, in the sign of shedding tears. All this money, power, fame, and I can't make you reappear. But I'll wipe them though. We just embrace the only life we know. If it was me, I'd tell you, nigga, live your life and grow. I tell you, finish where we started, reach them heights, you know. And gas the V12 to the pipe and smoke.
I was riding around in the V12 with the racks in the middle. Had to pray to Almighty God, they let my dog out the kennel. When you get it straight up out the mud, you can't imagine this shit. I've been pulling up in the drop tops with the baddest bitches. Young nigga been focused on my check. Got a new coupe wrapped around my neck. Tryna put the water on my potato. I got killers to the left of me.
Another $1 million bill, that's just some regular shit. See my granny on the jet, some shit I never forget. Next day we flew to Vegas with my Puma Connects. We break bread, we ain't new to success. Blade music and best. Enterprise, take lucrative steps. Cold game, but I knew it was chess. As a youth in the set, learn the game, you a student at best. But it's a couple things you can expect. Look, just like money, no money, niggas shooters respect. Other shooters, we was both throwing my crew on your neck. I'm on the freeway in the drop, it got me losing my breath. I do the dash with the blues on the deck.